2019 Cyclocross National Championships as Cross Nats come to Lakewood for the Cyclocross National Championships in Fort Steilacoom Park. Well, after an incredible day of racing yesterday with the juniors, today we turn our attention to the pros, the 17-18 juniors, the U23 women and men, and then the final two races of the day, the elites, with elite women and then elite men, wrapping up our week of racing here at USA Cycling Cyclocross Nationals. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brad Stoner here with Meredith Miller and Tim Johnson, as always, as we get ready to kick off our final day of racing. Guys, after what we saw yesterday, I cannot wait for today. We had a little bit of rain overnight. You can see the fog still setting in, but conditions today should be perfect. Plenty of moisture in the air, plenty of moisture on the ground, and we're thinking that it might stay at least somewhat dry today, Tim.
You think so? I mean, I think that's a lot of people's hopes. You look at the weather, you don't really know if it's going to turn out just as nice as it says, but I know a lot of people are happy if it's going to be muddy or wet or whatever it comes down.
Meredith, you had the joy of racing in the single-speed women's race yesterday, one of our final races of the day yesterday. Have you recovered from the cold yet? I know I couldn't believe you did commentary for the men's single-speed as well. Meredith was here in her kit for 90 minutes after she raced the single-speed race, and then went out and rode a course preview with Finn, which I'm hoping we're going to see later today. So I'm incredibly impressed. Hats off to you.
Well, if it's the only thing I can do for the day, then he might as well be that.
Meredith, tell me about the course out there. Conditions muddy, obviously, but not super dirty. I mean, all things considered, you're not picking up a lot of mud out there.
No, this isn't the kind of mud where you need to do a lot of bike changes. It's not sticking to your bike. It's not clinging to your bike. Who knows what it's going to be today? I mean, there were definitely some places where it was getting, thicker and stickier. But, again, course changes are going to, they're going to be different from what they were yesterday. The sun is starting to pop out today, so it could dry up things this morning. Rain could come in this afternoon, so who knows what's going to happen.
Tim, things may change throughout the day. Our junior men first to take to the course with the 17-18 age category, then the junior women. By the time we get into the U23s later this morning, 10:05 start for the U23 women, 11:20 start for the U23 men, and then just after noon for the elite women. That's just enough time for the sun to come out and start drying out the course a little bit.
Well, a lot of people were looking at Instagram last night to figure out exactly what the course is going to present early this morning. If you're junior under 23, you were up late last night, scrolling through photos, scrolling through videos, trying to figure out what was happening with the course in the later races, and you had to start today off in the dark. So really, I think that they're going to be hitting this course without really any pre-laps, and we'll see what the junior men do in the first race.
Well, that'll be a big tell as we watch them ride. The descents, I think, are the big question about how slippery are those descents. Kind of an interesting course here, too. No stairs and no barriers. Nowhere that you have to dismount to run the stairs or run the barriers, but there is plenty of dismounting on the run-up. So even though you're not going over any barriers or stairs, Meredith, there's plenty of running.
There is no reason to have stairs or barriers in this course because, and I was talking to Katie Compton this morning, actually, and she was talking about how Belgian this course is. So if we're going to talk about somebody this course suits, it would be her. But it's a really challenging course. It has a little bit of everything. You've got the sand pit, you've got the run-ups, you've got really technical descent. So it's a very fair course.
And then the orchard, as you get out towards the end of the course, this is basically all uphill on these switchbacks.
Yeah, the orchard is the one place where you can actually ride that has some elevation. The rest of the elevation, you're actually just running. So the orchard up at the top is like this false flat kind of drag, and that's where you're actually going to be pedaling on any sort of elevation.
Then it's through the pit one final time and through the sand pit, which we've learned is, quote, totally rideable from some of the riders yesterday. That was the official course report. So that line has been burned in really well in the sand pit. They're riding it pretty well. I think most riders were able to ride through yesterday.
Well, the last big moves we'll see before the finish line is going to be on that uphill section into the orchard, down the final technical descent and across the off-camber, and that will set you up for a fast finish. Really, from the final descent to the finish line is going to be over pretty quick. So any big moves are going to happen on that hill.
You can see the difference in terrain out there on the course, from the rideable sand line to the deep, wet ruts to the muddy run-up, and then this is the orchard that we were talking about at the top of the course. Now, the other thing, the dew out there for the first race of the day when the sun starts coming up, pretty much everything has a coating of water on top of it, so could be really slippery for this first race of the day.
Well, this is such an epic looking scene right now. I'm looking at all these different shots from around the course, and it does kind of portray what this means. You know, these kids are racing for the chance to be the national champion, to put on the Stars and Stripes, and you can just kind of sense that anticipation out there.
Yeah, we've got an eerie morning out there right now. This fog is just kind of has settled in overnight. It's just starting to lift a little bit this morning. As we're looking out of the tent, you can see a little bit of sun. So I think the course conditions are going to potentially change quite a bit just throughout this race this morning.
All right, 17-18 junior riders in the grid. Let's talk about some of the names in this field. Tim, I want to start with Andrew Strohmeyer, the current Pan Am champion, riding for the CX Harris Devo team. He gets the first call-up, order number 1, currently ranked 3rd in the 17-18 junior men's category, but he'll be the first one here. So there's the green light, 17-18 junior men off and rolling. You can see the white Pan Am jersey of Strohmeyer right in the middle. So we'll take a look at the whole shot here. Underway and racing into the fog. It's Cyclocross Nationals.
Where are they right now? This is awesome, and this is a long start stretch, and it's going to be, they're just blazing fast right into this first hole shot.
Well, they're really getting their money's worth on the daylight here at Cyclocross Nationals. As soon as that sun came up, we're underway and racing with the 17-18 men.
That's at least 28, 30 miles an hour at the end of that straightaway. I mean, you go full sprint like every one of these kids wants to do. By the time you get to that first turn, it's terminal velocity.
Yeah, they come into the first run-up pretty quickly, and everybody wants to be at the front of that because it's just going to clog up. Anybody who's, you know, more than 5 back, they're gonna have wheels, they're gonna have mud, they're gonna have all sorts of stuff in their face. So you really want a clean run right into this run-up for the first lap.
We've got Magnus Sheffield leading into the first run-up here. He's a very strong rider, coming off of a 2nd place at the Junior Road World Championships in September. He's definitely known for having the strength and the power. The technical side of things, maybe he won't be able to match his own power.
I mean, he had a long road season, so the question is, did he take some time after the road season was over to get on the cross bike, work on some of those skills? Because that's a long season to go straight from road into cross, so we'll see how he's able to handle these technical conditions today.
Run up and ride down on this section, kind of a U-turn up at the top. Now, this is the pro line, I guess, a little bit of a change on the course from what most of the riders rode on Saturday.
Yeah, yesterday and the amateur races are all week. What we've been doing is just going up to the top, and then you take a left-hand turn and you go across the top. These guys have to go straight up that run-up, catch their breath, get their wits back about them, get into their pedals for a steep, fast descent.
A little bit of carnage at the bottom, as has been the case for most of these descents for pretty much every race, and even the best bike handlers in the world are going to crash on this course too.
Well, as we see right here, this is the first rider in the race right in front of Magnus Sheffield. So 212 there has gone around Lucas Steerwalt. He went for the pass, unable to keep it going because he took a risk on that descent. Sheffield doing well in 2nd. Steerwalt right there. So this is, you know, the first time we're seeing the UCI sections added into this course. And a lot of these riders haven't had the chance to really spend time to nail it. So hitting this and trying to figure out how it goes every single time down. This is going to be so good to watch throughout the day.
A big traffic jam here as everybody trying to squeeze through there. We saw one rider going down into the post trying to pass on the inside, and that probably won't be the first or last time we see that. Meanwhile, Strohmeyer back on the front in the white jersey. Again, the reigning Pan Am champ. I'm sorry, I think that's 2nd position. Looks like he's got 1 in front of him, and I think that is Sheffield too.
Sheffield at the front. You got Strohmeyer in 2nd and Nick Carter in 3rd position. So that's really 3 of our biggest favorites right now at the front of the race. But look at what happened here, number 212. That is Steerwalt going up and over the bars, not getting into too much trouble. He's able to pick the bike up fairly quickly, but not the same for the rest of the riders here as they go through the field. That BJC rider, Noah Rand.
I think this is kind of going to be the theme of the day. There's going to be a lot of carnage on these pro line descents. It's just a matter of who can manage, who's going to be at the front, that they can choose their own line. Everybody else is going to get caught up in something. And again, we talked about this yesterday. It's not going to be about if you crash, but when. If you make a mistake, when you make a mistake, are you going to be able to regroup and come back after that?
And how big of a mistake is it?
Exactly.
You can make a ton of small mistakes and lose a race. You can have a perfect race and make one big mistake that has a huge consequence.
I mean, we saw yesterday with Ben Frederick in the single speed race losing potentially losing the race because of a shoe issue. Who knows exactly how that happens? So it's like shoes can come off, they can get sucked right off your feet and just run up in this thick mud. You can rip a derailleur off. There's all sorts of things that can happen.
By the way, last night I am happy to report our director Leah in the truck offered to buy Ben Frederick a new pair of shoes. So we're going to make sure that Ben gets his shoes.
Get him a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, we're going to hook him up with our director Leah and get that all worked out.
Sheffield got a little bit of a gap, so this is that first long climb on course. He's already got a few seconds. This is definitely the part of the course where he's most favored. He's most comfortable putting the big power down, and so he's trying to get an advantage where he feels like he can. These other riders have to kind of just deal with Magnus. You know, you can't go head-to-head with a guy who's literally one of the best riders in the world. You have to try and find another way to beat him.
Yeah, the rest of the guys are just going to have to manage their race, not think about him so much, just ride their race and just ride smooth and hope that Sheffield, you know, gets a little, you know, intense out there, makes some mistakes, and they can just slowly start to claw him back.
Never fails to amaze me how important the whole shot is in a cross race like this. I mean, especially on this course. If you're not in the top 10 by the time you make the first feature, even the top 5, I mean, the first guy that crashed was in, what, second, third position. You got to be up at the front.
Yeah, there are some courses where the whole shot doesn't matter as much, and this course is actually wide open, so there are a lot of places for riders to get around other riders, but because of all the carnage, because of all the mistakes, and in places you can make those mistakes, it's really important to be at the front to stay ahead of all that carnage.
Oh, Sheffield coming across the top now through the fog, doing our best to keep track of him here. I like this. This is a very cool shot. You can see the difference in the cameras. That one shot is really foggy. This one's a little farther down. The fog is actually dropping down, so as they get up a little higher, it's a little clearer.
The layers of fog here at Silicone Park.
Well, that's also how much elevation there is on this course. I mean, that speaks to the elevation gain to get up to the top section of the course there.
Oh, I can tell you that elevation gain to get up to the top is not easy, and it's long and it's hard. See a BJC rider coming through here. All these guys making their way through the orchard before they hit this next drop.
Comes Strohmeyer. So these descents were the ones offering up all the fodder for Instagram last night. There's a big hole right at the top of that shot that's claimed a lot of victims. Each of these riders getting through there. There's Ivan Gallego coming through. There was a crash there again. That's Searwald. He was the rider who went down the first time down in the lead, so he's still having a hard time unlocking what's happening on the course.
Sheffield looking great up here on the front. He's going to get rid of the glasses. Everyone's going to get rid of the glasses.
Well, it's not much of a gap still. I mean, that is pretty close there. Carter going around Strohmeyer, so now first and second.
This is Jared Scott from Boulder Junior Cycling, just off the back trying to make contact with those first three right now.
Strohmeyer is a smaller rider in third place in the white of the Pan Am Championship jersey. He doesn't have the full power to go up against Sheffield, but he's got a lot of technical skill, so I know he was looking forward to trying to figure out if he can gain advantage on these descents, trying to do battle with Sheffield.
After watching the Junior Men's Road Worlds, I don't know that very many people have the power to match Sheffield at all. I mean, he was like so amazing in that race.
Unless you're a scooter or some kind of a dirt
unless you're
bike
Quinn
or
Simmons,
motorcycle.
His own teammate.
Well, plenty of opportunity to showcase power on this course. The wide open section's up at the top, but pretty technical course as well. This might be the most balanced course we've ever had at Cross Nationals. We've had some pretty wide open power years. We've had some really muddy, gross years, but I think this is a really nice medium, nice balance.
I think this course is really going to showcase that all-around cyclocross racer, because you have the power sections, you've got running sections, and we don't see a lot of running sections throughout the season in U.S. racing. So I think a couple months ago when we saw that course preview, everybody was like, oh boy, if I haven't been running, I better start now. And then we see these power sections up at the top through the orchard.
And this is the second UCI section on course. So this is a steep climb, 2 sections. And this next section is an off-camber stretch that has some roots that are being exposed by every single time a rider goes across it. So we'll see how Sheffield does first time down here. It's really sketchy here. You have to keep going forward, keep momentum, otherwise the tires will just slip out from underneath you. But looks like the first 4 are going to be able to clean that.
Favoring the outside line there, Meredith.
Yes, so they all went to the far right, the far left has a pretty serious G out. Like, we were just talking to some riders yesterday when I was out there with Finn, and some people, before you know, your first time down that, if you don't know to stay to the right and you go to the left, a few riders have gotten tossed off their bike and did like a Superman right out of that. So you really have to be able to control the line down that. Sometimes you just have to let your bike go where it wants to go, but on that particular off-camber descent, you really have to follow the right line, or else you could end up where you don't want to be at the bottom.
All right, riders coming through to complete the first lap. Going to be just over 9.5, which is pretty impressive considering the course changes that they put in yesterday. These guys are flying out there this morning.
Yes, and again, all of these guys just trying to keep up with the power of Sheffield. Put them on the road, on this long road section, on this long paved section right here, and they're going to have their work cut out for them to try to stay on his wheel.
Nick Carter having a good ride in second place as well, representing the KCCX elite team out of Minnesota. Obviously the KCCX team out of KC, but he rides out of Minnesota in his home.
Yeah, and Carter looking really good. He wasn't able to stay on Sheffield's wheel coming out of that final turn onto the straightaway, but once he lost that wheel from Sheffield, he was on his own. But same with everyone else. You know, this first lap, you got to kind of figure out how the legs feel, what kind of, what you might be able to anticipate for yourself, but you also need to figure out what everyone else is doing. So far, it's every man for himself trying to chase this guy, Magnus Sheffield.
He's looking pretty good up this run-up. He looks like he's been doing his running coming into this race, making that look pretty easy, pretty steady up that. Again, it's slippery. There's a lot of big holes in there. One wrong step, and he can just slide right out.
Carter, Strohmeyer, and Scott. And then Sheffield will come down the other side.
I mean, Sheffield is definitely, taking charge here. I think knowing that maybe he doesn't have the technical skills as some of these other riders, he's in the right place. That way he can choose his line. If he does have a mistake, he's not having to chase on. He's just having to minimize his mistake and get back and going again.
Well, the best part about doing a pre-ride lap, and there goes Scott down, hitting the deck a little bit, but able to get up nice and fast. There's another little run up right around that corner you don't necessarily see, but I did a pre-ride lap with Sheffield a couple days ago. Best thing about it was that he immediately crashed in the first technical section and just kind of got it out of the way. And that's kind of how you have to approach this. Everyone's going to make a mistake. Everyone's going to have a crash or a dab they have to take. And if you get over it and kind of just start pedaling again, you're going to be fine. But if it gets into your head, you feel like you can't do this section, then you're really in trouble.
Exactly, and so much of cyclocross racing, bike racing in general, is about how you're able to keep your wits about you and the things that are going through your head. So right now we see Carter making contact with Sheffield right now.
Well, Sheffield looks like he actually hit the deck. His right-hand side is covered in mud, so that first big descent there took a victim in Sheffield. Another leader of the race hitting the ground. See if we can get another shot as he goes around this next section. But Carter making contact.
Look at the penalty came to Strohmeyer.
That's right. I mean, Sheffield is like, I don't want to be second wheel. He just goes right back to the front. He knows where he wants to be, and every chance he gets, I think he's just going to go to the front and use his power to stay in the lead of this race for as long as he can.
And a bike change for Sheffield. He's dropping back into fourth place now. So Carter on the front looking back, trying to figure out if Sheffield is hurt or if he's going to be able to sit in here in another position in that group. But the pit crew getting back into action here with the bike swap. Let's take a look at the replay. And this is the bike swap after the crash. So he's able to decide, I need a new bike. I'm going to go ahead and pick one up. Drops that old bike off, picks up a new one, and he's right back on the bike. So he's not losing too much time. But big change at the front of that group.
Yeah, and it looks like he went down on his drive side, so that was a smart move by him to go into the pits and get a new bike. Who knows, it could have messed up with the shifting, whatever it was. So get a clean bike, make everything smooth, and kind of hit the restart button again.
Carter leading into the run-up, coming around this corner. This is just such an iconic run-up here now in U.S. Cyclocross. The muddiest, steepest wall you have to get up, and Carter really cruising up that thing. He looks strong on the run.
Huge steps going up that run-up.
really good. Scott in second position, Sheffield in third, Strohmeyer in fourth.
The other thing about this run-up, at the very top, there's this massive step that is formed from everyone digging it out throughout the week, because everyone takes that last big dig to get a good foothold before you make the step up. And it's getting worse and worse and worse, bigger and bigger right there.
You
Look at that.
cannot tell on camera.
See how he had to jump right there? Sheffield had to kind of hop up to the top.
It's so much deeper than it looks.
It's just a little bit more than a normal stride, so it's kind of weird up there at the top.
Yes, and it's like, because it's on the inside corner, that's where you kind of get pushed. You want to go through that big step, but actually on the right side would be a little bit smoother, but you just want to take the short line through.
And that group of four there still together. Strohmeyer hiding out in the back. I think this is actually good for him. He's strong in the climbs. He's strong in the technical sections. He's kind of watching these other riders try and figure this course out. And he's going to be able to use those skills against them later on in this race.
Sheffield going to the front again, just where he's comfortable. He really wants to be leading this course, leading this race right now. And with that power, I think he just is confident that he'll be able to ride everybody off his wheel, and then he just has to manage the technical parts. But nobody's letting him get away right now. They're doing a good job of, these four riders are really pretty evenly matched so far, whether, you know, their strengths and weaknesses are kind of balancing out.
And right back to the front here, Sheffield now in the lead. Strohmeyer going around into second, going for a little bit of a move maybe at the top for Sheffield. But yeah, you know, that group of four, I think the fifth place rider right now is going to be Ivan Gallego, trying to bridge across to that group. But no, we've got some action at the front here. We're going back to the back markers, going up that run up, and right back to the front. So Strohmeyer has gone around Sheffield, attacking the descent a little bit, picking up the speed.
Not the normal place you would think of for people to make an attack, but it's because they want to be leading through this next section, because it's a technical section. It's the descending coming up, and they don't want to get stuck behind anything that might happen. They want to pick their own lines down this.
Well, Sheffield looking like he's not okay following anyone. He has got to be at the front, and that, you know, that kind of thing, if you're attacking on a descent into a corner, you got to make sure that you know that that corner is going to work for you. You can't take a risk like that, because then you're just going to be stuck when the rider you just passed blows by you.
Right, yeah, I don't think now yet is the time to be taking those risks. Last lap, maybe that's something you've got to try to do to break away, but right now, you know, I think they're just still pretty evenly matched, and they're just trying to figure each other out.
That was a really fast descent on that big steep pitch. Sheffield leading the way down. Looks like he's got his confidence back. Strohmeyer, I really like how he's riding. He's looking pretty good in second place there. Nick Carter in the red, taller rider. And Scott in fourth from BJC, also in red.
This is a good race. Four guys still together up at the front. Nice pass here by Strohmeyer.
He looks really solid in this stuff. And, you know, you want to try and take those jabs. You know, if you can't quite handle, you know, fighting a heavyweight, you have to be able to take the jabs, make some of your moves of your own, see if you can split that group up, see if you can get a mistake out of Sheffield. But there goes Scott, I believe.
No, Carter.
Into the tape.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Taken out by a rut. Looks like he just shot straight to the side, almost 90 degrees to the path that he was on.
And I can tell you from yesterday, too, this section right around the pits, it's wet, as you can see, from all the water from the pressure washers. And there are some ruts in there that are just slick or...
I was wondering how Carter got over there. I was trying to figure out how he got inside the tape. He rolled right through over the bottom piece and under the top piece.
He could have picked the wrong way to go on that course, because he was on the other end of it. But that's really tough to see. Those ruts just come up and they bite you. And, you know, he flew right through two sets of tape. But these three riders not waiting for Carter at all. Strohmeyer still in the front, pushing the pace.
I'll tell you, course maintenance didn't do these guys any favors last night. They went through and raked this sand pit to get rid of. There was a packed-in line up against the fence, pretty much where all these guys are riding, because they all saw it on the pre-ride yesterday, and they're hoping that it was still there. But they did go through last night and dig that up and then flatten the sand out again. So there's no real fast line in that sand anymore.
And they'll rake it out between every race today. So every race on the first lap will have smooth sand, no lines whatsoever. But the sand is now starting to settle a little bit from when they trucked it in earlier in the week, so it's making it more rideable than it was earlier.
Sheffield makes a pass on Strohmeyer on the run-up here. Another lead change, Tim.
I mean, all he did was just go right back around Strohmeyer. Strohmeyer can't get a word in edgewise, because every time he goes to the front, Sheffield just goes and pushes him out of the way and says, I want the front, not you. And he wants to do it just so he can get down a descent like that without having to worry about the rider in front of him going down. But Scott now in the bird seat in third position in this group.
Scott is sitting back
really
watching
good.
these two fight each other going, hey, have at it, guys. I'll be here waiting for one of you to make a big enough mistake that I can make the pass and hopefully dispatch you out of the group. So I think Scott is maybe trying to play it safe here.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about a rider's psyche or their, kind of their mental headspace in a race like this. Like Sheffield clearly wants to be at the lead of the race. Scott is just kind of sitting in, and and is that his strategy, or is it just he's not strong enough to be at the front?
So it looks like this is going to be Nick Carter going down once again on that descent. So he kind of gets hung up on the right-hand side. Checking out his bike, has a lever issue right there. So tough to see a guy going from the lead group now completely out of it with a second big crash.
And again, this is what we were talking about. He made a mistake. He fell out of the off the course and got stuck, hung up in the tape. And so, did that shake him up too much? Is he going to be able to regroup and get back on track to get back to these front leaders again?
Well, they're seeing 2 laps to go on the counter, so they're going to have 2 more times around this circuit. Looks like Sheffield going to hit it off of the pavement. Strohmeyer staying way wide, looking for a little bit of dry course, trying to use that line to the outside. There's still a little bit of grass left.
There's not much.
If you want to rub your elbows against the tape and risk getting some bloody knuckles on the post, you can try and find some grass on the side.
Sometimes, like we saw in Louisville last year, the UCI officials actually went out and moved the tape because the course was so trashed, so ruined, that they wanted to be able to give the riders some traction in the elite races. So unless they did that today, there's really not much grass left.
That was Michael Owens and looks like the New Mexico rider Kyle Johnson out of Giant Southwest. Those two guys still riding top 10, chasing this front group of 3. Strohmeyer coming off the back a little bit. I don't know that he's running as fast as what Scott is able to do, and Sheffield looking really strong on that climb. So this is our group there, Owens and Johnson. See the leaders coming down this descent. Sheffield really wanted to be through there first. Looks like he was coming out of his pedal around that corner. And this leads right into an off-camera section. It's a little sketch. You can make it around it, but it has to be perfect. Each of these riders choosing to get off and run just to avoid that chance of crashing. There's Steerwalt, our rider who was leading.
Look at how dirty Steerwalt is from the waist down.
He's gone down a few times today. I mean, we've seen it, so it happens out there. And these guys coming off that off-camera section we just saw, earlier in the week, Kerry Werner posted a pre-ride video, and that was rideable. Every bit of that section was rideable. It's not anymore.
Maybe it will be for him later on this afternoon.
Could be. We'll see what the sun does to the course.
That's the thing when you ride or race on a course like this and all these other support categories, and you see the elite riders, men and women, go on Sunday afternoon, you wonder just how they do what they do. So really cool to see those kinds of videos come out, match it up against your own experience.
Scott finally coming to the front, wanting to take over. Not wanting to sit on wheels anymore.
Gallego coming down that descent looking good, but that is a big attack. Jared Scott going for it, putting Sheffield under a little bit of pressure, and Strohmeyer right off the back.
Big dig here for Scott.
I think he felt the time was right. He's just been sitting on, biding his time, waiting for the right moment, and now he's really put the power down and waiting for Sheffield to come across. Sheffield goes trying to go right back to the front again.
Nice.
I mean, he makes it through that turn.
Bumping elbows into the corner.
Bar to bar, that is awesome. Straight by the pit. Every one of their support staff sees this and knows that their rider's in it to win it. Great to see Strohmeyer trying to get back there. He's got to push super hard, make some moves. Look at those ruts. Wheels just sliding back and forth, side to side.
Strohmeyer surfing through the mud as these guys go up and over the flyover. You see Strohmeyer also goes off to the left side there, trying to get some drier greenery. Here's where they were bumping elbows into the turn.
Owning the inside. Sheffield knows that if I'm here, he can't be here, so.
Yeah, he had to grab some brakes there.
Yeah, no, there's only one line right there. It's a little bit tight, and there's a rock right in the inside, so you got to be able to avoid that so you don't get a flat. But this goes into that run-up, so we'll see how that effort treats his legs when he's running. You can tell just how confident he is in that run, but Sheffield holding him back. He's matching that pretty well. Strohmeyer pulling, dragging, whatever he can do.
Oh, yeah. That steep step right up at the top, but you know, these guys are making that look pretty easy. I can tell you it is much, much steeper than it looks, but they're just cruising right up these little run-ups right now.
That remount at the top looks so tough. That looks like
brutal.
The worst 4 seconds of this course when you have to hop on and start pedaling after running up that thing. No thanks, I'll pass on that one.
So it looks like 4th place is Ivan Gallego, and he actually doesn't look like he's that far off of this group. So if they are to play any kind of games up there, he might be able to keep closing that gap down. You can see him pulling into the shot just at the end. So that would be 2 teammates of the Cannondale Cyclocross World Squad out there in the top.
Right there, Andrew.
I gotta say, Magnus Sheffield definitely had a plan coming into the day, and it did not involve riding in 2nd or 3rd position much.
He wanted to take this race by control from the beginning.
He's got the blinders on out there. You can see on his helmet, he just put these things so he can't see anything but the course in front of him.
I think even Scott is kind of looking over like, all right, dude, seriously? Like, come on.
Again? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, with Sheffield, like he's riding his race. He's not concerned about who's around him right now. He just wants to be where he's comfortable, where he can see the right lines. And for him, that's at the front of the race.
Another change at the front there. Looks like Strohmeyer going for something, but Sheffield and Scott trying to match him. Scott paying for that big effort. Yeah. So you attack on the flats and you pay for it on the climb. So again, this is just, you know, 90 seconds after that big attack, and you really, you have to be able to save something to follow just in case one of your other competitors attacks, and you know, you put yourself out there, really expose yourself to that, you might pay the price.
And that orchard section, the top of the course right here, is where they are right now before they start descending. It's sticky, it's slippery, it's heavy. You've got just enough elevation that it really starts to, you know, you feel it in the legs, it starts to burn, and then you've got this really fast descent. So you want to be coming out of that upper section into this descent first, as we've seen these guys fighting for the control of the race before the descents.
I love this section across the top. The fastest part of the course by far, smooth, straight. It's kind of the one chance we get to see these guys really get to. What do you think top speed out there today on that section? If you had to guess?
35, easy.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, downhill like that, biggest gear you've got.
Sure,
for sure.
Sure. And it really is the only part of this course where you can actually take a breath, where you don't have to focus so much on the descent.
Sheffield right there, holding on to the bike at all costs, but he goes down, right back up again. But that might be a move. Now it's even Gallego coming up in 4th. That will be a front group of 4 again. Just exchanging out one of the other riders, but Sheffield now getting a little bit more mud on the other side of this kid.
Got to even it out.
Got to feel balanced out there. I hate being asymmetrical.
No, he has really got to keep his technical efforts at bay. Like, he's got to be able to kind of smooth this race out a little bit, not make those big mistakes, because he's obviously one of the strongest riders, but he needs to be able to use that in the right spot. So big crash for him. Strohmeyer on the front now, trying to get away from Scott.
Yeah, I think, you know, now that these guys are getting tired, everyone knows that this is where more mistakes are going to be made as they're trying to, you know, stay at the front of the race. They're trying to take control of the race, but you're tired, and it's really hard to, yeah, keep your wits about you out there. So being at the front is going to be the safest place to be at this point.
Yeah, Strohmeyer, nice little gap here, but here goes Sheffield in 3rd and Gallego in 4th. These two teammates see if they can get back up to the front, but Strohmeyer looking like that gap over Scott is solid. That's almost like 8 seconds at this point, but really big move. Seeing someone like Sheffield go down like that, you got to take advantage of it. You got to hit the front and go for the attack.
Nice ride through the sand for Strohmeyer there. Found a good line, stayed in the rut, and that's going to give him even a little more time over Scott here, I think. Yeah, that gap is opening up. Here's the race for 3rd. 2 CannondaleCyclocrossWorld.com teammates, Tim. How much do these guys work together at this point? I mean, do you start thinking about a better team result for the both of them? Do these guys cooperate as teammates?
Well, if they get to this section here together and they can get down this off-camber without a big mistake, they do have the whole next flat section all the way through the start-finish line. They're going to see 1 to go at that point. So theoretically, yes, they could make a big move together and try and get this time back to Scott. But no, these gaps are starting to open up pretty well, and Strohmeyer looks great on the front.
Yeah, looking really smooth down this off-camber section. These guys are making it look pretty easy. I can tell you from yesterday, there were a lot of people standing at the top of this section, just kind of scratching their heads and going, how do we do this, you know? And these guys are making it look so smooth. They're so technically sound out there. They just nail it, no problem.
But we should also say that they make it look smooth after pre-riding it a few times. They got a few chances to practice throughout the week. They have practice sessions for the UCI riders on Friday and Saturday, so they get out on the course.
So the matchups out on course. So Strohmeyer has got a perfect 50-50 record with both Jared Scott and Magnus Sheffield, in 4 wins and 4 losses against 2 of them. So this is a great move for him. He's going to break that logjam for him results-wise, and if he can keep going, he's got a jersey in his future.
Yeah, this is where Scott and the rest of the guys are really, with 1 lap to go, have to put it all out there.
All right, final lap of racing for the 17 to 18-year-old junior men. Our first race of the day here at the last day of Cyclocross Nationals. Brad Soner here with Meredith Miller and Tim Johnson. Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter all day. Let us know who you think takes this race. Does Strohmeyer hold on to this one with 1 lap to go, or can Scott make it back? Send us a tweet, let us know.
So this is where Strohmeyer is going to have to ride a smooth, steady. He's going to have to race smart. He can't make any mistakes. So, you know, whereas the other guys, Scott, Sheffield, Gallegos, they're going to have to take a few risks if they want to try to get back to Strohmeyer to win this race.
Well, back up to the top. Gap was about 6 seconds at last check, which on a cross course can seem like 6 minutes.
Let me tell you, those small gaps are way bigger than they look. It's way harder to close those gaps than you might think.
And I think it might be getting even a little bigger here.
Strohmeyer looking great on the run-up and riding up a little bit higher than a lot of the riders have been throughout the week, even with all these footprints in that climb. So he's really got to keep this power down. You've got Johnson there from Giant coming through the start-finish line, still riding strong in the top 10, but Strohmeyer getting into this off-camber section, see if he can clean it. No, a little bit of mistake, but you have to assume the rider behind you is going to make almost the exact same thing. So here comes Scott, see how he goes. Kind of sliding around a little bit, hopping off early. Doesn't want to take that risk at all.
This is for the Boulder Junior Cycling.
Ben Ledzinski from Boulder Junior Cycling coming through right now. Another one of the 27 athletes that BJC has out here this week.
Sheffield going for the absolute safest option, running down that descent. So he's not even going to try and ride that. It looks like Gallegos right in front of him. So that is 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, every other time we saw Sheffield riding.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between being in control at the front of the race and now being a chaser.
Is there an element of fatigue, Meredith, in a race like this where maybe a feature that you rode the first 3 laps, you just can't ride the 4th lap?
Most definitely. I mean, fatigue, and physically and mentally, you know. All sorts of games are, you know, you're just trying to repeat to yourself, stay calm, stay smooth, smooth as fast. And at this point, you know, he thought the most efficient, smoothest way to get through that section was to just get off and run. He doesn't want to make any more mistakes.
Strohmeyer so solid out there. You can see where he's looking out on course. He's picking the right lines. He's setting up for corners. That's something that you can do when you're not in that fatigue state of, what do I do now? What do I do now? I have to chase. I made a mistake. I can't do that again. He is just in charge right now and hammering, opening up that gap on Jared Scott here.
Yep. Strohmeyer knows that on the power sections, on the long straights, that's where he's just got to really put his head down, keep that gap, maybe even open that gap a little bit more, and then probably on the technical sections, that's where he just has to take a step back and stay calm and focus and not make any mistakes.
Well, Strohmeyer looking better and better with each passing minute here on the final lap of racing, as Scott now out of the shot here from the drone up above, and the reigning Pan Am champ looks like he may be on his way to a national championship.
Yep, I think he was just kind of biding his time most of the race, just waiting for other riders to make mistakes. He made mistakes himself, but then he took advantage of the other mistakes or the fatigue and decided, this is my time, it's time to go now.
Strohmeyer up to the top one final time. Makes the step over. And here's the CannondaleCyclocrossWorld.com duo try to fight back.
Gallego, 17 years old, racing against Sheffield. Sheffield, one of the medalists that the U.S. had at the Road World Championships in September. World champion Quinn Simmons. The entire team rode amazingly well, putting that rider at the front. Sheffield able to win the sprint out of his group, getting a medal himself. But Sheffield boxing him out a little bit. This is, you know, they're playing a little bit of a dirty pickup game of basketball in the playground right now. Marking him right out of there. Gallego might be looking at that medal going away unless he can get back around Sheffield, but there's Nick Carter still trying to get back on after his mistakes early.
So here's Jared Scott again, looking comfortable in second right now. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, I don't know that, we can't even see Strohmeyer in the picture anymore. I don't know that he's going to be able to close that gap unless there's a big mistake in front of him. I don't think he's going to be able to close that gap, but it also looks like if he can hold on and not make any mistakes, that he could potentially have second place wrapped up.
Gallego totally maxed out, trying to get there. Here comes Carter, motivated. Dead focus right now, but Strohmeyer cruising right along. You know, when you've got a chance at a win, you've got the lead, it turns into kind of like a flow state. You can't really focus on anything, but yet you see everything. You've got a kid out there who's looking at a chance to add to his Pan Am Championship jersey with the Stars and Stripes. It'd be such a big accomplishment for him.
That's a big year, Pan Ams and the U.S. National Championships. That's a solid year for anybody.
And at a crucial time, too. This is right where you start getting into the thought about a professional contract, the thought about doing this for a living.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and just thinking about what's coming for the rest of the season as they, you know, these guys are probably all looking forward to going over for the Christmas block and then even looking more forward to Worlds.
That would be a really amazing thing to go off of a confidence-inspiring ride like this, wearing those jerseys, being able to lead a junior team at the World Championships. I mean, this is, you're right, Meredith, everyone talks about getting on the team, making the World's team, and then doing something while you're there. When you've got kind of success against a rider like Sheffield, against all these other guys like Jared Scott, like Nick Carter, you just have so much confidence. You really hope you can do it on the world stage.
And to be able to go over to Europe wearing this, I mean, the Stars and Stripes will take precedent over the Pan Am.
I would say Pan Ams are cool, but
yeah.
I think
yeah. So to be able to take that over to Europe is such a good feeling, as I can imagine. I have never done it, but you know, I think that would be a huge confidence boost going over to Europe wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey.
Strohmeyer gonna go around this U-turn back through the pit one more time. He's gonna get a look at his pit crew, see how they take that, see if they can tell him anything about the gap, maybe any other information. Not taking a bike, he's gonna go ahead and keep going. You can see his pit crew hanging over the barrier, giving him a shout of encouragement. But these next couple corners are just, they are tight, they are slippery. You gotta make the right decisions. You got a big run up. Coming around the corner here, you got the flyover.
Which is not easy either. These flyovers are steep.
No, really tough. You got the sand pit coming around the corner here. You know, people have been talking about how great this course is, how it really doesn't favor any one particular type of rider. And I think that's where Strohmeyer was setting himself up for a ride like this, because he wasn't hammering the climbs and he wasn't hammering the descents, but he did them both very, very well and very skillfully.
Yeah, we can see Strohmeyer running out of the sand pit right now. This is the time where it's like, you don't mess around. It's like you're not gonna, you know, lose any momentum. The good riders, as soon as they start to lose any sort of momentum, they're off the bike and running so that they can keep their speed all the way out of the sand pits. Jared Scott rides that really smooth. He is still charging and looking forward. He just took a look over his shoulder too to make sure that no one was on his tail. I think right now those gaps between first and second then second and third are pretty solid till the end of this race.
It's a good point. You almost have to know when to throw in the towel on those sections. When you have to know that you're not going to be able to ride it cleanly and just say, look, I'll just cut my losses and dismount. Running a few extra seconds is obviously a lot better than crashing and losing 10 or 15.
Smooth as fast. Right. Smooth as fast. And we could see Strohmeyer just passing a lapped rider right there. Fortunately for him, it was on a section that really wasn't going to impact his line. It was on the run-up. He was able to get around, no problem. Had it been on that off-camera section, that would have been a little trickier, but he was able to get around smooth. And at this point, Strohmeyer has nothing in front of him that is too technical that we're going to be like on the edge of our seats wondering if he's going to get through it cleanly.
10 seconds, the new gap back to Jared Scott and up to Andrew Strohmeyer.
Strohmeyer, top 10 at last year's national championships with 9th place. So this is a big move, you know, when riders graduate out or they come back. So he's now going to be ahead of Nick Carter, Magnus Sheffield, and Jared Scott, all returning to this category this year. So this is a great move for him to jump those riders and get himself right to the front.
Oh, what a year it has been for this man. A Pan Am championship and now a national championship for Andrew Strohmeyer of the CX Hares Devo Trek Bikes team out of Mount Airy, Maryland. Your 17 to 18-year-old junior men's national champion.
That is a fantastic ride. Another great ride by Jared Scott from Boulder Junior Cycling. I know he's been having a really solid year, so I don't want to say he should be happy with that ride because I'm sure he came in this to win the race, but he still had a really solid ride out there to come across for second place today.
Yeah, I hope Scott can be proud of this result. That was a great ride in the 17-18 race. Here's the Cannondale CyclocrossWorld.com duo, Sheffield and Gallego, going to the line.
Yeah, I don't think Gallego had a chance of coming around Sheffield in this section of the course, but of course you got to give it everything you got all the way to the finish. So great ride by Magnus Sheffield. That's a 3rd place at the U.S. Cyclocross National Championships, following up a 3rd place at the Road World Championships back in September.
Excellent ride out there by Nick.
We'll try and keep our eye on top 10 riders coming in.
Nick Carter there, wrapping up his day. Gallego going for the a quick little break. Definitely feeling the pain and agony of what just happened out there. But great ride for him, you know, going top 5 like that. Really solid move for a kid who's going to be here next year.
You can see not a ton of riders left on the course. They are pulling riders here at Nationals, so the number of riders that are going to complete that last lap, not many. 70 starters in this race, and I guess we're probably looking at 20, maybe 30 riders left down there on course. All right, let's go down to Dave Toll on course, who has been with us all week chatting with our winners. Dave.
Hey, thanks a lot, Brad. Wow, what a ride. It looked like patience played a big role. You were right there, about a lap and a half to go. You lit the fuse. How would you describe that last 2 laps?
The last 2 laps, I knew I was riding the descents better, so I just had to go first into the descents, and I was able to do that. And I got a gap coming out of them, and I knew that was the move, and I just had to go and make it stick.
If I told you the 2019 season would see you having to swap out the Pan Am champion jersey, or which one do you even wear at this point as our national champion now?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good question, isn't it? It's certainly the pride of being U.S. national champion. Oddly, this is a relatively new jersey we contest, so what a season. I guess World Championships now in line. Take me through what you're planning for the next month.
Yeah, right after this, I go home for a day and then fly over to Belgium, and I race there for a month and a half, finishing with Worlds in Switzerland, so looking forward to that.
With all the juniors racing yesterday, it was so inspiring. You continue that today. Talk to me about how old you were when you went all in with cyclocross.
I don't know. I think, yeah.
A couple years of trying to compete at this world level?
Not super high. As a younger junior, I was just doing it for fun, not getting good results, not really going to national championships, but now it's full in, and this is like my job, so.
What does this mean for your local scene? I see you racing for Cyclocross Hares coming out of that Maryland, D.C. scene. Awfully nice to bring this jersey home, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. And showing up to local races and just being able to show it off and have fun with the people I grew up racing with.
Great. So as they are re-watching some of your racing today, again, congratulations, Andrew.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your freshly minted national champion, the first one here on Championship Day. Back to you, Brad.
Thank you very much, Dave, and congratulations to the new national champion. A big year for him, like we were talking about at the finish line. Doesn't get much better than that. That's got to feel good going into nationals. You get to wear the Pan Am jersey all year. You win nationals, or heading into Worlds. Sorry, I said nationals. That'll be huge to watch Strohmeyer this year.
Yeah, and having the option, which jersey do I wear? That's kind of a cool place to be in.
Well, there you go. Strohmeyer taking the win. Scott in second. Magnus Sheffield holds on for a third, just ahead of his Cannondale, presented by CyclocrossWorld.com teammate Ivan Gallego. Then Nick Carter in fifth. Ian McDonald picks up a sixth place for the Cycle Smart team, with Kyle Johnson out of the Giant Southwest squad in seventh. Tommy Servetus picks up eighth, with Dylan Zakrasek in ninth, and Vin Ledzinski getting up into the top 10 for the Boulder Junior Cycling team in 10th place. A solid top 10 in the junior men's 17-18 field. The future is bright for this field, Tim.
And this was a really fast start in the early morning fog. A million miles an hour at the end of this straightaway here. Getting into the tough stuff. There goes Stierwalt right up and over the bars. Sheffield just behind him, but the name of the game was not making mistakes, to keep yourself in the fight, and that was exactly how it went down at the front of the race. And every single time down the technical stuff, it was a big test. So Sheffield in the early lead, Carter right behind him. Again, trying to make it through the sand pit without getting wrapped up underneath the banner. Everyone who's been on this course all week long knows how hard this is.
This was a big moment right here on the bike change, where we saw Sheffield go into the pit to get a new bike, and they decided to surge and try to get away. Then this battle, these guys head-to-head all day for the first half of this race. Of course, we saw this go inside the tape. He got back out, and then these two bumping elbows at the front. That was awesome.
No, there is so much action at the front. New England Devo rider there trying to keep track of his bike, but Strohmeyer riding clean, riding strong, technically adept, and very, very powerful when it came down to the pedaling. And here he is getting into the finish area, arms up, getting ready to collect that jersey.
Well, pretty cool that he's going to head straight over to Europe after this. You get 1 day off, 1 day to recover, and that's a travel day. I think he's going to spend most of it probably on an airplane headed home. So we got our junior women 17-18 coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll have more live racing after this.
I outride insecurities.
I outride self-doubt.
I outride
negativity.
Homework. Family problems.
Some problems you just can't run away from. I outride anxiety, but you can outride them.
Mood swings.
Worry.
Laziness.
Fear. What will you outride?
Find out how to bring an outride program to a school near you.
I found bike racing when I was 16. I started with going to races and hanging out in the tent with Team S&M. At some point you get to the big category. It's going to take a lot of work and I want to win. The dream is to be the best. I've come a long way. I've got goals. I've had a lot of support. I want to deliver.
Historic Fort Steilacoom, the namesake of Fort Steilacoom Park here, commissioned by the U.S. Army in 1849 and operated until it was decommissioned in 1868 and turned into the Western State Hospital in 1871, which you see right there, and still exists as the Western State Hospital today, and the host of our national championships for the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, where the Pacific Northwest scene is strong. They have come out in force this week with the costumes, the noisemakers, and of course, the piñatas.
Of course, rainbows and unicorns, piñata. You know, the crowd out here is really awesome. There's a lot of really, really good energy. I was unfortunately never able to race in Seattle when I didn't start racing until 2008, and by that point, the USGP had moved out of Seattle, and so to be here and experience all the excitement and enthusiasm has been a really, really awesome thing to do. And they have done a great job with the course. Everybody out here is just fantastic.
And we still got 5 more great races to go today. Getting ready for our Junior Women 17-18 coming up here in just a few minutes with a 9:10 start. Then U23 Women and U23 Men at 10:05 and 11:20. A short break before the Elite Women at 12:20, and then our Elite Men wrapping up the day here on the final day of Cyclocross Nationals. All right, starting to grid the 17 to 18-year-old junior women into the grid here. Kind of a unique call-up. They sort of changed the call-ups this year at Nationals, where they're calling up the front row last. Normally, if you have the first 8 call-ups, they slot you in first row, second row, third row, and on down. But they have kind of a separate section for the front row call-up riders. So they get the last call-up. It's kind of like criterium call-up in a way.
Right, it's kind of nice. But, you know, even though they're called up to last, they still get to go in one by one and pick their start spots just as they normally would. It's just that they come in last, so all the photographers can get those pictures of that front row.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a very cool shot to see all those riders preparing, getting ready to go. Want to welcome Bill Scheiken into the booth. You may have noticed CX Hair's Devo team on the jersey of the guy that just won. Bill, first off, congratulations. I know you were a big part of getting Andrew to Nationals today, and obviously his whole campaign this year. Tell me about that relationship. How did you get hooked up with Andrew?
Andrew is a local guy that we've known since he was like even shorter than he is now. And it has been awesome working with him. He is just an amazing rider. And really, you know, for my part in it, the name's on the jersey. I sponsor the team, but there's such, you know, between his dad and mom and family and just the crew that we have behind him, they're doing all the heavy lifting. I just get to have the name on the jersey, which is pretty awesome.
Well, Bill, it's been awesome watching him throughout the year. Obviously, the great coverage on cxhairs.com and Crosshairs has done a great job covering not just the elites, but I really appreciate the work that you do to at least try and get those names out there. Otherwise, we'd have no idea who these kids are.
Yeah, and it's been such a fun season. It's really, you know, I know, Meredith, you see a lot of them working with the juniors. We have a lot to be excited about with American Cyclocross, a lot of really great riders. And we're seeing, like we saw out here today, pack riding. They're all so close and so good. So I'm really excited to see them over in Europe as well.
All right, let's take a look at the front row of the 17-18 junior women, because they are getting ready to roll here. Another Pan Am champion on the start line here at the front of the 17-18 junior women. As Bill said, American Cross is doing pretty well right now.
Oh yeah, I think we are looking at the stars of the future right now. I'm so excited. I was excited for the junior men's race. I'm excited for the junior women because there is so much talent. There is so much passion. And I mean, we heard Strohmeyer say, as a 17, 18-year-old, this is my job. You know, before it was just fun. He's just, 17, 18 years old, and now he's calling it his job. So these women, those men, they're excited about what's ahead of them, and they're taking it seriously.
I don't know too many 17 to 18-year-old kids that can casually say, yeah, I got to go home and then fly to Belgium tomorrow. But that's the life that Andrew Strohmeyer is living, trying to make it as a pro cross racer.
Well, and you also see it with him and even Magnus. It's like, I was saying it this morning, Magnus is a little different because he's sort of like a 25-year-old body and a 17-year-old kid.
A man boy.
But a lot of them that you talk to them, and they're such sophisticated racers. I mean, they both, you could see it. They all had a plan out there, and they all stuck to their plan. You know, one mistake away, and we got a sprint finish in that race. So it's like, that's the thing that I just am always taken aback by, just the maturity of racing that we're seeing now.
Yes, and I think that's hats off to people like you who are, you know, managing, giving these kids an opportunity, the families, the support. There we see Lauren Zerner from Alpha, you know, so I actually get to race with her back home in Boulder. Let me tell you, this happens every single time. She is just, I love it. I don't know if that's the way she, like, shakes off her nerves or whatever it is. is, but she always has the front row, the whole field cracking up at the beginning of her race.
Well, they're inside the 1 minute warning now to the start, so we'll watch the lights here. They have a very cool start light system at Nationals here. They get the green light from the Bike Flights traffic light when it's ready to go, and then 17-18 junior women underway in racing again. Maddie Monroe, the #1 ranked rider in this field for Boulder Junior Cycling, off to the right-hand side there.
Yeah, she's definitely, I think, the rider to watch today. She is so technically skilled. She was 6th at the Mountain Bike World Championships, and so she knows how to handle her bike. I think her next the #2 ranked rider today will be Lizzie Gonzalez, who's also finished really strong this year. Finished second just a couple weeks ago to Ruby West, who's the U23 Pan Am champ. So she's really strong coming into this race.
And then Bill, how about Lauren Zorn, another one to watch here, who saw enjoying the start as they take the whole shot here. That's Zorn right in the middle, getting boxed out.
Yeah, one thing I will say, just as we look at the start here, I think Meredith had it right. Maddie Monroe is going to be the rider to watch here. When we saw them, they're getting a little closer in the start. When we saw them at the Pan Am National Championship, she started 30 seconds behind in the 17 and 18, made her way to 2nd place overall in the U23. So a true talent there. Lizzie Gonzalez, also amazing ride there as well.
Yeah, so Lauren Zerner taking the whole shot here. I am not surprised. She will do that in every single race. She does it back in Boulder. She's already got a big gap. That's Cassidy Hickey following her right now from, well, her team is unattached, but she's wearing a 2020 kit. So I think we've got a lot of strong riders up here at the front end of the field right now.
Cassie Hickey coming from triathlon, so getting on and off the bike, something she knows. Running is something that she knows, and she's really sort of glommed on to cyclocross and has fallen in love with it with the last year or so. We remember, like last year, she showed up in Ellen Noble's thermal skin suit and came running up to us and was like, "Am I allowed to wear this in my race?" Because it was like an old graphic, and we were like, "Yes, it's fine, go."
Yes, wear whatever you want.
You guys roll back over this
you know, and talking about Cassie, I don't know that cross is necessarily her focus. She is a phenomenal triathlete, and so I think she does a lot of different things, a lot of different disciplines right now, and I think she's good in everything that she does.
And it's great because it keeps this fun for her. If she can do this and it's something different than, I mean, she's national team member for triathlon. She's really up there in those rankings, so this is great.
We always say happy is fast, right? And well, we know how cyclists and triathlons get along, but or cyclists and triathletes.
I think that, so now we're seeing the 2 front runners, the 2 women that we were saying that we've got to keep our eye on today. They're already making their way to the front. They weren't at the front end of the race through the whole shot, but they've already gotten themselves up the run-up, down this first descent, and now we see Lizzie Gonzalez and Maddie Monroe at the front end of this race.
Well, everyone made it down smoothly. Some riders already running here. Not sure if that was because of a mechanical or because they were looking for a safer line, a safer way down. So there go 1 and 2 through. Zorner dropping back to 5th position in the green kit there.
We have one of our track stars out there as well. Kaya Schmid just popped into our picture. Really strong rider out of New England.
Yeah, I watched Kaya race crits all summer up in Wisconsin, Chicago, up there at the Intelligentsia Cup. And she was very, very impressive.
That's Michaela Thompson going down from the Boulder Junior Cycling. That's about right where we saw Steerwall go down in the last race. So you just get off your line a little bit and it throws you into the wrong spot.
Yeah, Meredith, you were out there doing laps on this. You know all during the week that is the spot. It's that stake. I think, tell me if I'm wrong, you wrote it. It seems like that's the one that people are staring at when they're coming down, and you go where your eyes are.
Yeah, if you're looking there, that is where you're going to go.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
A good tip for all the cyclocross riders at home that maybe didn't make it to nationals.
Look where you want to go, not where you don't want to go.
Looks like a lot of riders deciding to just preemptively run these sections.
Yep, sometimes that's the safest thing to do. If you don't feel comfortable, I mean, a lot of riders will say if you can't comfortably ride a section 8 times, 9 times, or even 10 times out of 10 and pre-ride, then you run it in the race.
Yeah, I think strategically something that's going on up there too is that people are still staring down at there. So if you're off your bike and running, you're passing people at the top that are hesitant to even get into that drop.
Yes.
Good look at the top 5 rolling through there. There is Cassidy Hickey at the bottom of the picture with Kaya Schmidt up at the top in the orange jersey.
So Maddie Monroe taking charge of this race now, going right to the front. That's where she wants to be. And you know, we saw it happen in the men's race, you know, with Sheffield wanting to take control. He knew he wanted to be at the front of the race. He didn't care what anybody else was doing. That was his game plan, and I think we're looking at that's the same thing going on with Maddie Monroe right now.
And the way that this course is laid out, you know, I've been looking at it like upstairs, downstairs. And when you have your two run-ups, as we see Maddie Monroe coming up this second run-up, they're really close together. 3-4 minutes, you're doing two run-ups in a row, and then you get to the top part, and you really have this long power section. So it's almost like two separate races.
Yes, it is. I mean, you got the bottom flat section, which is just pure pedaling. You know, it's just about managing some of the turns, whatever. Nothing real technical. Then you've got these run-ups, and you've got to get up the stairs, so to speak, up into this upper section. Sometimes you got to catch your breath before you get down these technical descents, or you're going into the orchard, which is the only other place on this course where you have a little bit of elevation where you're pedaling. All the other elevation is running. So it has a mixture of everything.
Back up to Monroe.
This is a whole almost false flat section up here because we'll see the descent that they come down in a second, which is a ripping descent. But we were watching. This was really the strategic position in the last race that we saw. It's a little more spread out this one, so we're not seeing. That's where everybody was sort of jockeying from position because they wanted to be there for that final, that disco drop when they're coming back down the other side.
And you're right, that is a false flat section. From the camera angle, you can't tell whatsoever. So that's the place, if you have a little bit of power and you've gotten gapped off the wheel in front of you, that's one place where if you're feeling strong, you have to get back on top of the pedals again and try to minimize that gap in front of you.
For the power riders that we talked about, maybe a rider that came from a road background, that'd be a good opportunity to try to pick up a couple seconds here or there.
Yes, and now we're seeing well, Maddie Monroe and the rest of the group going through this orchard section, or as somebody texted me earlier, the ouchard section, because it does hurt. It is a lot of pain in this section. It hurts. It's, again, you can't really tell how hard it is, and it's sticky in there. So you're really using, in this section yesterday, I was going from tape to tape. Like, I was having to cut across to find the driest, smoothest lines possible.
We were wondering yesterday if you could paper boy a run-up. It's kind of sort of the same thing, looking for a dry line.
I think Rob DiMartini did say that that is possible.
Got a good look at Maddie Monroe a second ago. Just look at her, how she's pedaling. I mean, she is just... I'm guessing she's looking at her numbers right now, has it a little below where she has to go in case, you know, something happens, and she still needs a couple matches in that book, and she just looks like she is smooth sailing from here.
Yep, so I actually raced against her back in Boulder twice this season. The rest of the season she was off, you know, doing the UCI races, winning Pan American championships, and the 2 times I raced against her, she beat me. And so I can attest to how strong she is. And one of those races actually was the Colorado State Championship. So that's just another jersey that she has in her collection at such a young age already.
Yeah, we were looking at the UCI lineup for that weekend, and then I was keeping my eye on the Colorado Championships in the women's race as well. I'm like, well, there's another UCI field right there that's racing in Colorado.
Yep. And that was in the elite race. So she won the junior race and came back the next day and won the elite race. So super talented rider. She got to go over to Europe last year and race as a U23, even though she was a junior. Before they had the Junior World Championships, which will be the first year this year, she went over and raced in the U23s, went over for her first time ever in Europe, and started with the Hoogerheide World Cup. And she was phenomenal.
She seems unflappable. Really, just again another one of these mature riders I was talking about. That you're like, wow, you're how old?
Yes.
Kids these days,
yes,
man.
I know. I think they have good mentors, good coaches. Both of these top riders are coming from magnificent programs. We've got Stu Thorne from the Cannondale Cyclocross World Team, who's been, you know, such a stalwart in the cross scene for so long. I think his program deserves so much respect, just like the Boulder Junior Cycling program. And, you know, these programs have developed a lot of riders. We're seeing riders who've come out of these programs now at the elite professional level.
I can't wait to say that about the CX Harris Devo team riders when they start riding pro.
We're happy just playing that underdog role. Want to keep that low profile.
All right, so here is Monroe out onto the edge of the bottom section of the course here into the sand pit before heading back up. You can see the sand is still wet. Bill, do you have a way to describe this sand? I think Tim said it's not volleyball sand. It's more like construction sand. That was how he described it.
Yeah, it really is. And even though they're grooming it between every race, it's almost like they brought in different sand than what we had here Tuesday and Wednesday, where you really had that, you know, you were getting rooster tails of people riding through there and kicking up sand, but it was a big watt effort. And it's always been that outside line, that left side line for us, right side for them, that they've been just flying down. And once you get through that first lap and all those riders there, it's really a non-factor for this race, especially at this level.
By the way, they trucked all this sand into this venue. Western Specialty Contractors, you see there on the signage, one of the sponsors here in Lakewood. And they had a few dump trucks out here dumping sand last week.
Yeah, we've mentioned a few times how much harder the sand was to ride earlier in the week before it had really settled. Now with the moisture and just so many riders tamping it down, it has become rideable. But earlier in the week, when it was not raked like that, there was no way it was, or when it was raked like that, there was no way riders were getting through it.
I was just going to say, nice to see a Cross Crusade logo on the back of that hoodie. Nice to recognize the local scene here. And
I don't know. They have to look around out here. There's a little competition going on between Washington and Oregon.
I think we've bridged that. I think we've bridged that gap
for sure.
Hopefully, CX Nats is the. Yeah, it's Cyclocross Nationals diplomacy between
we're
Washington
seeing Kaya
and Oregon.
Schmidt here coming through. She's having a really good race. You know, I think earlier in the season, as you were saying, Brad, great on the road. Making that transition into cyclocross, having to figure it out again. I think for a lot of these first races that these folks are in, she did a lot of the UCI races on the East Coast, but now really hitting her stride, having a good ride. Meredith, when I was out covering this first race, I didn't get over to this pro section. What's it riding like, and what was your experience out there?
Well, they're making it look pretty easy today. Cassidy kind of not so sure about it, not quite as confident as the other riders, but yesterday when we were pre-riding, it was super slick. You had to stay high, and if you went to the left side, there was a big G out there. There were a couple riders who hit that the first time down without knowing it was there, kind of did a Superman, just got launched right off their bike. So you really had to stay right, and you're seeing the riders stay right today. And it doesn't look maybe quite as slick as it was yesterday, or they're just so skilled, they're making it look that easy.
Well, we just saw Monroe going through the line, and now this is second place. Lizzie Gonzalez coming through here. So this is a massive gap between Monroe and Gonzalez.
So Lizzie Gonzalez, as we've been corrected here, thank you, Bill, coming through for second. She's looking super strong. I saw her quickly in the Cannondale tent this morning and had a quick chat, and she was super excited for this course. She's got a 40-second gap to close right now, though, so it's a pretty big gap to try to close down. I'd say at this point, you know, Maddie's going to have to make some pretty big mistakes if that gap is going to come
Look
down.
at how clean the Pan Am kit is for Madigan Monroe.
We have a little joke amongst the media folks when we listen to the announcers and everything, and when they start saying something bad has to happen for this race to come back together, we think, all right, this one may be in the books.
Well, that just speaks to the dominance of Madigan Monroe out here. A worthy wearer of the Pan Am Champs jersey. And if she can do this for another 25 minutes or so, a worthy wearer of the National Champs jersey.
So the executive director of BJC was Pete Weber, was out riding, has been pre-riding with Maddie all this week, and when I asked how things were going out there, he's like, I can't keep up. And Pete is no slouch himself. To say that about Maddie Monroe just really speaks to how skilled of a rider she is.
Gonzalez up to the top now.
Yeah, even I think the place I saw that Maddie Monroe really shine was Cincy. She had a great race there, racing against Rochette, and racing against Becca Faringer, and just really being able to mix it up with the top of the elite in U.S. cyclocross, or North American cyclocross as it was for that race.
Right, she's not afraid. She's not afraid. She's a little rider, but she's not afraid to get mixed in there. She's actually also a ski racer, or has been a ski racer. So I think that explains a lot about her technical skills. I think anyone I've known who's come over to cycling from ski racing just knows that feeling of kind of gliding through this mud, of sliding through the mud, of being maybe just knowing how to maintain balance and stability.
So tell me if I'm missing anything here. cyclocross riders I've seen come from soccer, skiing, and cross-country running.
Yes.
Those seem to be the transition. I did this in college, and now I'm just tearing it up when I'm racing in cyclocross.
And one other sport that comes to mind is also rowing. So Catherine Curie, she came over from rowing, and she was a beast. And I mean, she's just so strong. So yeah, I think there's a few different sports that when riders make that transition over to cycling, they kind of just automatically got a few like strengths, and then maybe it's just maybe not the skiers who have to work on the skills as much, but soccer players like myself sure did.
All roads lead to bikes.
Yeah, we saw Gonzalez with a really nice move up top of that drop. You know, Kai is sort of doing the same thing there, getting a little off, but doing that early dab with the inside foot to sort of pull yourself around and then get a good look down to the last section of the chute.
Yep. Kai going down that with neither foot in the pedals. Let me tell you, that is a scary moment when it just makes you feel so out of control when your feet are not attached to your bike.
I remember that there's a famous clip of Emily Batty, I think in La Grasse, doing that off of a big rock garden and just like cowboying it and get back into the pedals. So it's super scary.
I know exactly what moment you were talking about, and I think everybody just held their breath.
For those of you at home, Meredith is physically cringing in the booth right now. You can't see us.
Oh no, that was intense, and I can't even imagine. I mean, if my heart rate was going high, I can't imagine how Emily was feeling through that.
We just saw Maddie Monroe going up that run-up. An interesting thing about how that run-up has developed with as many races as there have been on here. What used to happen, everybody is shouldering their bike now. Earlier in the week, a lot of riders, you can see it still on their right-hand side, they were actually pushing their bike up that there. There's nice little, you get those staircases up to like subway stations where they have that little legs for your bike. Right. That's kind of what was created up there, but I think people have found now that, hey, that's still a solid running line, so we're seeing more people running inside there, so that's sort of taken away that option.
Yes, and and some riders choose to push their bike up the hills instead of shoulder their bike, so that also kind of helps keep that right-hand line. That's where anyone who's pushing their bike, they're going right to that instead of shouldering their bike. I think most people shouldering are kind of going to the left-hand side and then having to take that big step up at the top like we talked about in the last race.
Yeah, a little slip up there.
You can also ride a little bit up the hill on that right line. You can get, maybe 10 or 15 up the hill before you have to dismount. But eventually it seems like most of them are trying to move left before they get to the top. If you're running, if you're shouldering the bike, it seems like everyone pretty much wants to go around that inside post.
Yeah, I saw your partner in here, Tim Johnson, go about, I'd say a third, a little higher than I've seen anybody else ride up it. And in true Tim form, he then got off his bike, turned around, and then just looked at everybody coming up behind him.
Kaya Schmidt making her way up to the top here.
No, so what we were seeing just a second ago with the two chasers, it looks like Michaela Thompson from BJC is now riding with Lizzie Gonzalez, and Michaela is another rider that I can speak about because she's from Boulder. I've raced against her just last weekend. We were both in the women's elite or women's open race. I was racing on my single speed bike, she was racing on her gear bike, and we were racing side by side, and man, she had her elbows out in the corners. She was riding so strong. So I'm not surprised at all to see her at the front end of this race right now.
And this is one of the advantages that she has a teammate like Maddie Monroe, that they can go out and ride together. And, it just sort of lifts up all boats when you have so many strong riders on the same squad, especially at that age.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're the same age, they're on the same team, but they look up to Maddie so much. It's like when they are watching what Maddie is doing out here and what she's doing in the elite races and, winning Pan Ams, winning Colorado State Championships, they're in awe of her, and they're, but they're teammates. And so, but I think it's really cool the camaraderie that they have amongst each other and the way that they look up to her and learn from her as well. Maddie, is just they're all such great kids, and so being able to feed off of each other is really awesome.
Yeah, they say success breeds success, right? And it's like when you're with a group, with a team that's riding well, it's a lot easier to learn and to grow from those riders. And I think that's why we've seen so many hot pockets of cyclocross around the United States. It's really become I don't want to say a regional battle, but Pacific Northwest, Ohio Valley, Colorado, New England, they all kind of have their own little scene in there, and they all have their own stars that come out of it. So it's been really cool watching all those riders come together for nationals here.
And with Michaela, this is her first season racing cross. Never has raced cross before until this season.
sitting in third place right now. Not bad.
She's not looking like this is her first season.
See the massive gap across the top here as these riders try to chase each other down. It's kind of weird on this section because you can see the other rider from so far off, but you can't really catch them because obviously they're going to have the speed as well.
Well, and the deceptive part of it is, just like we saw in the last race, the race is to that drop, right? You want to be first there. Well, what happens when you get to the bottom of that drop and you hit that flat? The lead just like shoots out because you're still working your way down there and the other rider is gone, and it's got to be like a little psychological play when you're seeing that ahead of you because it just rubber bands out.
Oh, it definitely is such a mental thing. You know, it's funny, yesterday when I was racing single speed, you get to the run-ups and you know you're chasing somebody and you get to the run-up and they actually look pretty close to you because it's so steep. You're like, oh, they're only like 5-10 steps away from me, but no. As soon as they get over the top of that run-up, get in their pedals and take off, then that rubber band just stretches right back out again. And you're like, no, that was not even nearly as close as I thought it was.
Sometimes we see it on the cameras too. I know I'm guilty of thinking riders are closer together than they actually are until we get maybe an aerial shot or a wider shot to see how far out they actually are. Here's Monroe going through, no question about how far ahead she is. This is not the camera playing tricks on you. She is dominating at the front of this one.
Interesting look though that she actually got off and ran her bike through the last section of that sand, which we haven't seen before. So I take everything back about how easy the sand is for her.
So we just saw Michaela go through the section where we saw Nick Carter crash in the previous race. You can see her bike just shift a little bit. I think that's right where Carter was up out of the saddle, putting some pressure on the pedals, and it just tossed them into this tape. So far, all these riders making their way through cleanly. Lizzie Gonzalez going in, getting a clean bike. Don't know if it was just a clean bike or if she crashed and needed something done to her bike, but back on the bike and chasing hard again.
I feel like the bike changes today really, the non-mechanical bike changes have really been more about better safe than sorry. Just get yourself on a clean machine because it seems like with the way the ground has dried up that you're really seeing some clean wheels. You're not getting too much of sand from the sand pit. So probably I'd say every other lap maybe doing a bike change just to make sure that you keep your crew on their toes just in case something drastic.
Yeah, let the mechanics look it over and make sure nothing's loose and anything like that.
The hard part is doing bike changes when you're neck and neck with somebody. That's the time where I personally get too nervous to go in and make a bike change, maybe sometimes when I should. So when you have the space and and the time to do that, then you might as well, not to say you shouldn't do it even when you're neck and neck and you need to, but
the other thing about that pit too that I think is a strategic point for taking a bike is that the travel lane is pretty messed up and it's underwater where the pit lane is pretty clean, still some grass there, so it may even be quicker just to take a bike and get through that section.
I think you're absolutely right. Yesterday during the single speed race, that was something I kept thinking about. I wasn't switching bikes, but I kept looking over there thinking tomorrow this could be a tactical move for some of these racers who it is a much smoother, faster line. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, or no ruts, no mud in there right now, so going through there is the smooth way to do it, especially if you've been working with your team and can do a quick bike change.
Yeah. We saw Chandler DeLinks in there ready to take the exchange. They exchanged a few words as well, maybe just asking how things are going, if she wants any changes made, or could just be some encouragement. You're doing great. Keep it up. Looking good. Stay calm.
Yeah, he's done a great job with that junior squad for Cannondale Cyclocross World for many, many years.
Yeah, Chandler and Stu have it dialed over there with the Cannondale Cyclocross program. We've seen so many young Devo riders come out of that program and either move into the elite ranks within that team or move on to something else. And so we're seeing there's just so many good programs out there right now. It's really cool to see how many of these young stars are continuing on and making it all the way to the World Cup, World Elite level.
I mean, just from the top down on that, from Katie Keogh to Katie Klaus to Lizzie Gonzalez. I mean, I would take that as an elite squad and just have that as a team any day of the week. Plus, that's just like a third of what they have for that squad.
Yeah, speaking about Katie Keogh, we'll talk more about her much later today, but she's been with that program since 2010.
Maddie taking that really nice line. It's the same thing when, you know, it has that nice little bike line over on the right-hand side. You can see how it's just a different type of dirt there. It's just all dried out, really clean. It doesn't come across as well on our broadcast, even though as amazing as these pictures look, is that those steps are literal steps. I mean, they are 6 inches every time you are going from one little mud step to the next. It really, really takes it out of you. I was talking with Chris McGovern, one of the coaches out here, and he was like, you know, the people who do big steps are the ones that get in trouble. It's the baby steps that you want to get up there and get up there fast to save your legs for riding.
At least that's what you try to do.
Right.
But the terrain may not allow you to do that, and I think when these riders, you know, saw the preview of this course, saw how steep these run-ups were, and knew that they needed to go out and do some run training, they weren't just going out and doing flat training. They probably were going out and running stairs or some sort of off-road trails to have more of a realistic feel of what they were going to experience today.
Yeah, 2 laps to go for our leaders here as we see Kai Schmidt, her group coming through with Lauren Zerner as well. Just talking about the run-up and training for it, something that Jeremy Powers used to do years and years ago is he would go out there preseason and take everything off of his bike, just a frame, just a bike frame, and he'd go run hills just with his bike frame, just to get used to shouldering the bike but not having the whole weight of the bike.
Right. You know, and that's something else that, you know, everyone starts to practice is it's not, I don't think it happens that often in U.S. racing where you're shouldering a bike.
You're absolutely right. To the point that what do we see most of the season? You can have a water bottle cage on your bike all year long, and it doesn't hurt you. You can still shoulder your bike. I mean, how most people shoulder their bikes now with putting their arm underneath the down tube, it isn't as much of an issue, but it's a change. It really is a change because we don't see that in the U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that, you know, that was another thing these riders, I mean, from experience, I know that with BJC riders, and I would assume, you know, the other Devo junior programs, they practice the same thing, but practicing that efficiency of being able to get your bike over your shoulder quickly and efficiently, because if you can't do it smoothly, then sometimes riders just choose to push it or suitcase it, you know, but, you know, Maddie, Michaela, Lizzie, I can guarantee you all these riders have been practicing that all season long.
Skills, drills, and belly aches, right? This is probably one of the few disciplines of cycling that you can actually practice for. I mean, there's training and then there's practice, I guess. There's the physical training your body, but there's technique that you have to practice for in cross. And this week we're seeing who put their practice in and who didn't.
Yeah, it's not always about on the road, you know, pedaling training. It's also about those, you know, kind of recovery days, which a lot of riders just use as skills days.
Really nice time down for, I think that's Michaela, correct? Coming down that drop. I think she's got that dialed now, which is good coming into these final laps.
Oh, yeah. These riders are, I'm really impressed from having been out on the course yesterday afternoon and seeing a lot of like nervous looks and nervous riders out there. I'm really impressed with how these riders are handling the conditions in these descents today.
Yeah, we look at it a lot. You see it a lot more in the mountain biking scene because the features are so much more complex, but I always call it these team meetings that happen at the top of the features where you just want to watch different people go down there and session it 3 or 4 times. That was definitely happening. Don't think that these people are coming in here clean. They were just, as we see Lauren Zerner taking a bit of a tumble, not getting it. You know, one of the things is you can have that perfectly dialed and those little dirt gremlins will just jump up and grab your bike. And, you know, you never know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, and Lauren is a great bike handler. She is a really, really good skilled rider. So that just goes to show you. I mean, and we saw it in the men's race, you know, in the junior men's race last time. Like just
front wheel.
Yeah, front wheel just slides out from underneath you. I mean, it's the line you've hit every single time, but just something changed from the last lap to this lap. You know, you're just slightly off. Another root or rock has been exposed, and you know what you thought was the right line just happens to change.
Yeah, Lizzie Gonzalez making her way. Maddie Monroe, our leader, making her way back into that orchard section. One other dangerous part about when we've seen Lauren Zorner go down, the way that off camber is set up on that chute is when you're falling drivetrain down, which everybody in the pits is going, oh, geez, please, I hope everything's okay with your bike.
Exactly. Yeah, but I think we saw maybe 1 or 2 bike changes in the junior men's race, you know, going down on that drive side and going straight to the pit to make sure everything is working and that you get a clean bike.
Oh, well, this is why. This is a long way to the pit. I think
this is a hard one.
Yeah, Riley Mosier or the Wheelworks team out of Boxborough, Massachusetts. Obviously with mechanical here, and she's going to have to run to the pit. That is going to be a while before she gets back to their Shimano pits.
Yeah, you can just think about where they start the race and you see them go up the run up, down the chute, go back over the flyover, and then they get to pit 1. It truly is, you know, not for her right now, but for everyone else on the course, they did a really nice job, really 50%ing where those pits are. You know, half the course pit 1, half the course pit 2. You don't always see that. That's a good course designer.
It is. I mean, I think Keegan from, you know, who brought in, and then the rest of the local crew who did the bulk of the work, clearing this course and everything, did a phenomenal job of really making a technical course, a course that has power sections, running sections, just an all-around really fair course.
Yeah, and you know back from the USGP day, or even where they used to race on this course, a little bit better setup than what you used to have to deal with.
Yes. You know, I actually never got to race.
You never did
here.
this, okay.
That was before my time.
Gotcha.
So this is my first time here. My first time really racing in Seattle.
There was a run-up. There is a run-up back in the woods that is about 3 times as long as either of these.
I have heard about that run-up, yes.
Lizzie Gonzalez rolling through the top of the course right now. As she drops down, this is really becoming individual battles here. There's not much close battles happening up inside the top 5, so now it's up to these riders to just maintain, stay safe, stay on the bike, and try to minimize any mechanicals or problems.
You know, this is where your team in the pits really comes into hand here. A lot of times as parents along the side, you know, somebody that you trust can tell you where you are in the race, what the race situation is for you. You know, if they're coming up behind you, or if you can just steady state it down there and make sure that you maintain that position, especially we're coming up with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, and I can guarantee you BJC and the Cannondale Cyclocross World and all these other programs have so many people staked out on different parts of the course. It's not just the crew that's in the pit. So we can see that, you know, and with a crew like BJC, they probably have 6, 7 or so different riders in the race today, so they have to be very strategic with where they place the support.
We're talking about just the professionalism of not only BJC, but also Maddie Monroe coming through on that pit exchange. That could have been a clinic right there. From the exchange to her absolutely not losing any time getting back onto her bike, keeping the momentum, just really beautifully done.
Yes, smooth. You can tell that's something that they practice, you know, and it really is important. I can remember, you know, seeing Jeremy Powers and his mechanic Tom Hopper out before the races, and how many years had they both been doing it, and they still would practice bike exchanges before a race because every little second counts.
Yeah, and it doesn't always have to be 2 people either. We see, you know, talking about North American racer, you see Magali Rochette and David out there, one person, and they got it nailed down to just these one-person exchanges, and it just, you know.
Yeah, that's the hard part, because when you're doing a bike exchange, it's usually not just one person. You need one person to catch your bike and the second person to push your bike out for you. So it really does take a good... I don't know if there's any sport other than cyclocross that requires so much equipment and so much support.
I'll tell you, the one nice thing about, as we see Maddie Monroe out here in her beautiful white Pan Am kit, is that if she keeps this up, she'll be able to trade it in for a new kit right at the finish line. So, you know, no problem there with the laundry.
Right, exactly. And then, you know, next races, she can kind of choose. I remember, I think maybe the first year Katie won Pan Ams, Katie Compton won Pan Ams, she chose usually to wear that jersey instead of the national championship or national champion jersey.
So it comes down to the federations for the continental championships. So our federation for our area has not made the requirement that you have to wear the continental championship jersey over your national championship. So they can choose. So you will see riders choosing what they want to wear. In Europe, they have to wear their European Championship jersey. That their federation has decided that takes precedence over national jerseys, so that's going to be one, and the national jersey after that. So they don't have the luxury of being able to go back and forth. I know we've talked about it here if that rule is going to change or not, but so far I kind of like it. You get to choose. Yeah. You're racing 2 days, you get to choose your your national champs the one day and your Pan Am champs the other if you are that good enough to have both.
Right. Not a problem. Not a bad problem to have. All right, we see Maddie Monroe coming down the long straightaway here, and she's going to see 1 lap to go as she crosses the finish line. If she were to take a look back, she would see clear sky behind her. I think I'm curious to see what the gap is right now, but she is just riding super steady today, absolutely 100% in control.
And we'll get a time check on the line as she goes through, and then look for second and third on down. So Monroe off the pavement for the final time, out on course for 1 more lap before she can don the national champion's jersey. Wow. Gonzalez working through the sand.
Probably another minute until she makes it back to the finish line. So that's a significant gap between first and second.
And this is Michaela Thompson.
Yeah.
A minute 20 back.
Minute 20. So we're seeing Michaela Thompson coming up on lapped riders here. So I can, of course, if that's happening to her, then Maddie Monroe off the front of the race is also catching these lapped riders. Very kind of this rider to stay to the right side to let Michaela come through so that she has a clean run down this descent.
So it will be the 80% rule is in effect for all of these races today. So they're going to be pulling these riders off at the end to make sure that Maddie Monroe and then the rest of the leaders get a clean view for at least the last third of this lap or so.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, the last thing you'd want to happen. So we see a rider down as Lizzie Gonzalez makes her way down. She's having to come across another lapped rider who didn't make it down quite as safely. All right, Maddie Monroe making her way down the last big drop of the day.
Really smooth coming through here. She is really just on cruise control, but also, as you know, I hate to fall into the cliche. She has to keep focused, can't be thinking about the finish, which she has been in this position enough times that I'm sure this is not phasing her at all, and she's just taking it all in here on this last half lap.
Yeah, I mean, for her, the important thing at this point is just to ride smooth. She doesn't need to take any risks whatsoever. Michaela, I think, and Lizzie, kind of the same thing. They've got such big gaps between them that, that they really don't need to take any risks. I think everything's kind of settled in here. I think it's safe to say at this point. So they just need to ride smooth.
We were thinking about this course throughout the week, and we're like, what when it comes to Sunday, what kind of races are we going to see? Are we going to see pack riding? Are we going to see it spread out like this? And it turns out we're going to see a little bit of everything. So I guess that keeps it exciting and a good reason to just keep watching all day long.
Definitely.
Yeah, we've had a good mix of racing this week. I mean, a good mix of close races, plenty of dominant performances as well. But yeah, the big question is, how do these races today play out?
Yeah, a lot of drama yesterday with tumbles and missing cleats and everything else going on in the races. So you never know what's going to happen out here. Nothing is set in stone.
By the way, I heard from Leslie Etheridge on Twitter, who is with Ben Frederick, about the shoe offer that our director Leah made. He accepted, so we're going to get him set up. So Ben Frederick's got a new pair of shoes coming his way.
Good consolation prize.
Yeah. Yes. All right, Michaela Thompson making her way up this big run up. I can tell you right now how much your legs are just screaming at this point in the race. Just seeing 4, 5, and 6 making their way across the finish line to start their last lap right now.
Kaya Schmidt showing her road prowess there, just tucking in behind Lauren Zerner. I'll tell you, with that finishing stretch, we've seen a little bit of everything. When we first got here, it was a little bit of a headwind. For most of the time, it's been this really nice tailwind just pushing people down that finishing stretch. And then yesterday, when we had sort of that mixed weather, it was a crosswind going through there.
Whoop,
into the fence, a little hot. At least she didn't go over.
Exactly. She's good. She probably would have been getting off her bike about right now anyway, so not terrible. She's got enough time to manage that mistake. But going back to the wind, I mean, we're looking out the tent right here at the flags along the start-finish stretch. They're not moving.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've had, it's just a little bit, you never know what the weather's going to be here. We get bright sun, and we get rain. It's just a little bit of everything. I'm sure that's all that people talk about here, so I'll stop now, but it truly is the case.
Yes.
It's like talking about traffic in LA. Like, yeah, we know. Thanks.
I have not taken my rain pants off all week. I'm sticking with them. So the last time up that run up for Maddie Monroe, still just in cruise control, just looking awesome. Michaela coming down here. Nice line again. I'm telling you, she may have been the smoothest one through this section the last 2 laps. She's really does have that
They're
dial.
kind of hit her stride here.
I'm so impressed with these riders. I am really excited about just the technical skills, how in control these riders are, how confident they are. You know, I don't know. I would, at their age, or at my age at least, I would have been scared on some of these sections, and they're handling it like pros. I mean, I just am so excited about what these riders have in store for them in the future.
Getting a good look at Maddie Monroe there, just looking so good on that bike. I mean, just her form still this late in her race, still just smooth. Yeah, just really looking forward to seeing what the next couple years in cyclocross and just bike racing have in store for her.
Yeah, and you know, with somebody like Maddie, I mean, she's still so young that she's kind of doing the Matthew Vanderpool thing, maybe not road racing, but she's still racing mountain bikes as well. I think, you know, at some point, maybe she'll have to decide, but that's a long way from now. Right now, she can kind of do it all.
Yeah, we talk a lot about, you know, especially in the 17, 18-year-old age group, about, you know, these riders have a big future and they're great crossroads and everything, but you got to remember, they're also 17, 18-year-old kids, and they got a lot of different interests in the world, and sometimes it's not cyclocross, and that's okay as long as you're still having fun. That's the most important thing, that you never lose that racing cross.
And I think it's really important, and I think, you know, I keep talking about BJC because I'm such a big part of that program, or love that program, but I mean, they really instill in these kids that, like, yes, they take bike racing seriously, but they also kind of encourage them to do other things as well. You know, they're still so young that they want bike racing to be fun. I mean, and it always should be fun no matter what age you are, and so I think to keep it fresh, to keep the life balance, you know, they really do encourage the riders to try other things as well.
We were talking about this back section out here, and just from the photographer's standpoint, we want the elite races at 8 a.m. because it looks so beautiful back there with the sun coming up.
Oh, and that fog this morning. Oh, wow.
So nice.
That was like so mystical and eerie out there. Really kind of set the tone for the day. You don't really know who's going to emerge through the fog on the other side.
And, Aubrey Drummond making her way up there, 27. Good Tulsa, Oklahoma team.
Yeah, we talked yesterday a lot about you know, how many riders are here from like coast to coast and everywhere in between, and all the different regions that, you know, have a lot of really strong cyclists coming out of those programs. And Oklahoma and Tulsa, it's one of those areas where we're really seeing a lot of talent emerge.
Yeah, they got a great race. Ruts and Guts is a C2 race. Also Tulsa Tough on the road. You know, just a really wonderful bike racing scene out there.
Speaking of Tulsa, on the way here on the plane, there was a gentleman sitting next to me whose nephew is out here racing this weekend, and he's like, "What's that race in Tulsa with the, you know, the big hill?" And we were talking about Crybaby.
Involved.
Yeah, it's Crybaby Hill. That's the one.
Well, back to Lizzie Gonzalez, sitting in 3rd place on course, all alone. CanadaCyclocrossWorld.com kit. And then this is going to be Zorner, Schmidt in 4th and 5th, and then 6th place should be not far behind.
Yeah, some trouble for Zorner a couple laps ago. She was able to get over that, recompose, and right back in the hunt, you know, in that 4th to 6th place fight. So really nice race for her.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about, you know, when riders make mistakes out here, are they able to get back in the groove again? And I think we saw, you know, Nick Carter make that first mistake going through the tape last race, and later on in the lap, or maybe the next lap, you know, making another mistake again. Was that because he just hadn't, you know, gotten his composure again? You know, but come on, Maddie, you did.
I was going to say it was going to be another victory for her if she cleaned the sand on the last lap. But
4 for 5 is not bad. 3 for 4.
Yeah.
I think she'll be okay with if that's the one thing that she got wrong the other day.
Right.
Yeah, she can afford to get off and re-rake that sand pit and still hold on for the win here. And Monroe did the work early. She definitely put in the gap that she needed to early on in this race. So we'll go back up to 2nd place on the way down. Almost into a tuck on the cross race.
Well, we've been talking about how fast this section is, and again, going back to the junior men's race, I mean, that was a tactical part of the course because they wanted to lead through that section so that they would be in front going through this last, through the next technical descents.
Really great. We see the sportsmanship here once
awesome.
again, allowing the leader to go through.
Wow. A very, very heads-up, polite riding.
Yes, yes. And, it's important. I mean, sometimes, fair enough to riders who are getting lapped. They're out there to race as hard as they can, too. And, they want to have a fair race. And so to be able to step off the course like that and give the leader of the race her space is, I really appreciate that camaraderie.
That's Cassie Hickey in 4th place coming through. And another thing about that, everybody out here has a different goal. Maddie Monroe came out here. Her goal is being achieved. She's going to take this win. Everybody else has another one. One is to stay on the lead lap for the whole race. That might have been that rider that went over. So everybody has their own goals when they're coming into this. But this was the big one, and it looks like she's going to take it to the finish.
Yep.
Monroe in the closing meters on the dirt. Now she'll come onto the pavement. Another Pan Am champion is going to win a national championship here in Lakewood. She comes onto the pavement. Crowd greeting her at the line. And Madigan Monroe will wear stars and stripes in 2020 for the Boulder Junior Cycling Team. As Monroe wraps up the Junior Women's 17-18-year-old national championship.
That was an amazing ride. Absolutely stellar. So composed from start to finish. She absolutely nailed it. See the other BJC kids waiting to greet her at the finish. What an outstanding ride from Maddie today.
And going 1-2 for the team. This is going to be a big party tonight.
Yes,
I mean, you can't really ask for anything better than that, other than maybe getting your the other BJC rider who was up there in 3rd place as well. But really, really, really great day on the dirt for Boulder Juniors.
Yeah, I mean, so for BJC, riders at this point will age out after the 17-18 category. They age out of the program. So for this program, these are the last 2 races of the day. So now they can all celebrate and run around and go out and watch the U23s and elites race this afternoon.
Which is really great, because then that makes it fun, because the rest of these, such great racing coming up, and at that age you get to go. And I see them. They're the biggest fans out there, and they're so knowledgeable, and they're pointing out lines to the elite riders. It's really a great scene.
Oh,
Yeah, I like having the junior races on Saturday before the elites on Sunday. I think that's cool. It gives the junior riders a chance to watch the pros.
Yes, and even though these riders absolutely crushed this course, didn't look like they had any real issues with it, I can tell you that they'll still learn a lot by going out and watching the elite riders later today. They'll be like, oh, I didn't think about that, or I could try that, or next time. It's just I know I learned a lot just from watching.
Well, we hear a lot about, so many people on the course, and the course getting torn up in different turns and different ruts being exposed. And what I always point out is that that's fine, but once these elite racers get out here, once you get these pro men and women, they do lines you didn't even think of. And they're nowhere near those lines that have been all destroyed throughout the line.
That's all right. One mistake here at the bottom, but I think she has enough time to get back on the bike.
Bloody knee here.
Yeah, I actually noticed that earlier. I think that was from an earlier crash, but I think she should have enough time here to hold on to 2nd place, as long as nothing is wrong with the bike or the body.
That was the main thing. I was taking a little look at the drivetrain as we got the close up, and it looks like everything's good as far as pedaling. So she should be fine. Not a little scare. That was a big scare coming into the last couple turns of this race.
I think so. We can just see Gonzalez coming into the background there. Looks like Michaela's having some issues getting into her pedal. Whether or not that's just a little bit of mud clogged in her cleat, or if hopefully it's not a missing cleat like we saw yesterday. But here we go. She's coming into the finishing straight.
Yeah, I think that also was like those, as you were talking about earlier, those turns have become so slimy in there that she was just checking up to make sure she made it through there smoothly and going to her finish. And she's gotten over that crash already. I think she's super happy, and why wouldn't she be for coming in 2nd, especially doing it with her teammate already winning.
Nice to see she can be proud of this result as Michaela Thompson hits the line for a silver medal in 2nd. 1-2 for Boulder Junior Cycling in the 17-18-year-old junior women. And you can see the elation on her face. Then comes Lizzie Gonzalez.
Gonzalez had a good ride, good start, solid day, recovered from the issues. She'll hold on for a bronze medal for 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, nobody lost this race. These are, I think, 3 of the riders we were looking at before were up there at the top. So that was a really good ride for Lizzie Gonzalez.
Cassidy Hickey coming in, happy with that result.
Cassie Hickey, yeah, just a couple years into this sport and just so stoked on it, and a really great result for her. I know she's happy. We got Zorner coming in here in 5th place to get that last step. I don't know if we're doing 5 today, but we'll call it the wide angle podium that she's stepping on to 5th.
Well, Zorner got the whole shot early on and holds on for 5th place at the finish. That'll be Kaya Schmidt in for 7th, or for 6th, sorry. Looking at the call-up list, the race predictor is pretty close. They got the right riders, just not in the right order.
Right, yeah.
Zorner
just blending right into that grass.
Yeah. I think the call-up algorithm is just slightly less confusing than the heat check algorithm.
You know, we all have our proprietary data that we work from.
We've been seeing this a lot this week. Riders collapsing at the finish.
It's such a nice, welcoming area. Once you get onto that little soccer pitch, you know, it's well-groomed grass.
You're already muddy.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Starting to see these crowds build up on this finishing stretch is really great to see.
All right, well, as our final top 10 riders roll into the line, let's go down and grab a word with our leader. Dave Toll has Madigan Monroe.
Hey, thanks a lot, Brad. A lot going on right now. Boulder Junior Cycling is a huge enterprise. There's no question. There's the coaches, the family, but I'm here with their star. No doubt about it. Maddie, congratulations on a great win. Boy, you're really starting to stack them up.
Thank you very much. It was a really fun race, for sure.
So it was great listening to Meredith talking about your relationship with the younger riders on Boulder Junior Cycling. It's interesting how you very quickly went from being just another junior racer to a standout racer. So, yeah, how seriously, that was the big question, you know, how seriously do you want to take cyclocross? Because clearly you're just such a huge talent.
Yes, I definitely want to take it seriously. I mean, I really enjoy racing bikes, and especially cyclocross. I think there's just so much to learn about the discipline and like so many new experiences to have, and it's just a really great opportunity. So I really want to keep pushing myself and learning as much as I can.
There's community, and then there's family. Let's bring Michaela in. Okay, so yeah, nice, Michaela. Yeah, talk about that. How proud is this community of this young lady? I mean, Pan Am champion, national champion, I have to say, maybe Olympian.
We're so proud. I don't know. She's literally started last year in the first year made it to World Championships, and she's been crushing it like crazy.
Hey, and I want to give you credit. Fantastic ride yourself to our silver medalist, Michaela Thompson. Now, today out there when you're riding, doesn't it feel like a win when you're up against this one here? Because this is as world-class as it gets.
Yeah, she's amazing. She freaking, I don't even know, she crushes it. She goes as hard as she can. I don't know, she's a badass.
So Michaela's a good example of this team has an awesome vibe, Maddie. How do you guys keep that going at Boulder Junior Cycling?
I think we just have fun all the time. I mean, we try and keep it like not super serious and just enjoy every part of the racing and training, and all of our friends are here, so it's a great time.
So obviously the team has this, it's definitely a wide-ranging group of kids. Some maybe not like myself, not so talented, but some super talented. Is it a challenge to, in that spectrum, to keep everybody going in the sport?
I don't think so. I mean, I think all of our teammates are super encouraging, and it's a really great thing to be able to help the younger riders and be a mentor and learn from the older riders who are super experienced. So I think we have a really great community, and everyone is really positive, so it works.
The course today looked like it was awesome. Talk to me about the sandpit area. You almost made it through 5 times in a row. Was that you challenging yourself out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could have ridden it most of the times, but it was just more efficient to run it. So I wanted to focus on being smooth the whole race and not really taking too many chances, so I just ran it most of the time.
Hey, great. So continued good luck to you ladies. This again is the Boulder Junior Cycling team. A fantastic day. Top 2 spots. Back to you, Brad.
Well, that's what it's about right there, and I think she said it best. She freaking crushed it. Total badass.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was so. I had to take my headset off and run out to the finish and go give these girls a hug, because that was just such an amazing performance from all these young junior women out there today. But you know, it was really at the finish line. You know, we had Pete Weber, Joe Lewis, Michael Robson. You know, some of the coaches from BJC, but also the little mini juniors were at the finish line, waiting to give their teammates a high five, and just the look on their faces, looking up to these women, going, "You crushed it." It was just a really cool moment to see how much they all enjoyed it.
Meredith, is it just me, or is laying down a thing that we're doing in 2019 all of a sudden?
Let me tell you, if I hadn't run straight to the booth after the race yesterday, I would have been doing the same thing, because when you finish a cross race, you're absolutely depleted. You have nothing left, and you're still trying to catch your breath. Your legs are all shaky, so yeah, go lay down because you deserve it.
Yeah, everyone knows that feeling well of being cracked after a ride, but there's something about a cyclocross race that just puts you in a box that you can't.
Absolutely. You go into the red from lap 1, and it's really managing how much in the red you are. So, yeah, you just go lay down and relax after it's over.
Well, they certainly deserve the rest after the race that our 17-18 junior women put on out there today. It started with Lauren Zorner getting the whole shot up on the front, but eventually we saw the Pan Am champ make her presence known.
Yeah, she was off the well, not off the back, but kind of in the scrum when they hit that first hole shot, but she did not waste any time going right to the front. That's where she's comfortable. That's what she knows, and she just took charge immediately.
Well, then, consistent every lap, maybe the most impressive part for Madigan Monroe out there today. It was only the final 2 times that she had to run through the sand pit. She was able to ride it every other time, and a great ride in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as well. Top 5 riders had a great day in the 17-18 junior women.
They did. I mean, Michaela Thompson coming out in her first cyclocross season ever to finish 2nd on the podium at national championships was just an outstanding ride. She made a little mistake at the finish, but she had enough time to come back from that. And we heard, Maddie say she didn't make it through the sand every time on the bike, but she was able to, she just did the most efficient, smooth thing and got through there and came across for the win.
I think everyone had a few mistakes out there today, even Madigan Monroe, but it's about how you recover from those mistakes in the sport of cyclocross. So Monroe comes good and solos to victory across the line to add a Stars and Stripes jersey to her wardrobe collection already. The Pan Am champ, and now she's the national champ with Michaela Thompson in 2nd, Lizzie Gonzalez in 3rd. Kaya Schmidt had a great ride in 4th place for the New England Devo team with Meredith Serpina, Lauren Zorner, Bridget Tooley, Cassidy Hickey, Anna Tenkick, and Aubrey Drummond rounding out the top 10. All right, coming up, U23 racing after this. We're going to take a short break from the 17-18s, and when we come back, U23 women are in the grid.
When I'm riding a bike, I can focus more and it helps calm me down.
Once I'm riding and I have the wind blowing in my face, it's just nice. And then when I'm in class, I'm more focused.
The coach, he trained me well. He gave me trust. Without this, I would have never been able to even ride a bike.
At Outride, we have a vision, bringing a cycling program to schools around America. Our Riding for Focus program is in 132 schools nationwide, and we're just getting started. Find out how to bring an Outride program to a school near you.
U23 women in the grid as we get ready for the third race of the day after watching Andrew Strohmeyer and Madigan Monroe ride to national championships in the junior men's 17-18 race and junior women 17-18 field for Monroe. And now just 4 more national championships remain here on the final day of Cyclocross Nationals as we go down to the U23 women on the grid. Meredith, talk to me about some names to watch in here.
Well, I think Katie Klaus is the first one to mention here. She's already had won one national championship out here for in the collegiate race with Colorado Mesa, and I think she is probably the clear front runner in this race. Going back to Pan American Championships, I think everybody had their eyes on her. She ended up not having a great day, but I think she's ready to come back and take some revenge today.
And this is Klaus giving the whole shot right here. The white jersey, green shorts for the CannondaleCyclocrossWorld.com team, as she moved over to that squad this year for the 2019 season. So Klaus off to a whole shot, and I don't think anybody in this field is surprised there. Guys, a smaller field here in the U23 women because we added the 17-18 junior women here, so it kind of breaks those two fields up a little bit. But I got to say, the 17-18 addition, I think, has been a great change to the sport.
Well, absolutely, and we needed it. It was about time. We've seen the growth of cyclocross, show us that we're ready for it, and now this year we'll see for the first time ever the junior women 17-18 have its own race at the World Championship. So that's something that's really exciting to see, and so I think it was fair that we finally separated all these different races, for the national championship.
It was so unfair to 17, 18-year-old kids to have to race against a 21, 22-year-old rider. I mean, Tim, there is a significant change in your riding ability in those years.
Yeah, it's the things that you learn while you're racing and riding and traveling and dealing with school and life and all the things that go along with being an athlete. And there is a big difference from when you're that young versus someone who's been doing it for a few years. And you learn how to hit an off-camber section like this. You learn what it means to have the right kind of tire pressure and learning how it is to work with a pit crew. And I mean, there's just so much to deal with, so it's nice to break it up and you get to split and see, give everyone a good chance.
So guys, let's talk a little bit more about Katie Klaus, another multi-talented rider up here on the front. I think a lot of us knew her from the road first, but another rider that really will race anything with 2 wheels.
Yeah, she does the cyclocross, mountain bike, and road, and being part of a collegiate program, I think there's some requirements that you do different disciplines as well. So really for her, it's a long season. Any collegiate riders or racers, it's a really, really long season as you're trying to fulfill all your obligations to your team throughout the season, and then still come back and be able to mentally and physically regroup again before the next season starts.
Solid first descent here. Klaus getting a little rowdy, high speed going down that, but able to hold it together. You've got the inside foot out when you kind of don't want it to be in one corner, and then you have to go around in the second one. But really solid move for all those riders coming down that, mostly clean. Just some scary moments, but making it down to the bottom. We saw how those ruts have been affecting each of the categories. No different here. Ruts even more established than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, these descents are tricky. They're really technical. I mentioned earlier that I was chatting a little bit with Katie Compton this morning, and she referred to this race as very Belgian. And this is most riders will never see a course of this caliber, of this, having this much technicality in the course. They'll never really see that throughout the season. So when they got here, I think it was probably kind of eye-opening for a lot of these riders.
Those 2 riders there, Hannah Dixon and Hayden Kaczynski, one from Seattle, one from Brevard, North Carolina. So good geographical spread between those 2, each having to try and tackle that descent. Get Klaus here at the front of the race. She's definitely in control of the front and can pick the lines that she wants to do. You want to be able to get through this early part of the race without having any major issues. You want to stay upright on all these descents. We saw just how that was unraveling in the junior men's race earlier. It is tough to have a perfect race.
And I don't think there's probably going to be a single rider today who, there'll be few riders today who actually have that perfect race. The perfection will come when you make a mistake. How quickly are you able to bounce back from that? So Tim, being part of the Cannondale Cyclocross program, can you tell me how many championships, how many jerseys has Katie Klaus won in her short career?
I don't know that I have an actual number on it. I think it's double digits. It's not quite triple digits. I'm going to say like above 20 and less than 100.
Yeah.
Is that a good number?
Answer. Yeah. I'm sure somebody out there knows and can share that information with us. But Katie Klaus is no stranger to being on a podium, being on the top step of a podium. She's even won, at her young age, she's even won some elite UCI races. So not only is she, a standout in the U23 category, but she's also a standout in the elite category as well.
So the second place rider, Katja Freeburn from Durango, Colorado, followed by Hannah Ahrensman, and right behind her, Shannon Mallory. So we've got, again, switching back and forth, East Coast, West Coast, with a little bit of Colorado thrown in there. So yet another Colorado rider on the front for this long climb. It's going to be a part of the course where Katie can use a lot of that power. She's got some of the experience and skills. Talking about someone who raced some of the elite World Cups last year, going to the World Championships, getting a chance to race in that first under-23 race, 7th place last year. So this is a really good chance for her to finish up this first lap at the front. See some of the riders hopping back on at the top of the first run-up.
This is the hard part. The struggle is real when you get to the top of the run-up, which is hard enough in and of itself, and then you get up to the top, and you've got to catch your breath, be able to get back on your bike, get your feet back into your pedals, and start moving forward again.
Well, there's a lot of mud. I mean, picking up small pebbles or sticks or something in your cleats. We saw yesterday in the men's single speed race, first place rider Ben Frederick dealing with a cleat that was coming off of his shoe. You never know what you're going to deal with mechanical wise. But this is that fast descent, a couple of quick left-hand corners here. See how Katie Klaus is dealing with that before dropping down into that really sketchy second descent. These UCI descents for a lot of riders is really a big ask compared to, the more typical kind of vanilla, easier courses that we see so often in different parks and courses around the country. This is definitely black diamond riding. This is tough stuff.
And what we're not really seeing clearly with this footage is how steep one of these pro lines is really steep. So yesterday and maybe all week during the pre-ride, it's one of those sections where everybody's kind of standing at the top of it, looking down, going, oh my gosh, what do I do? How do I do this? You're watching other riders and just trying to study their lines to see what is the smoothest, safest way down. Because it was really daunting. It's a steep section that drops you right into the drop that the rest of the amateurs were doing, and a lot of riders kind of second guessing how they were going to get down that yesterday. Seems today it's not been a problem.
Well, it's still hard. I mean, people are getting down mostly nowadays, later on this morning, as that course is kind of softened up a little bit. That rut has kind of smoothed out and gotten more established. But it's still not easy, absolutely. It's very, very steep. It's the thing where if you hesitate at the top, you kind of question what you're doing the whole way down. So better to try and figure out, if you can do it over and over again. I mean, that's a real test of figuring out a course, and I don't think that anyone really feels like they have yet.
Yeah, thinking about that little pro line, it's one of those sections where you come in and you can't actually see what's on the other end of it. So it's not until so a lot of riders will go to the edge, have a look down, okay, see what the line is going to be, and then they turn around and go back up, and then they just got to send it in.
A little chilly out there, 37 degrees. We got to a high of 42 yesterday, but it has not gotten any warmer since we started the show this morning. It was 37 when we went on air, and 37 out there right now. So it's not really changing in terms of air temperature. The sun they threatened that the sun would come out later today, but we'll wait and see.
I'm not seeing much sun right now, but unlike this morning, the fog is lifted. This morning when the junior men were out on course, I mean, watching them come down the start-finish straight at the beginning of the race, you couldn't even tell exactly who was going to emerge on the other end, but that fog is lifted now. And looking out of the tent at the flags along the straight start-finish stretch, before the previous races, the flags weren't moving whatsoever. Now there's a breeze picking up, and it's a little looks like a little bit of a tailwind kind of coming down that start-finish straight.
And that might make it feel a little chillier out there as well, especially after you get wet. If you go down, get some moisture underneath the skin suit. Katie Klaus looking good on the way down here. Klaus, a rider whose name we've heard a lot over the last few years. She was the youngest American to ever start a World Cup at Cyclocross last year. She came straight over from Worlds and started at Cyclocross to become the youngest American to ever start a Cyclocross World Cup.
That's impressive, and if anybody knows how to handle that sort of pressure, it would be a rider like Katie Klaus.
Yeah, that's while going to school at Colorado Mesa University.
Right.
Really fast ascent there for Ahrensman. She looks really solid on that technical stuff. She's got a bit of a gap to try and bring back on Katie Klaus, but she's solidly in second place. Get an eye on who's in third right now, whether that's Mallory still. But looking good in the mud, all these ruts. Tough to go tape to tape and stuff like that. I mean, this has been a great few days of racing. This course has been handling the volume of racers back and forth. They're hitting some of the better conditions throughout the week. I'm talking to some of the Masters racers who were out here earlier, and I think they got the raw deal. They were racing in stuff that was just absolutely brutal. And luckily, it was Masters riders destroying their equipment rather than young riders like these. So if on a Wednesday morning somebody blows her derailleur apart, it's not that bad compared to someone racing in this under-23 women's race here. Definitely don't want to hurt that precious bike.
Yeah, this is, I believe, is that Hannah Ahrensman coming across the finish line, wrapping up lap 1 of the U23 women's race.
And Shannon Mallory there still in third. So solid first lap for her. Big gaps between these top 3 riders.
And that's the local rider getting up into third for Mallory. Katie Klaus, originally from Park City, now at Colorado Mesa University. Second place, Hannah Ahrensman at Brevard right now. And I think she's originally from North Carolina as well. And then Pacific Northwest represented in third.
And we've talked about it a lot this week. How many different states and regions are represented here at Cyclocross National Championships? It's really great to see, even though we're tucked into the Pacific Northwest, way out on the West Coast, that we've got riders coming in from all across the country, making this a really solid national championships.
Checking out cross results here for Katie Klaus. When your top nemesis are as good as someone like Magali Rochette, Caroline Mani, Ruby West, the British rider Anna Kay, or Clara Honsinger, you know that she's got some pretty elevated peers she's racing with quite often. So for her to be at the front of this field, powering away, building a little bit of a gap on Ahrensman there, that shows the class of rider that Katie Klaus is.
That's a pretty stellar group of women to be mixed in, and and every time she goes out and races against those women, I can guarantee you she learns something new. She learns something new on the bike. She's also racing. I mean, she's an experienced rider, even though she's so young. She's been racing for a long time, but still to be in that mix of her elder statesmen and who've been around even longer than she has. She learns something just about the mental side of the sport as well.
Racing on the world's team, I think, is a big part of that as well. Having that, like you said, being around the top talent of the sport, having the opportunity to get over and race in Europe a little bit. So making those selections, making those trips over, a big advantage.
It's a really big deal. Having gone to the World Championships in Denmark last year with USA Cycling and being at the dinner table and seeing the interactions between, you've got the U23 riders, the junior riders, and the elite riders, and they're kind of all spread out. But then after dinner's over, over, just about every night, the women would sit around with Katie Compton and just kind of pick her brain, and and she would just download information for them, and that was a really, really cool thing for these young riders to be able to hang out with somebody that they've looked up to for so long, and now here they are sitting with someone like her at the same dinner table. They go out the next day, they're wearing the same kit, they're on the course with people like Katie Compton, and that's just so motivating.
I think it should be noted the impact that Compton will have on the next generation of cyclists. Even though they're competing right now, I think Katie Compton is already developing our next crop of riders for us while she's still competing. I mean, she's sort of training her replacement in a way right now.
Yeah, I mean, she has been for a long time, and that's just Katie's nature. She puts a lot into the sport, but she also gives a lot back to the sport, and there's just so much to learn from someone like her. Clara Hansinger, Katie Keogh. I mean, all these riders who are going to be racing against her later today still look up to her. They've got to go out and race their own race, but I mean, you look at Katie Compton, and there's just so much to learn from a rider like that.
Erin's been making her way around the course. She's very solid in second. Oh, unfortunately, got an issue here for Lauren Zeinert. She is running down the start straight here from Tigard, Oregon.
I think I just saw her yell flat.
That's a long ways to go. That's that entire run up, the entire straightaway. She's got a long ways before she gets back to the pit, but definitely not giving up. We saw that happen earlier in the women's 17-18 race just a minute ago. So mechanicals happen. You've got to deal with them as best as you can. Definitely not giving up.
It's about keeping a positive attitude, right? If you can,
That's right.
You can yell over the pit and still give them a thumbs up and a smile when you're running through the line and say you're doing cyclocross right.
That's right. You just keep going until either you finish the race or somebody tells you can't. You don't want to give up.
Shannon Mallory, quick shot there. Continuing. Katja Freeburn was the rider who flew down the descent earlier. Really good skills. Very, very confident, picking the right lines at the right time. Everyone at home watching, either racing this afternoon, I know that there are some elite riders lurking out there, with the live stream. This is class. Pay attention. Watch how it's done. You guys are learning from the best right now. Katie Klaus in the front, looking solid. She's got a ton of she has a ton of power on that long climb. She's gaining time up here. This is where we see Mallory, making her way up there. But the gap is definitely going out on that big climb. But I think Klaus is doing a really good job of maintaining it on the technical sections.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this earlier. What the camera isn't showing there is how much of a little bit of elevation that straightaway has. It's not easy, and that's really where if you have any bit of strength or power left in your legs, that's where you kind of can try to make up a little bit of time and just put a little bit of power down. But going through this orchard section up at the top, someone like Katie Klaus, who does the road, who does the mountain biking, she gets the speed and the power from the road, she gets the technical skills from the mountain bike, so it really all combines to make her a really good all-around cyclocross racer.
Guys, 26. That's the answer.
26.
How many national championships Katie Klaus has?
Wow.
Some more than 20, less than 100. You nailed it.
Got it all set. That was Anna Savage, NCC rider, Jam Fun, out of Westboro, Massachusetts, coming across the start-finish line. Has a chance to race against a rider like Klaus every once in a while. National championships brings everyone together. We got Ahrensman going down the descent, full speed here. I love these shots, guys. This is just an unbelievable way of seeing this sport. You've got everything from the drone flying high above the course all the way to these long shots held tight. So cool to see it at speed.
I want to give a big thank you to USA Cycling and CycleStream TV, making this stream possible. Working together this year at Cyclocross Nationals to improve the coverage a little bit. Got a few more cameras out there. We actually have more cameras here at Nationals than we had at either of the American World Cups. More cameras here than we had at Waterloo, and more cameras here than we had in Iowa City. So that's pretty cool. But this course needs it. It's a pretty wide open course.
This is a big course. I mean, it's not usual that we see a course of this kind of size, in America. It's hard. It's really challenging to find the property and get the permitting for, you know, a park of this size to be able to create a course of this size without it having to just be a lot of tight, twisty turns to get in the length. They're really able to spread this out, use the whole, all this wonderful land. And again, I've never raced here, but from what I hear, you know, this park has been used quite a lot of times, and there's so many different configurations that they've used in the past. And you know, what they chose to do for the national championships is pretty phenomenal. They've used, like, they've included all the different parts that makes a cross course really solid.
Katie Klaus cleaning the sand section here as she goes through the Western Specialty Contractors sand pit, looking like she's running on pavement. She just floated right through.
Yep. You know, for anyone who watches European cross, you know, a race like Koksijde or Zonhoven, those races are just pure sand, right? And, you know, and it takes so much skill to be a sand specialist. It's really true. You watch the top riders in races like that, and they're sand specialists. You know, you might see a different kind of rider emerge at the front of those races because they're just really good at the sand, but you put them in mud or something else, just a flat power course, and you might not ever see them.
I always remember those videos of Jeremy Powers. He has that like sand pit training area thing near his house, and I always thought that is such a good, I mean, I don't think he built it himself, but that's so awesome to have that opportunity to train in the sand. And I think Jeremy was one of those guys that learned to ride the sand really well.
Yeah, when you have a chance to build your skills, you know, a lot of people think of cycling as being fitness-based only, and if I just have this heart rate and this power, this wattage, this, like, you know, I eat this way, I have this light bike part, that somehow you become magically a great bike rider, but you have to actually build those skills. And, you know, however you come into the sport, there are things you're going to have to kind of add to the collection, and one of the ways of doing that is to repetitively hit something that's incredibly challenging, and that's exactly what sand is.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, that, you know, cyclocross isn't, like you mentioned, just about on-the-road training. It's like actually taking the time and going out and working on skills and doing a lot of skills practice. I mean, the best riders in the world will continually work on the small things because every little millisecond counts. It all adds up over the course of a, you know, 1 lap, 2 laps, and all the way through the finish. Anytime you can make up time, or if you're losing time, it just makes your job even harder.
50-second lead for Katie Klaus, getting 2 laps to go as she heads out off the pavement.
Brad, I was going to say I pulled up some of the footage from Overijse this morning watching the live stream over there, and it is just unbelievable how tough the courses can really get. You know, yesterday's race in Reims, it was a classic, like, you can barely make it up a steep climb and then you can barely make it down, and even today they were running down some of the descents. It was so hard. So the skill levels of some of the top riders in the world is just, you know, head and shoulders above everyone else.
And those guys are always practicing skills. I mean, and that's why they're head and shoulders above everybody else. I mean, some of them are just naturally good at skills. They've been, you know, growing up playing on their bikes and just hitting jumps, hitting curbs, whatever it might be. But I can guarantee you they're still going out every day and practicing bike skills.
Well, did you guys hear about the new ban? The new ban on stationary trainers at cross races?
No.
I'm pretty sure that they're going to be banned forever.
I like that.
You have to actually ride outside on your bike to warm up for a race. It's going to be might be a new rule. I don't know. We'll see. You guys let us know. Anyone watching at home wanting to get in on the conversation, please find us on Twitter, and you can go ahead and let us know exactly how we're doing it wrong, or how great of an idea that is, because when you watch Katie Klaus go down something like this, you know that those are real skills, and she is not messing around. That is awesome, seeing her get into this off-camber section, immediately hopping off the bike. You know, again, watching Instagram, yesterday there was an account that posted like 8 different videos, a super cut of like every single over the bar, you know, flying into the barriers. It was amazing, and I couldn't help but share it like a lot of other people, and I sent it to some people who are world-class bike riders, and we all had the exact same reaction of, oh my God, what is going on?
Dan_likes.bikes.
Yes, go find it on Instagram right now. Tell him USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championship sent you, and give him some love, because he definitely did us a service by putting all that in one spot.
He spent some time out there on that hill yesterday to get all those cuts. He had to be out there like 5-6 hours.
Dan, you're the man. Thank you.
Well, Katie Klaus looking better and better up on the front here. She got 2 laps to go as she came through, and Klaus can even afford. Do you let off now at a lap and a half to go, or you keep going and then at 1 lap to go? Is that where you let off?
Yeah, you don't. I don't even know that you let off with 1 lap to go. I mean, sure, you play it smart and you're not taking any risks or anything like that. You might dial it back just to make sure you're not making any major mistakes. But I think the season's not over for these riders yet. This is just the next step to going over to Europe and going into the Christmas block, some of the World Cups, and then on to World Championships. So at the front of this race, something that Katie's probably thinking right now is, this is still training. This is still training. I've got to, she's thinking about the different parts of the course and wanting to nail her skills as well, nail the technical parts, because now going from here to Europe, she's going to see courses just as hard or even harder than this, so it's going to be important to bring it all together.
That's a good point. The difference between yesterday and today. Yesterday, this was the end of the season for the junior riders, or most junior riders. This will end their season, but as we get into the higher level categories today, a lot of these riders will be going to Worlds, so their season not quite over after Nationals.
Right. Today actually marks the beginning of the next phase, really, of the season. We mentioned, Strohmeyer mentioned earlier that he goes home for a day, pretty much gets to wash all of his kit, get his new kit, his new Stars and Stripes jersey, wash his bikes, and then unpack them to wash them, to repack them, and then get over to Europe.
Tim, this is the thing that pretty much every pro cross racer has done. If you had a European career, the Christmas block of racing. Tell me about that and why it's so important.
It's just a collection of races all kind of packed together in a period around Christmas called the Curse Period, and it's a bunch of classic races that everyone goes to. They're big parties for people who are watching, in the venue itself. They're drinking beer and hanging out and watching these great athletes ride around. But it's also a pre-Worlds trip, and for the U.S. riders who are going to school full-time, whether in high school or college, that Christmas break is the one big opportunity to get over there without missing school. You do finals around now, which unfortunately kind of hits nationals head on. But you go over to Christmas and you get to race some of the best courses in the world against some of the best riders, and it's a good place to learn. We've always had groups of riders going over with Jeff Proctor and some of the other national team staff, and it's just one of those things that you kind of cut your teeth and learn how to do it in another way.
I was talking with Katie Klaus about just that, trying to balance, especially at this time of the year, trying to balance the Christmas trip with going to school at Colorado Mesa. She said usually her professors are pretty understanding. They have when you get to go race in Europe and you're a big-time bike racer, they usually let you make up the work a little later.
Especially at a school like Colorado Mesa, where they have a specific cycling program, and so they're used to those athletes coming in and out and having to travel for these races. And so when you're part of the school's team, you hope that your professors have a little more sympathy for missing some classes.
Although I just want to say, I have a personal story about this that I'm still not over. When I was a senior in college, I was taking public speaking. I saved my easiest classes for the last quarter. That was also the year that I got the call up to announce at the Amgen Tour of California, and my public speaking professor would not let me take the final early, so I failed public speaking my final year.
To speak in public for 7 days in a row.
True story. I failed Comms 133 as a senior in college, and I had to retake it before I could graduate.
You can't get any more real field work than that.
I'm getting angry just thinking about it, so let's move on.
Well, Katie Klaus is doing a great service for full-time college students everywhere, because she's not shirking her work like Brad was, and she's able to complete her studies while racing at an international level in cyclocross and road, and as a mountain biker. All of these things. I mean, there's a great history of very accomplished riders, like someone like Kate Courtney, mountain biker, graduating Stanford, racing internationally, and then winning the World Championships. You've got Emma White going to school full-time, her brother Curtis, both teammates of Katie Klaus here. We have a great way of being a bike racer in America while also getting your education, and it's something that we try and encourage. I think a lot of people look at this as a big-time commitment for training and travel. I think that's probably the biggest thing, is just the days away from school you might have to do. But we caught a glimpse of Tristan Musselman, one of the riders going up the run up Fort Lewis College. There's a bunch of racers that got to do the collegiate race just like Katie Klaus the other day, and able to race their age category here. You know, you want to be able to try and make that national team, make that world's trip, go to the World Championships, represent your country, and you don't want to miss your class and get an F like Brad. That's number 104, that's Shannon Mallory. So she's still in third place. Hannah Ahrensman is still looking solid in second. And these riders trying to get up this long stretch, trying to keep an eye on Katie Klaus. But yeah, there's a big separation between these riders while they're out there.
I think the only time they're really able to get an eye or a glimpse of Katie is when they're kind of passing her in any sort of turn, or you know, where they're going side by side. Right now, Katie has such a big commanding lead in this race, and you know, she's had that from the very beginning of the race. Here we see Ashley Zerner, the older sister of Lauren, who we just saw in the previous race. Ashley was a student at Marion and recently made the switch over to CU Boulder, but here racing for the Blue Stages cyclocross team.
So it looks like she was able to get a hold of her bike. That's Lauren Ziner. She was the one running down the front straight all the way to the pit, all the way to a fresh bike, and now she is back in action. So good for her, not giving up, jumping back on a fresh bike. And there's Shannon Mallory, local rider, still in third position, got a great spot on the podium awaiting her if she keeps this up.
Back to Zarner, taking her turns through the infield here. Relatively clean kit, hasn't been down too many times today.
This is actually Lauren Zeinert that we're seeing here going over this flyover, and we've mentioned it a couple times, but these flyovers are pretty steep. They come right after kind of a 180 turn, so as soon as you come out of that turn, you actually have to get enough speed to get up and over that thing so you don't stall out just before you get to the top.
Katie Klaus up to 1:10 back to the chasers as she continues her domination up on the front. Klaus has been relatively mistake-free so far today. We haven't really seen a ton of bobbles from Katie up on the front.
No, that's one of the few races we've seen where the top riders haven't made any mistakes at all.
We're going to look at Klaus making her way onto this.
Klaus going to hit the pavement. She'll get one lap to go when she comes back through the line here.
Yeah, this is going to be for the penultimate time. Katie Klaus.
See her looking over. Probably looking at the pit. The pit is off to the left side of the riders as they come through. Maybe just trying to make eye contact with her pit crew, make sure. Look for a little bit of encouragement, maybe.
Yep, you know, get any sort of instructions, feedback, directions, you know.
Maybe a time gap.
Time gap. You know, there's a lot of people out on course who are feeding her and all the other riders information. It's just nice to glance over and see that support team there, giving you the thumbs up, or whether it's telling you what the time gap is, telling you to go a little bit harder, or telling you even to come into the pit. You know, sometimes riders might forget, like they just get so focused and just want to get to the finish. You know, her team could be telling her, hey, just come into the pit, get a fresh bike, you know, and make sure you're on a clean bike to finish this race.
Aaron's been going down that tough descent off camber the whole way. There's a ton of these little roots from like an ivy bush that covered that entire hillside. It's been cut down. They tried to break it in. I was talking to some of the organizers here from MFG, and they said that they were tamping down these different sections earlier this fall while the ground was soft before the vegetation really took over, just to make these conditions happen for us. There's a lot of prep that went into making this course world class, and you can tell, I mean, this is not just plopped down in the middle of a park. Not that that's a bad thing. We did that for many, many years, but I would call this a very manicured professional course that challenges the riders both up and down.
Yeah, I think if we had seen what this park looked like before they kind of went in and cut everything down, you would be absolutely amazed at how much work went into creating this course, designing this course, and just clearing all the bramble and everything out to make it what it is today.
Aaron's been coming through the finish line here. Gap is 1:45 for Ahrensman in second. She's still motoring down here, putting in the effort, high speed. You know, she's a road rider, track rider, basically riding every bike just like Katie Klaus. You see that a lot with these riders of this age group, and especially this class. This generation of riders is really spreading their wings across these different disciplines of cycling.
Well, now Shannon Mallory working her way back to the start-finish line. It'll be a couple minutes before she hits the pavement here, as we saw Katie Klaus heading out for her final lap out in front. And now Mallory working her way through the, I guess this is the barn section of the course, the barn camera. There you go, right before we come onto the pavement.
There's some really cool barns out there, by the way.
A lot of those are original buildings from Fort Steilacoom. They protected a registered historic place. Yeah, a lot of history here.
Yeah, this is a great venue, really great venue.
Yeah, there's a lot to offer out there. We've got some really cool spots to hang out. Yeah, I think yesterday at the beer garden at the bottom of this next descent was something special. It was the place to be. It's a lot of history connecting bikes and beer in this area. I don't think I've ever been to a cross race in the Pacific Northwest that didn't have a copious amount of beer available for all the people out there, especially the ones over 21. Shannon Mallory here in third.
I think half of the cross races I've been to in the Pacific Northwest have been at breweries in my time here, in fact.
Well, there is also a history of Portland Cross. There was a hot tub for a long time where they would have a wood-heated hot tub on course. It would be kind of put down in the middle of a couple corners. And, you know, I don't know exactly how you got a ticket to go into the hot tub or if you actually wanted to do it, but it was pretty cool.
Well, and how many years did we race at Deschutes Brewery in Bend?
Well, they had nationals there twice. 2009 to 10 stops. USGP stops. Some of the extreme weather protocol internationally adopted after that event. Number 107 here, so that's Katja Freeburn. She was ripping those descents earlier. We were able to catch a glimpse of her doing that. Yeah, there's this run-up just doesn't stop amazing me. Look at that shot.
Does not
so
stop.
cool.
And then as soon as she gets to this left-hand corner right at the very top, those final couple steps, and she kind of went around it, are really, really steep. Like, they're deep stair steps right there. But it's kind of like, it's right in the corner, kind of the shortest line. So that's naturally where the riders are drawn, even though it's the steepest part of the run-up.
Well, you're always trying to go the shortest possible route, and if you go too short, you end up going up a wall. More of a wall on a wall.
Can tell you about the program as well as keep you loose to navigate.
So we were talking about, you know, Katie Klaus being at the front and, you know, being able to just kind of dial it back, settle in. And, you know, we're seeing the top three riders right now kind of all in their own space, their own place in the race, racing with no one else around them. And I think that they've all got that kind of same mentality right now of like, I could back off, but, you know, I've got a lot of racing yet to do this season. So just looking at this as training, looking at this as a way to dial in the lines and just become more and more comfortable with all the technical riding.
Yeah, there's probably nothing to save for, right? That your next big goal doesn't really come up right after Nationals, so you'll have plenty of time to recover. You can go deep at Nationals. Then even if you have some rough early blocks, if you are going to Europe afterwards, that's okay because you want to sort of re-peak for Worlds.
Exactly. Get a little downtime, maybe a day or two at home, and get back on that plane and have to hit the restart button and really get into this next phase of racing that's about to come up, a really important phase of racing past the U.S. National Championships.
And number 121, Eliza Tobias, another Brevard College rider from Pennsylvania. It's nice to get a glimpse of everyone out there on course as they're riding around. You've got the Nationals happening. It's important for everyone, but it's also really fun to be out there. As Hannah Dixon from Sycamore cycles in front of Zerner. She's another Brevard College rider. And there's our rocket ship, Katie Klaus, on the big descent heading back down towards the venue. She's only got a little bit more of the course to tackle, and she's got this race well in hand. Again, hitting that descent probably 30 miles an hour, high 20s.
Yeah, this is the only part of the course where you can really recover. There's it's the only place where you can kind of just let the gravity take over. You just roll into it. You know, some of the racing earlier, we saw that as being a pretty tactical section because you want to lead into the next few technical sections coming up. But with these riders having all the space and time that they need, they're able to just kind of roll into that that fast descent, take a little bit of a breath, and then really focus on the last few technical features before the finish.
Shannon Mallory in third place, working her way through the infield now. As we go back up to the race leader, Katie Klaus, who is just a couple minutes away from hitting the pavement for the final time. She's got a minute 45 back to second place.
Yeah, minute 45. That's she's had a fantastic ride today, and I don't think any of us would say we're surprised by that. You know, we've seen her time and time again really take a race under control and walk away with a huge gap at the finish.
Well, when are we going to be able to see Maddie Monroe and Katie Klaus overlap in age group and race together? I know they did World Championships together, and this year. Is that going to happen anytime soon? I mean, what's our outlook for that? I can't wait to see it.
Well, we'll see them race in the same races when they go over to Europe, outside of the World Championships at least. So they'll be in the same races. They'll be in the elite races when they go over to Europe for the Christmas period. And then this will be Maddie's last year as a junior, so she'll age up to the U23s next season.
Yeah, that's a big matchup to anticipate. You know, everyone is totally drawn into watching the Women's World Cup mountain bike scene, watching Kate Courtney and Yolanda Neff and all the other riders do battle out there. It's like if you've got a young generation of riders who are, you know, of the same age group and peers out there and obviously incredibly talented, it's nice to have that kind of drawn together in one spot to watch that battle take place.
Here's Hannah Ahrensman dropping down now, second place on course. Minute 45 behind Katie Klaus. Bunny hop up onto the pavement.
Using that free speed right now as she comes into the last feature. Able to take a little bit of a breath and has to just navigate a couple last things before she's home clear to the finishing straight. Seeing Shannon Mallory still making her way through the orchard, or the ouchard, as somebody else pointed out. Again, that sort of elevation that you don't see in the rest of the course where you can actually pedal.
So this is another pro feature added for the UCI racing on Sunday. The amateurs took the bottom line, but they sent the pros up one more little run-up off camber and then downhill. So just added a...
One more little run-up, Brad? Is that what you said? I mean, I remember riding that part of the course. It's not little. Yeah, you guys... throwing stones over here. You got nothing to say. That is really tough. And you go from riding a big long section after the sand, it's already hard, and then you just turn right, and now you have to get off and run. And no, that is definitely a pro section going uphill as well as down.
Just a couple more turns for Katie Klaus before she comes onto the finishing straight and can put her arms in the air for the second time this week.
Yeah, Klaus, no stranger to crossing the line with her hands in the air, that's for sure.
This will be the 27th time that she's taken a Stars and Stripes jersey in her very young career.
Bell took the lead from early on. You know she's ready to go pro because she's wiping the mud off the sponsor on the front of her jersey. Katie Klaus knows exactly what she's doing as she hits the line to take the U23 Women's National Championship. Katie Klaus has got Stars and Stripes coming her way. Another Stars and Stripes jersey.
Phenomenal ride by Katie Klaus. You know, we saw it in the junior women's race with Maddie Monroe, just going to the front immediately, taking the race under control, just where they want to be. They're totally focused and can find, you know, ride all the lines comfortably without having anyone else around them. Seeing Hannah Ahrensman just making her way out of the sand pit. She's getting tired. She's getting tired. You know, struggled with those last few pedal strokes, but she made it out, and now she's pretty much in the clear. Well, just has one more technical section, that hard run up, and then the off-camber section, and then she'll be in the clear to come in for second.
Interesting split right there. There's a little grass section in the middle, a little strip.
It's actually a little jump.
Oh, is it?
It's a little. Yeah, if you're actually wanting to get a little frisky and have some fun out there outside of a race, you probably would see somebody hitting that line and catching.
Well, we definitely did in the race, but I wouldn't call our race anything real. The industry race yesterday morning was filled with people who are working in the industry in some way, or here at the expo even, and getting some laps in. You know, some of the juniors having their team staff out there racing. It was really fun to see them supporting their riders. But yeah, not too tough of a race that we couldn't do some jumps off the cool little pop sections out there.
Well, if there's a jump, Tim will find it for sure. Here comes Ahrensman on the way down. Last time in the descent for her before she'll open up and hit the pavement. She should have a clean picture as well. I don't think we're going to see anyone behind her when she hits the line.
She can come across and feel really proud about her ride, kind of wipe her jersey off too, show off her team and her sponsors for her friends, family who are out here supporting her this weekend.
And this is a great ride for Ahrensman today. When you're going up against someone like Katie Klaus, can't feel too bad about not being able to take the top step of the podium.
No, yeah. I mean, when you ride against someone like Katie Klaus, all you can do really is go out and ride your race. You know, to be able to hold Katie's wheel would be, you know, is a big ask, and I think most of these riders understand that. But you know, they just have to go out and ride their own race. And Hannah Ahrensman can come across the line today and feel really proud about her ride.
So Ahrensman in for second out of Brevard, North Carolina.
I think she's happy with that ride for sure.
And she should be.
The rider that is having the ride on her
Off the course into the press zone. Now we await Shannon Mallory's arrival at the finish.
This is that off-camber section. It looks like that rut's kind of appearing at the top, but you got to keep the momentum going. Cut to the right here, set up again on the outside. Avoid some of those more slick routes. It's kind of thing where there's like a shiny yellow route right in the middle of where you want to put your tires, and you're going to make it if you just keep moving, but if you hit those brakes at the wrong time, you're going to hit the deck.
And with each rider that goes by after each lap and all these races, there's just more and more routes that are being exposed. So what you think might have been the right line before, or you didn't see that route there before, all of a sudden there's something in your line this last lap, and it just kind of, it might throw you just a little bit, but you just got to take it smooth and stay focused, and you'll get through it.
Shannon Mallory on the final bends here. Past the barn and onto the pavement for a very good third place finish for Mallory today. This one really separated quickly out there. These riders have pretty much been solo for the better part of 40 minutes at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the course has done to most of the races. I mean, until the junior men this morning, we really hadn't seen much pack racing. Just 1-2 riders, and this is great. Shannon Mallory coming down a straight finish, giving the fans and the spectators out there high fives. I think that's something that I would attribute that to Katarina Nash, kind of starting that that thing where fans can really get close to the riders, and that's the one great thing about cross is how accessible the riders are to the fans.
All right, let's go down to Dave Toll, who has our winner, Katie Klaus, at the finish line.
Hey, thank you, Brad and Meredith. Well, Katie Klaus, that one was a command performance. Listening to the commentary coming from the booth, they were saying it was nearly a flawless ride. In your mind, did you make any missteps?
Yeah, I mean, I had a few things, but I really just wanted to ride a consistent race and do the best I could. I mean, it's national, so sometimes there's mistakes that happen, so I'm really excited that I had a consistent race throughout the whole time.
It's interesting, you've always come up as you came through USA Cycling's ranks with a competitive group of junior women. Are they getting harder and harder? Now this U23 win, what is it, 34, 35?
It's 31. But yeah, it's definitely, I mean, through the years, it's like, you realize how much more, like, I mean, people are training more and they're getting coaches, and like, I mean, I've had to train the most the last 2 years than I ever have, and yeah, it's just gonna get harder from here.
Yeah, so Miller School now racing at Colorado Mesa, correct? But obviously Cannondale Cyclocross and Stu Thorne, one of the legends in this sport. Talk about riding in that stable of riders. It's been really cool to watch you progress through all of these ranks, but now you're in the big leagues.
Yeah, I got really fortunate this year to, Stu reached out and I was able to get on this program, and it's such a well-respected program, so I'm really excited about it, and Stu and Curtis and Katie and Steven have helped me out so much, and it's definitely been a season of growing, and I'm really excited about what's to come.
Let's talk about that. So we had a chance to watch the younger junior riders, but now we note that you get to go to World Championships. You'll be heading to Switzerland. You're going to be flying right over?
Yeah, I leave Tuesday from Seattle to go race the next 2 World Cups, and then some other UCI races, and then I'm going to Spain with support of Mud Fund. And then the last 2 World Cups and then Worlds.
At what point today are you racing the course, not the riders anymore? I mean, when you go over a minute up, I know time gaps aren't the thing, but at some point are you racing into the next? Meredith Miller made the point that this begins the final block of racing this year. You're already, I have to think, racing forward.
Yeah, so this was a really good week of training too. I've been sick kind of the last couple weeks, so I'm really excited to have felt better this whole week, and it was really good training week because, I mean, the World Cups aren't going to be easy. So I got to race collegiate and then the relay and this, so I got some really good training in, and I mean, it was really hard racing this whole week, so I'm really excited.
What I love too is the quality of this course. You hear people talking about that everywhere you go. You want to race in Europe, I mean, it's such a high level. This is a high level course.
Yeah, this course has definitely been one of my favorites, and I'm really excited. It's an awesome course. It's really challenging. There's not a lot of rest, and there's a perfect amount of running and power, and it's great.
You know, if you were to say, oh, Katie with the national championships, you'd think you'd be talking about Katie Compton, but it's also you now. You're coming up in this new class. I'd put you in the group with Madigan Monroe as well, a little bit younger than you, but not that much younger. You're probably only about a year apart in age. So it's a new wave, isn't it? Congratulations, obviously, to Katie Compton for an incredible career, but it's only a matter of time until you ladies are making up the national team. Are you ready to take that mantle? Boy, you're standing on the shoulder of giants, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see like the younger girls, I mean, there's Lauren, there's Lizzie, there's Maddie. I mean, all of those younger girls are coming up through the ranks, and they're already racing in Europe, and they're doing so well, and I'm really excited about all the younger girls coming up and doing so well. So
I'm excited too. I mean, it's amazing how it's just right now some of the best racing happens in your group. You mentioned all these other athletes, as they say, steel sharpens steel, right? If you want to have strong Americans, it's good to have other strong Americans, right? So great, congratulations. This is Katie Klaus, our freshly minted national champion, number 31. Back to you, Brad.
Thank you very much, Dave. Bravo for Katie Klaus.
And bravo on 31.
31, yeah, I must have missed some.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see Katie Klaus out here talking about the younger riders that, you know, there's mentors for Katie, but yet Katie Klaus is a mentor herself and a rider that even the younger riders looked up to, you know, for all the success that she's had in her career across road, mountain bike, and mountain bike, that, you know, there's a lot to look forward to for the younger riders. And then, as we mentioned, with Maddie Monroe coming up to the U23s next year and, you know, feeding off each other, I think these riders really respect one another and just feed each other, you know, with a high level of energy and respect.
Sometimes this is all you need after a cross race. A good, warm, long hug.
That's right. That's right. I mean, whether it's the, you know, end of the season and you're just like, okay, I'm so glad it's done, something didn't go right. It's really nice to have that support there at the end of the day to just kind of fall right into somebody else's arms.
Yeah, it's nice to know someone's waiting for you at the finish line,
Right.
isn't it?
It means a lot. It really does.
Well, more riders still finishing up, as this is Marian University's Elijah Beatty at Indianapolis, Indiana, making her way in onto the finishing stretch. So, Tim, so far with our 17, 18, and then U23 races, you got to be pretty optimistic about American cross racing for the next few years.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't even just today. It was the 65-plus riders in the junior girls 13-14 category. I mean, every single one of those age groups are just jam-packed with riders who are out there doing it, first of all, but then the ones that are doing it at a really high level and watching that top end of the spectrum, it's incredible to see it. It's great.
Yeah, there were so many little mini juniors out there yesterday, and just absolutely ripping around this course. You know, there's no fear; they're just charging, and they're just so excited. It's like you almost just have to hold them back just a little bit and like, just take a breath. You'll get there. You'll get there. You know, so it's really exciting to see what we've just experienced yesterday and this morning already.
Well, we got a great view of it too. Televising the junior races yesterday, it was so cool getting to see the 11 to 12-year-olds race. You never really get to see that race from that perspective, right? Yeah, we always walk around the course for the junior races, but it was really cool to see them covered on the broadcast.
Well, now it's great that their parents have such nice TVs at home, and they can actually show the race up on camera, up on the TV in high def. I mean, to see an 11-year-old kid all covered in mud on a cross bike just on screen like that is so cool.
Well, as we go back and take a look at that U23 women's race that just wrapped up, Katie Klaus set the tone early as she took the whole shot. We did see a few riders giving it a go early on, but once Klaus got a clear road out in front of her, that was it. She never looked back.
She never looked back. She even never really needed to look over her shoulder at all. You know, she could see the other riders coming around the corners and stuff, but she took control, took command of this race very early. Again, it's where she's comfortable. She knows what to do at the front of the race, and she never really let off, even though Hannah Ahrensman and Shannon Mallory were behind her second and third, chasing. Each of these riders kind of had their own individual race out there, so really just kind of battling their own kind of mental and physical demons.
Well, then we saw second and third riding their own race with Hannah Ahrensman and Shannon Mallory doing a great job. This was Mallory on the way in, as Katie Klaus took some preemptive bike changes in the pit today.
Yeah, not a lot of that really happening, needing to happen with the, bike changes this week. That mud isn't really collecting, and Katie Klaus comes across the line, wipes her jersey as clean as possible, puts her hands in the air for number 31.
So Katie Klaus is your U23 Women's National Champion, joining the club that Madigan Monroe and Andrew Strohmeyer founded earlier in the day today. Still got 3 more races coming up: the U23 Men, the Elite Women, and then the Elite Men, the final race of the day. We're going to take a short break, then we're going to meet some teams racing here at Cyclocross Nationals, and then we'll be back for live coverage of the U23 Men at 11:10 ahead of their 11:20 start. Stick with us from the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, live from Lakewood, Washington.
Welcome to Lakewood, Washington. This is the home of Fort Steilacoom Park, where the 2019 USA Cycling National Championships of Cyclocross are taking place. A lot of history here. There's no shortage of legendary racers that came out of the Pacific Northwest. We've seen a resurgence in racing as well with some of our junior programs. We had a really nice chance to talk with a bunch of kids who race for a wide variety of programs. Pete, Boulder Junior Cycling is en fuego. I love seeing. How many kids have you brought with you to Washington?
We have about 28 kids at National Championship this year.
Wow, that's amazing. So the program has really, it seems like the last couple of years, has been a renewed enthusiasm. Talk to me about what's happening in Boulder that other folks might be able to replicate where they are. Is there any secret sauce?
Well, this is our 12th year of Boulder Junior Cycling, so really it's just been a slow and steady growth. It's just doggedly sticking with it year after year, and we keep growing. We have some great coaches and some great family involved, and that helps recruiting each year, and we're up to about 400 kids predicted for 2020 to be involved.
Wow, and this really is cross-discipline as well, isn't it? It's road, it's mountain bike, all of that. We were talking with Clint Bickmore, part of your family of folks that help make things happen. So it's interesting when you look at it, like with Rad Racing. You have your Craig Undum, the experienced athlete, really great with motivating the kids, but man, does it take a village. No Craig Undum can do it alone. Same thing for Pete Weber?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm the executive director, so it's my full-time job. I'm lucky enough to say that. We have a crew of about 25 coaches throughout the season, and then we've got our volunteer army of parents. And one of the most important parts of our program is the alumni, the guys that are in college or even out of college now that came up through Boulder Junior Cycling. They're still racing. They're in the pro ranks or the collegiate ranks, and they come back and help with the coaching. They take all those hundreds of hours they spent with BJC, and they share those lessons with the next generation.
Yeah, it's interesting when you meet the kids on your program. There's something about how much time do you spend on working on the life skills versus the cycling skills, or does it all seem to come? It's interesting because so many of the kids seem so respectful. They're awesome to be around. Is this just happening organically because that's the way the program operates, or do you sit them down and say, listen, you're going to thank officials, you're going to thank announcers? How does it all work, Pete?
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just the many hours we spend with the kids. After school practice is a cornerstone of our program, so we get to spend a lot of time with the kids. We train the coaches. The coaches are very well educated, so they're learning about how to teach those life lessons. And cycling is just a great sport for teaching life lessons.
It's an incubator or a lab, isn't it? I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah, and the sport has a great community, and it tends to attract those types of kids. But we definitely do sit them down and talk about how to be a good human, what to do at an event, sportsmanship, and team culture. That's the most important thing with any sports team. It's not like the X's and O's and what you're going to do in a certain corner in the course. It's the team culture that rises the whole boat.
It's interesting, Madigan Monroe coming through your program. So I've always said, tell me what your thoughts are on this. You eliminate the top 10 and bottom 10% of the kids. The core group, those kids in the middle, they define what the culture is in your program. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any coach will say it's not about the results, it's about the process. And what we emphasize is mastery of the sport of bicycling. If you can become an expert, become a master of cycling, then everybody wins, and the results are way down the list.
How many of these kids, so Pete has been a Masters world champion a couple of times, not only with an extensive professional mountain bike career. How many of these kids are, Pete, what level of awareness do you think they have of your accomplishments as a cyclist? I know you don't promote that. You don't ring your own bell or whatever. But, I mean, do they even know that you were Master World's champion?
The current generation, I haven't been on the top of a podium for quite a while.
They weren't really born yet, right?
No, and they weren't involved in bike racing, so a lot of them do not know. But I tell a lot of stories, and I tell them about, oh, yes, I did this race, or I've done this race many times. Here's what to expect of the course. Here's what to expect of the conditions. And, when I say I've done Cyclocross Nationals 25 years in a row, I think that opens their eyes.
Hey, it sure does. Pete Weber, thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thanks, Dave.
Right on. That's Boulder Junior Cycling's top boss. It feels so good to be back here in the cyclocross community. I feel like I'm in Boulder in a weird way because these are two of the people that really, well, let me introduce you to Cade Bickmore, just got done racing for Marion. And did you ever Boulder Junior Cycling? Was that ever part of your growing up?
Yeah, I was with Boulder Junior Cycling from the first year that they had a cyclocross program all the way through all my junior years. So
it doesn't get more authentic than that, does it? Yeah, and so Clint Bickmore, father to Cade, and really, I would have to say, father to our cyclocross community in Colorado. Clint, you deserve the credit for really just, I mean, you've recognized that in your dad. One of the real strengths has been you have been there, first guy there, last guy to leave, always with a great attitude. I really appreciate you, Clint.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Just love it. You got to give back, and especially when you have kids that are growing up and you love cycling all your life. And you give back, and then, like you said, we have Eric and Max and all those kids that were all in his era.
It really was fun. And one of the things I think the real reward here is that you get to look at this young man who we're all proud of, but you're obviously going to be more proud than the rest of us because you're invested in this young man's future, right? I mean, I think for all of us, seeing Cade riding for the Avolo team and doing what he's done has been really, really nice. But for you, this is a hallmark for your family.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And then, his younger brother, he looks up to Cade and says, "Hey, I'm right there."
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so when we talk about it, how much of a role does cycling have in that? A lot of parents out here, we were just talking with Rad Racing, they're Andy Swartz, another great example of a parent who's invested in other people's kids as well, but there's a huge payoff.
Right, yeah. But it's so rewarding, right? Because it's not just this, right? It's about life lessons and all that kind of stuff. And you've been there. You've seen how, like, the Ekmans and all that, life lessons, they're doing great in business now with their dad and a mom, right? So it's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, is it recognizable to you, the life lessons that you've learned? I mean, it's a process, right? It just happens.
Absolutely. And, like, also all the connections that I've made and just all of that, like, there's so much that comes from this community, and I've learned so much, like, just being a part of it.
How much is that as work ethic? It's watching your dad being out there pounding steaks when it was freezing cold, never shying away from the hard work.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, we've spent days where, like, I've helped him put on his schoolyard cross in Colorado. Like, I mean, I haven't been there the last couple of years because I've been away at college, but when we started it, like, I remember one night I was out there at 3 a.m. pounding in steaks, like, setting up the course the night before, and then I didn't race that year because I, was up pretty late. But
okay, let me ask you this then. In all honesty, it seems like you can really go one direction or the other. You can either react to a father who is, handling things the way your family did. You can either say, no, I'm out, and become pretty, reject that, or you can embrace it. Did you ever feel that? Like, you've always been there.
Yeah, no, I've always loved it. Like, I love just, volunteering for racing, pulling down stakes at the end of the day. That's really rewarding, helping out the promoters and just helping out the scene, and just, yeah, it's always nice being there.
You're the first one to celebrate when Peter Sagan is there helping the crew take down an inflatable or something. I mean, how stoked are you that your son is that's who he is? That's his DNA.
Yeah. He fully embraces the last name of Bikemore.
There you go. No doubt about it. So, as we say, guys, thanks a lot. What Boulder Junior Cycling kids, I know Madigan Monroe is just this monster. Any of the really young kids that have stood out to you guys as you've been watching them out there? Not to put any pressure on any kids, but it seems like there's always someone coming out of the woodwork in Boulder.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus White, I know he's, like, one to watch, and I think he's 15, 16 this year, maybe. I'm not actually, I don't know.
No, but that's good advice.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch. A lot of other kids, Carden King, he's not actually in Boulder anymore, but still racing for the Boulder Junior Cycling crew. He's another really quick kid coming up.
Is Carden the young man that moved to England?
No, that was...
But these kids are all over the place. Boulder's a unique town that way, isn't it?
And then Vin Ledzinski, right? And, Vin...
What's crazy is, I mean, if you were around, you remember Vin when you were 8, Vin was born probably. Yeah. Like, we're just kind of moving through this, we had the Finneys and the Howes and all these great kids that came through before you were even born, and now we're getting this next wave. Guys, have a great weekend here in Washington.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Love you, man.
Right on. That's the Bickmore family. They're as real as it gets here at Cross Nationals. Well, one of the things that we've been talking about here is the success of the Boulder Junior Cycling Program. What would you guys attribute it to? I'll start with you, Kiera. Georgia and Kiera Bond joining us here. It looks like you guys just got done checking out the course.
Yeah. I'd say one of the great things about Boulder Junior Cycling is the coaches. They're so involved with their athletes, and I talk to my coaches every day. I text them every day, and I just let them know what's going on, and it's just like a really open relationship, and I think that's probably what it is.
Georgia, talk to me about how you got into cyclocross. How old are you now?
I'm 13 now, but I started in triathlon and then progressed into road cycling once I moved up to Boulder from Texas, and then I progressed into cyclocross and mountain bike.
How important is it to keep you in the sport, to have success with it? Or what are your benchmarks for success? It might not be winning. It might be the number of friends that you have out there.
Yeah. It's kind of like doing better than I think I could, or like how I feel, and like improvement, like how I did last year, depending on how I did this year.
Sounds like some really good coaching there, doesn't it? As far as, Yeah, talk about that. Your mentality, what keeps you interested in the sport? There's a million things. You're a kid from Boulder, Colorado. There's a lot going on. What makes you love cross?
What I love about cross is just because you don't even have to focus on your competitors to have a good race, just because the courses are so fun. You can challenge yourself with like what you did the last lap and what you're going to do this lap and kind of change it up. That's what I like about cross, is just like how fun the courses are.
I love that. You two in mud is something that we probably don't see all that much. I know it does get muddy in Colorado, but how are the conditions here in Tacoma? It's pretty unique.
They were pretty good. I really like mud, so they're pretty good. Yeah.
If you like mud, looks like this course would be good for you.
Yes, we definitely don't get that much mud in Colorado. It's pretty dry over there. Sometimes you get a little bit, but not too much. So it's super fun.
So your program, Boulder Junior Cycling, is obviously at this point now, I'd say a pinnacle in the sport. Is there a lot of pride for you kids representing Boulder Junior Cycling? Talk to me about that relationship.
I would say there's definitely a lot of pride, especially with not only just like how many kids there are on the team and how many kids are given opportunities on the team, like getting more kids on bikes, but also with some of the like more talented athletes like Madigan Monroe and Jared Scott and how far they've gotten. And it's just so awesome to be able to call those guys teammates and look up to them. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, to your perspective on Madigan Monroe and her success.
She's one of the sweetest people I've ever met, and then you get on the race course, and she's just like laser focused, and it's really awesome to watch.
I hear you. Her success, does that inspire you guys even more to keep going, or are you inspired enough already?
I'm pretty inspired by her, I guess. It definitely inspires me to keep on going. Yeah.
It's always, that's one of the things, right? Why do we race bikes instead of just riding them around, right? And that's why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is exactly why. It's awesome to be able to have teammates, especially female teammates in this sport, to be able to look up to and see, like, if I work really hard, that's where I can be, like, in a year or 2 years' time.
I love it. When you look at it now, you're kind of in a golden age for young people in cycling. You've got NICA going on with and then you have to look forward to, I see Fort Lewis College set up across the way. They're one of many awesome collegiate programs. Do you see yourself charting a course, continuing with cycling through high school? You go to Fairview now?
I definitely do see me probably going to college and continuing with cycling. I think that would be something that I would definitely strive for in the future.
Georgia, you got one of the coolest names ever. How do people have trouble trying to figure out how you pronounce your name? Do they get too fancy with it? Because it's a unique spelling of Georgia. What's the weirdest that you hear consistently?
I've gotten Horja.
Horja.
Yeah.
Like the Spanish.
Yeah, so like the beginning is Spanish, but the other J isn't. So
I like that they're willing to mix it up.
Yeah. Definitely.
So, hey, as we look forward, your race is coming up, I'm guessing, tomorrow?
On Saturday, actually.
On Saturday. All right, so have you had a chance to go to, like, the Cincinnatis or see the other top riders of your age group yet? I'll ask both of you that. Start with you, Georgia. Sorry.
Yeah, we went to Ruts and Guts a couple weeks ago, but that's basically it, other than nationals, like, in previous years.
So there'll be some unknowns.
Yeah. So we didn't really do too much travel racing this year. As she said, we just went to Ruts and Guts, but we kind of been like watching some of the race results. We kind of know who the top contenders are in our races. So it's going to be really exciting to actually get out here and race them.
How much do you two race against each other?
Quite often. We've actually been doing the women's open races back home in Colorado. So I think we've been racing each other pretty much every weekend.
How evenly matched are you two?
I've beaten her once.
So good. All right. It's competitive.
Yeah, very competitive. It's definitely like a little bit of a mental push when I look back and there's my sister on my wheel. I'm like, okay, we got to go.
I love it. You two, your positivity, those bright smiles mean a lot. So good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. That's Boulder Junior Cycling's best, Kiara in Georgia. Michael, talk to me about where you're at with cross now. I know you've been a master, a very active master racer, USGP champion. But now you're, again, it's really impressive to me. You had a son who came through the program, but he's aged out. You're doing this out of love.
Yeah, I actually really look forward to the cross season every year. It's working with BJC is super fun. And as the program has grown, we just get more and more talented kids and better racers, and the program just gets better and better. And it's pretty hard to walk away from it.
I would agree. We're talking with Michael Robson here. Michael, you'll recognize that Australian accent. Michael has been not only an active masters racer, but I think really the coolest thing is watching how that community, yourself and the Greg Kellers, really morphed from racing for yourself to racing with these kids. And eventually that baton got passed to the point where supporting these kids seemed like your main objective out here. What was that process like? Is that fair?
No, that's exactly right, and I can sort of tell you how it happens. You know, when you're racing for yourself, you win or you do well, and it feels pretty good. But then you start coaching kids, and you watch them do well, and you watch them develop, and you watch them improve. And you know, not just as bike riders, we're not raising bike riders here. We're helping to raise kids. But you know, you watch them do well, and that's way more exciting than any result you could ever get. And you just start to sort of steadily transform over to you know, being more involved with their performance and the kids as kids.
I love the Boulder kids, and I mean, there's times where you actually have to throttle them back a little bit, right?
Yeah, a lot. Yes, sometimes it's a good problem to have when you're reefing on the reins a little bit. You know, some of them you got to kind of, you know, you've got to encourage and keep moving them forward, and some of them you're just hanging on for dear life and trying to hold them back because they're excited and motivated.
How much have you learned about the psychology of kids when you see that some need motivation, some need to be just feel like they're appreciated? Every kid is different, aren't they? It must be a big part for you and Pete and Joe Lewis to figure out how these kids work.
Yeah, and every single one has a completely different personality. You know, there's something different that makes every single kid tick. And you've got to, you know, as you get to know the kids and work with them, you learn, you know, as you said, how to motivate them and how to sort of help them to do their best.
Boulder has a reputation as a relatively affluent or privileged community. Cyclocross is a sport where it doesn't matter how many square footage your house has. It's going to be cold and rainy and sleet, and this is something that I think defines character for sure. Your thoughts on that? That no matter how much, no matter what your dad does for a living, any kid that's out here deserves respect.
Oh yeah, I think so. And you know, there is a bit of a barrier to entry for cross because it's an expensive sport. It's expensive to get into it. But even with BJC, we are able to give kids access to the sport.
It's fair to say if you have a kid that's really motivated to do this, we'll figure out a way to get him or her on a bike. I think that there's big hearts in Boulder Junior. I know there's big hearts in Boulder Junior cycling. Has it proven out that way?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we have bikes that just belong to the program that the kids can ride, and we've definitely had kids come into the program and they love it and they want to do it and they're super stoked, and we can make it happen for sure.
Michael, I noticed, did you see my Rafa wrist thing? That's my only Rafa piece of gear that I could afford. But yeah, but hopefully the funding from that goes directly to, well, you guys did receive a nice grant, didn't you?
We did, and that was awesome. It was hugely exciting. And, you know, in a lot of ways, it was just an acknowledgement of how hard we've all worked to make BJC what it is.
What are you guys going to use all of those resources for? I mean, it goes without saying getting more kids. A yacht?
No,
there's no team yacht.
I actually have no idea what the plan is for that at all.
You're just out here. You're a working man. You're out here on the ground, boots on the ground, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, like my main, the thing I'm most looking forward to today is the kids will start turning up here soon and we start doing pre-rides, and I just can't wait to get on the course with my gang.
Yeah, that's all we need to hear. It's on, like Donkey Kong here in Washington. So much happens right here in the pit. It's really incredible. This is where the athletes, their supporters, and mechanics all connect. They'll be out pre-riding on the course here. Conditions are constantly changing. That's true, you know, in the sport of cyclocross, but in the Pacific Northwest, maybe more than anywhere, the relationship between the athlete and the mechanic becomes paramount. So that all happens right here in the pit. We're in Lakewood, Washington. I hope you're enjoying the 2019 USA Cycling National Cyclocross Championships.
Three down, three to go here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. We just wrapped up our U23 women's race where we watched Katie Klaus dominate on the front of the field. And now we move into the second to last block of the day, our U23 men and then Elite Women racing together, and then a pre-ride before the Elite Men, and then our final race of the day starting at 2:15 local time here. So full day of racing at Cyclocross National Championships, wrapping up a full week of racing. But now it's time to focus on the high end of the sport, the elites athletes, U23s and 17-18 juniors. So you see U23 men getting into the grid now, getting ready to go. Tim, it's going to be a rowdy one out there today.
This is it's such a mix of huge talent plus really, really intense skill, and also almost no holds barred. I mean, there's nothing holding these kids back from just letting it rip out there. One of the best categories to watch, just because there's so much action at the front all throughout the category. It's also one of the categories with the biggest change year to year, because riders will graduate out and be filled back in with last year's best juniors, and believe me, the best juniors are almost as good as these guys. So really great competition every single year. Here we go, fast start on the right hand side. Looks like Cannondale Cyclocross World Rider going through Alex Morton.
Elaine Mayer, the #1 ranked rider in this race. We're number 102 for the Cannondale CyclocrossWorld.com team. They've got 2 in there with Morton as well, wearing number 107.
It's like 122 there. It might be Kobe Getvin. So we can get a pronunciation there, but full speed here into this run-up. And he has got a little bit of a gap there.
Well, Getvin started 14th in the grid, so he was in second row, but found his way up to the front.
Small crash there, Brad, on the left-hand side into the barriers. Picked himself back up again, but looks like going from top 5 all the way to the back of that field.
Yeah, that's a hard place to be. I mean, the first lap of a race is so fast, and these guys are just crushing it to try to get into the front end of this race right away as they go into this run-up before they start hitting all the technical bits. It's really, really hard to make your way from the back end of this race to the front again.
That was a rider from Hold Fast Racing, Scott Funston, local rider from the Seattle area, riding under the banner of Rad Racing and Jim Brown. Got Hold Fast sticker on my jacket right now, but it looks like Lane Marr going around into the lead for this first off-camber section, passing Morton and Funston. See how they're going to tackle that off-camber section. Slow approach when you've got a field this tight. So many riders. You got some riders even trying to run down there. Tough to pick your way through that traffic jam.
Yeah, sometimes that's the safest way to go. You know, when you're all bunched up and it's kind of just carnage in that. That was probably one of the more safe descents that we've seen at the start of these races when the whole field comes in together. There wasn't much carnage going on there. Not too many riders slipping out. But the riders at the front of this race, they're the ones who can see the line, pick their lines, and make it through safely without any traffic around them.
On and off the bike, Ben Gomez Villafane right there. Off-camber section. Wow, this rut is holding up if you get in there, but you have to trust it dropping down all the way across the course. Oh, this is a wild spot. This is where the internet comes to be just a beautiful spot to hang out. He's trying to stay off of Instagram right there, but this is a tough little start to the lap, trying to drag your bike.
So,
oh, wow.
I think that was the rider that we saw crash at the very beginning something must be wrong with his bike, because he's been running. I mean, of course he ran up the run-up, but running down this descent, I'm guessing that he's going to end up having to run all the way to the pit.
Still 39 degrees out there, and the mud has not gone away. We thought there might be some wind, but you can see the course tape not moving at all out there. So it's calm and cold on the final day of Cyclocross Nationals here. Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter. You can find me at Brad Soner, Meredith MM Cyclist, and Tim Johnsois, Tim Johnson CX.
We're out there. We got Scott Funston in second position, followed quickly by Eric Brunner, number 103 from Boulder. Fast start. Lane Marr, one of the favorites here, definitely ranked number 1 for a reason. He won the last 2 UCI races in Rhode Island last weekend, which is against all age categories, not just under 23. So he came into this race with a lot of confidence.
You know, so one of the riders we're not seeing in the U23 race who won the Pan American Championships as a U23 is Gage Hecht, who actually has opted to race in the elite race that we'll see later this afternoon.
Oh, we got a little tandem exercise bike symbol system going on there.
That is the dad of the year right there.
Yeah.
If you keep a kid on your shoulders and let them bang on a cymbal,
there's a lot going on right there. A lot of multitasking happening.
A little buff right out. That's fine. You got Lane Mar looking over his shoulder. Funston still in control there. Here comes Brunner in the blue.
Yeah, this one's getting a little closer on the front now.
Looks like still going here. Tail end of the group. So I see some collegiate jerseys in there, kind of sprinkled throughout. You got some Fort Lewis riders. Someone like, excuse me, Sam Noel. Sam Noel's out of Vermont. He was racing earlier in the collegiate relay. So it's nice to see that under 23 age category racers having a second chance to race if they are in college currently. See how that course changes throughout the week. But Wayne, good little lead, but a pass. Funston giving up to Brunner, so he's dropping back into third place.
Yeah, up here in the orchard is where any riders who have, enough power, this is a really powerful part of the course. It's, again, we've been talking about it all day. It's the one part of the course where there's some elevation that they're actually having to pedal. Any of the other elevation is a run-up. Down below is the flat section of the course. And right now we're seeing Lane Mar dropping in really fast. This right now is the one section of the course where you can actually take a little bit of a breath, and you want to be recollect yourself as you come into these next few technical descents and fast finishes before the pavement stretch.
All right, so just under, a little over halfway through the first lap as they come on to the crowd favorite descent here.
See how this one goes. Wow, that is double the speed. This category full of racers with a lot of skills to get back uphill. See if we can get them coming down there. Straight into that button hook, back and forth. Yeah, these ruts are really getting developed. And the speed of that descent really is just so fast when you let the brakes go. Keep going down. Gomez Villafane right there from Squid. Trying my best to pronounce the way that I need to. Stu Thorne giving a yell to Lane Mar at the front. That front group of three starting to split off a little bit.
Eric Bruner, he's another rider. As you mentioned, he's from Boulder, Colorado, so I see him race quite a lot. And if there's one rider out here that has some power, it is Eric. So he's really good at closing the gaps. I've seen him go out the front of a lot of races this year so far back home, and he's had some really great races at the UCI, outside of Boulder as well. So if there's anyone able to close a gap on a long power section, it would be Eric.
He'll have a few opportunities on this course, so maybe expect to see that pass a little later on the lap here, a little later in the course. He probably doesn't want to quite make it to the front yet, but eventually he will or try to get up there. So back up to the front here.
We've seen a lot of different tactics from riders today. Some want to be on the front, taking charge like Magnus Sheffield did earlier in the day. Other riders like to just kind of sit back, kind of take in what's happening, figure out what their competitors' weaknesses are so that they can capitalize those later on in the race. And so if Eric does make it back to Lane Mar's wheel right now, it'd be interesting to see, does he sit on or does he just go straight to the front and take charge?
It's going to be really hard to sit on a wheel like Lane Mar here. This section, he was trying to ride this in pre-ride yesterday and hitting it at about 100 miles an hour, getting a couple pedal strokes into this hill, but it's just a little bit too steep. Deciding to run it now. Runner right on the back wheel. This little off-camber section is going to be a real test. See how those tires grip into the mud and the roots. Cutting over. Nice setup there. Both riders making that look easy.
But these guys seem pretty well matched up on the front. This is going to turn into a good one. 3-4 having a good battle as well. So it's kind of two races happening at the front here. 1 and 2 battling with Lane Mar and Eric Brunner, and then 3rd and 4th battling as well with the Funston. And I think it might have been Alex Morton who has got up to him.
Nice little pass there coming into the off-camber section.
Look at the gap he opened up just with that one pass.
Yeah, just a little bit of hesitation from the other rider, and he made a good pass, and put some time into him.
Really, really strong downhill rider. Gomez Villafane is solid on a mountain bike, really rips it, letting it loose there. You saw that time he made up, but here's that front group getting together. Lane Marr letting the gap go a little bit here. Brunner going straight through, forcing the other 3 riders to chase. It's going to happen again a couple more times on the straightaway. This kind of a lead through on the end of the first lap really gives a chance to solidify this group. They look back and see the 5th place rider not quite on the back, just Alex Morton. So it looks like these 4 are set here now.
Yeah, you can see Eric just looking over his shoulder, trying to figure out who's there, what's happening behind him. You know, he went to the front on the pavement section. I'd say that was, you know, that's one of Eric's strengths is his power. So he chose to take the lead there. That's where he feels comfortable, hoping to put, you know, some of the other riders on the back foot a little bit, making him hurt just a little bit where he can show his strength. And now he's taking the lead into this run up. And if these guys have been doing their running practice, we can see Lane Marr taking the pass right now.
All right, here's your top 10 through the first lap with Brunner, Marr, Swartz, and Funston in that first group of 4. 10 seconds back was Alex Morton for the Cannondale Cyclocross World Team. Then another 10 seconds back to Jack Tanner. Then it goes Vijapanya in 7th, Cade Bickmore in 8th, Kieran Egan in 9th, and Sam Noel of the Competitive Edge Racing Team riding at the top 10 right now on course.
So Cade Bickmore, that Marion cycling rider, he was coming across the line just behind the Squid rider. So yeah, Lane Marr back in the front. He passed just heading into the steep part of the run-up, taking the lead back over again. This is a great shot of that off-camber cutting across. You can see how the tires are slipping. They're staying on the bike. So these are the first riders that are able to actually ride that section. And then underneath this large evergreen, you can kind of get around. It looks like they are dabbing at the top and then cutting across. Flat section right back to the front for Brunner. Funston watching from 4th position.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a throwback to the junior men 17-18 race where we're going to see a lot of tactics and a lot of changes in the lead at the front of the race.
So that was 5, 6, 7, 8 just came into the shot, and then 9 right before we cut away there. Just to give you an idea of where we are. There goes Funston on the way down for the whole fast project.
That's 4th place right there. So that descent, it looks like that speed limit is gone now. Anything goes. Lots of traction. Alex Morton is a ripper. Whether it's bunny hopping barriers, doing manuals, you know, everyone looks at something like Mathieu van der Poel or you know, any of these other enduro mountain bikers who just have great bike handling skills. When you add it to the engine you need for cyclocross, you make a course look like this look even easier. A little bit of a pass right there. Sam Noel on the inside. Gomez Vijafane going around him. This is still probably top 25 here. Try and get some names for you guys, everyone watching at home. It's great to see the local heroes out there doing battle.
Yeah, let's go a little further down past the top 10 with Sam Calder-Wood, in 11th, Sam Brown in 12th. Then comes Daxton Mock in 13th, Nathan Knowles riding in 14th. We saw Kobe Giffen through in 15th. Then it went Mark Miles, Kelton Williams, Tane Adrade, and Finnegan O'Connor, and then Patrick Frank sitting in 20th place right now, rounding up the top 20.
Nice. Look at this descent. Oh, I love these different lines. There's so many options out there, and there's so many ways to do it. I mean, you've got these guys just hanging off the back of the bike in the drops or on the tops, wheels sliding back and forth, in total contrast to this part of the course, which is straight up monster hill. Looks like Lane Marr dropping back down to 3rd, Brunner in the front, Funston in 4th.
You know, so Eric Bruner also does a full road season. So, you know, he's one of these riders who will get a lot of speed and endurance in his legs throughout the rest of the year, then need to take a little bit of a break before he comes back in for the cross season, where he's going to come back in and have to work on the skills and sharpen all those, you know, getting used to being off-road and being on the dirt again and put in a strong cyclocross season.
So inside top 10 is Sam Noel right there. But back to the front, we got Brunner and Swartz. Caleb Swartz out of Wisconsin. Great race for him. He has had some really good rides so far this year. You know, going back to Waterloo World Cup out in Wisconsin, all the hometown crowd there watching at home. I know this live stream is going out all over the place. Everyone wants to cheer for their riders. You can't make it out to nationals. I'm sorry you missed it, but you're doing your best watching at home, but it's cool to watch a rider like Caleb Swartz riding his way to the front of this race now with a gap. Looks like they have lost Lane Marr completely. Funston in third place. We'll get an idea on where Lane Marr went, but it looks like he's dropped out of the shot completely.
Yeah, so I want to give a shout out to Caleb Swartz and the rest of his family. Emma, who isn't racing this year, but she was at the World Championships last year. And a shout out to Madison. That's where I went to college, and during the years of the USGP in Madison, we would actually stay with the Swartz family, and they put us up in their home and showed us just wonderful hospitality. So I definitely owe them a big thank you and a shout out to, for all the support. And then I know that they give their kids so much love and support, and the rest of Madison has got to be watching, cheering on riders like Caleb.
And two-time collegiate national champ, too, so he's got a taste for the stars and stripes. We'll see if he can go out there and get it, but it's going to be a great battle with Brunner. Those two separating themselves, getting ready to head down this steep descent as they come off the top, off the orchard, back down on the flats. But we'll try and get an idea of what happened to Lane Marr, but there goes Brunner and Swartz ripping that thing, holding it through these S-turns. Great shot. When you're on the bike doing it, you've got your hands just gripping tight. You're hoping your tires are going to stick. And speed right now, I mean, everyone here along the rail is getting such a great show. You guys are at home, too.
Yeah, the footage that we're able to see with this race, Brad, you mentioned it earlier, we actually have more cameras out on course than we did at some of the World Cups here in the United States. And so it's a tremendous effort to make it all happen. And I'm so glad that we were fortunate enough to be able to show everyone else the same footage that we're seeing here on the ground.
Right into the pit there, Brad. I'm sorry, that's Eric Brunner just getting a fresh bike. Swartz sticking out there, so now he's in the lead. Brunner's pit crew working quick. That was a really fast bike exchange. You come into the pit at 15, 20 miles an hour, and you throw the bike at your mechanic and hope that you have enough grip to grab the bike that's sitting there stationary. Something a lot of riders practice. It's great to do it for a time like this when you're at the national championships and you cannot afford one extra second or a mistake. You can definitely sink your chances of getting a jersey, but right into the sand pit. These riders are killing it. Swartz right now putting down the power.
You can tell that the sand is still pretty deep. It's not because they're raking it between races. It's deep and it's hard to get through.
I was going to say about the raking, it doesn't seem like they're raking in the corner, because it seems like you can ride out of the line here. Like, this is really rideable right here. So it's like just until you get to the end.
Out of it.
Right, exactly.
It's rideable.
That would be almost impossible to make that U-turn in deep, loose sand. So they let that pack down a little bit more.
So there's Marr. So Marr has dropped back behind Alex Morton. Looks like his engine is blowing some cylinder heads or something. We're not sure exactly what's going on, but he has gone from at the front to dropping now, I think, into 6th position behind his teammate Alex Morton. So these two riders now don't have to worry about Marr. They don't have to worry about Funston. Here he is putting his bike down. So this gap now is opening up pretty well for these two guys. Funston looking strong. You want to keep a close eye on a rider like Caleb Swartz, because it looks like those two are very evenly matched.
Yeah, Caleb also does a lot of mountain bike races, so he's got the skills, and it's just a matter of whether or not these two riders, Brunner and Swartz, can match each other, pedal for pedal, or if it's going to come down to some technical skills later on in the race.
Definitely mitigating mistakes. We have seen over and over again since yesterday, bringing you some of the best finishes of these races, some heartbreaks from the leaders having bike problems at the end of their races, seeing that win go away. Hopefully not happening in this race.
Yeah, you hate to see a race decided that way because of a mechanic. I don't think any rider wants to win a race because of a mechanical of their competitors, but that's an unfortunate part of cyclocross racing because they beat these things up, that's for sure. These machines are not babied while they're racing, let's say.
No, and right now Swartz and Brunner at the front of this race, coming off the pavement, kind of each looking at each other, trying to decide who's going to take charge. There's right now for them it's a tactical race, and so no one really wanting to take absolute control. They're pretty evenly matched right now, so just kind of looking at each other, trying to figure out who is going to do the bulk of the work.
There goes Morton right there, Elaine Marr coming around. So he's now all alone. He's lost the wheel of his teammate. See if he can get back up there, looking over his shoulder, seeing where he's at. But you know, these first 2 laps, we saw how much power he was putting down. Such a fast start like that. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Onto the run-up. Both riders going to shoulder. Was he checking his watch? Time?
It's probably an Apple Watch, maybe his email.
I could have sworn he
Text
maybe
message.
got a text or was trying to figure out if he was going to make his lunch reservation or what.
Is that a segment? Is he going for the KOM?
You might have just gotten a notification. You've gotten the KOM.
You are close to the KOM, maybe next lap. See if you can do it. Swartz making good, making quick work of that descent. It looks like Brunner, he's got some real good power. He rode that earlier off-camera section into this ride-up really well the last time through. He's able to clean that as well to get back onto the flat section.
Yeah, those trees are kind of covering how difficult, how challenging that section is. We haven't seen anyone else yet ride that section completely yet today. So I can tell you that the section is a lot harder than they're making it look right now.
So Alex Morton looks like he's now in third if I can't get a visual on Funston. So that's Swartz right there in second, Brunner right in front of him. So we might have had a change into third place there, but back to Funston at the front. He's got a little bit of a gap. He's really strong on these descents. Looks like he gapped him off after that, getting back onto the gravel path.
Yeah, so Brunner's going to hit it now. He sees the opportunity, saw him take that look underneath his shoulder and got right back on the gas on the front. You got to take the opportunities when they come, and he sees the cracks starting to form now.
Absolutely. I mean, one little chink in the armor, and that's when you've got to capitalize on any kind of strength that you have or the weakness of your competitor. And this right now is where Eric really shines on the hard power sections. Like I mentioned, I've seen him crush so many races just riding away from the rest of the field with his power.
And Caleb Swartz has to make sure that he doesn't go too deep to try to respond to this. Swartz has to make sure that he can, maintain the gas pedal for the remainder of this race. So you got to be a little careful responding to those moves. It would be easy for him to say, "Oh, I'm just going to stay on Brunner," but maybe a slow burn is better.
Yeah, some riders are more like just diesel engines where they can just kind of maintain the same sort of speed and they just slowly work their way into the race. Everyone else is burning their matches. They're just kind of working their way forward.
Plenty of racing still to go. These guys are going to get 6 laps in today. The officials just announced this will be a 6-lap race. So that's going to be
really shows that lap times have gone down a lot. I mean, earlier this morning we were looking at really long times, but this age category, like we talked about Brad and Meredith, this is like, almost a fully mature, cycling athlete with all skills and physical abilities at such a high level. So those lap times are just really coming down. So that's going to be a good race. Lots of action out there. So Funston is actually in third. I'm sorry if any of the Funston family out there watching along. I didn't mean to scare you. This is Alex Morton. He's in fourth. So that was Funston still riding top 3, chasing those first 2 riders. So he's got third position right now ahead of Morton.
And just that struggle, that pain coming up and over the run-up, having to get back on the bike. It's such an anaerobic effort, really, and they're having to get back into their pedals, shed any mud out of their feet, and get going again. And it's such a hard effort when you're just absolutely maxed out trying to get up the run-up.
There's Funston trying to keep Morton back off. But Morton, again, very, very skilled. Here's 5th and 6th. And that is going to be the competitive edge rider. Might be Samuel there, 104, just ahead of Lamar. These two know each other really well, both from Vermont. Both good buddies. Sorry, Connecticut and Vermont. But New Englanders just the same.
Seeing the crowd out there, there's such good energy on the run-ups. I think I mentioned it yesterday after I finished my race. There's so many times I just wanted to stop and walk up the climbs, but that energy out there really keeps you going. It gives you that extra motivation to just dig a little bit deeper and make it all the way up and over the top.
That Fort Lewis rider Sam Brown, number 125, still riding top 10. So here we are already at the top of the big climb. I mean, this course is just unfolding so quickly with these two at the front. They're putting down pro-level lap times over and over and over again. High speed, high power. Really opening up the gaps over the rest of the field here. We'll get a better idea of where these two riders are. It's like third and fourth there, so that would be both Funston and Morton.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a pretty big gap between the first two riders back to Funston, and a more manageable gap between Funston and Morton right now. So it's very possible that Morton could close this gap if he puts in a few hard efforts, but that gap from Bruner and Swartz is staying pretty big right now back to Funston.
Here's that descent. Let's see if they'll come around the corner. I think this is still going to be Funston, actually. This is Brunner already down into the flat, so we missed that descent. But this is Brunner still putting the power down. He's opening up that gap really well. Swartz still fighting to close it. These two guys, it's got to be a battle of, mistakes. It's got to be who stays upright without making all of those very, very costly mistakes, because they do look like they're so evenly matched.
Yeah, and I think this is where Eric, he knows what his strengths are, and he's just going to keep putting those little punches onto the pedals, out and accelerating out of every little turn. That's where he really excels, and he knows that's putting the hurt on the Swartz each time, and hopefully opening up that gap just a little bit more, making Swartz have to go deeper than he wants to be able to close that wheel, or that gap.
Yeah, great point. Put pressure on him and keep it there so that he feels like he needs to go above and beyond to try to make it back up. Brunner's doing a nice job. See how he keeps the gap open just a little bit, make sure that he doesn't get back up to the wheel. He wants to keep the pressure on.
Yes, and I mean, in chasing right now, that gap does not look that big, but it's actually harder to close it. It's harder than you think it is to close that gap. And right now, again, Eric knows that he has a little bit of a gap, so he's just going to put a little bit of extra pressure on the pedals, make Caleb Swartz have to keep digging harder and harder to be able to close that gap and get back up to his wheel.
Back up to the top. On the way up and across.
Yep, Eric Bruner just making his way down that off-camber descent. These guys are making it look so easy. I can tell you yesterday during pre-ride, it was, and we've seen Caleb Swartz go down. He's now off his bike, having to get back on and remount. So again, this has kind of been what we've been talking about all day long. It's not if, but when, and how do the riders come back from that?
Let's see if we can figure out what happened here. Go back and take a look at the little slip-up.
Yeah,
and just lost traction.
Front wheel slid out a little bit. That's that off-camber section that's so tough. And, it's bound to happen with these guys. They're running at the limit and physically just completely pinned. Heart rate, power, everything about that. But you still have to be able to dance around those roots and go fast on the descent. So really good. I mean, this is like tire selection. This is tire pressure. He might be 1 or 2 PSI too high to lose the traction. It looks like Brunner's got almost perfect bike setup because his bike is very quiet when he's going over sections like that. So Swartz, even though he's letting it all hang out there, he may be needing a little bit more tread or a little less pressure.
Brunner seeing 3 laps to go as he goes through the line. Here comes Swartz across the line as well. We'll get a time check on them as they roll through, and then it should be Funston, Morton, and Mayer as these guys head out for the final 3 laps of racing. Here's Funston on the way in, and I believe we'll see more
27 minutes into this bike race against
the pseudo time trial tuck here, trying to get every advantage that he can.
It's a long straightaway. I mean, you got to get in there, otherwise it's going to take forever.
Yep, and I just looked outside the tent and saw him come by, and they're actually flying right now. I mean, you can't quite tell the speed that you see on the camera on your TV right now, and there's a little bit of a tailwind. You can see the flags blowing just a little bit more now than they were earlier, and giving these guys just a little bit of a tailwind on this already fast paved section.
Right into the run up. This thing is just so steep. Brunner looking good once again. Got those feet spread wide, trying to find a little bit of place to get some traction. Swartz trying to make his way back. It's like that gap's opening up, but he's trying to get those fast feet. He's got the arms swinging. This is the first big run up of that course. Look at that shot on the right-hand side. There's Swartz climbing as Brunner starts heading across to the left side on an off-camber section. Again, cleaning it. so far. Here's Swartz getting ready to drop down. This is a really very steep, very tight section here. You got to get into this rut at the right spot with a little bit of momentum so you can get into the off-camber section in good speed.
These guys are making it look easy. Very good bike handling skills on display here. So as we watch the rest of the field rolling through the line, I want to bring Jesse Anthony into the booth, the, I guess, still new cyclocross manager for USA Cycling, who was brought in to kind of help reset and grow the segment, the sport of cyclocross here. Jesse, first of all, congratulations on what you put together this year. Cross Nats 2019 is awesome here in Lakewood. So from everyone out here, congratulations to the whole USA Cycling team. You guys got to be pumped.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. It's been really awesome to be out here, and our events team has been here for over a week setting up this massive event, and it's been so successful. So we're stoked, and I got to give it up to the events team because they're the ones who've done all the work here.
Jesse, tell me a little bit more about some of the stuff that you're doing behind the scenes outside of just nationals and the national events. A lot of work goes into developing young talent. As we're watching the 17, 18 juniors and then the U23s, that's a big part of your job. Tell me a little bit about that role and what USA Cycling does to help those riders.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been super awesome to be here at Cyclocross Nationals and kind of getting to know a lot of the young riders out there. I mean, yesterday with the races from the 11 to 16-year-old riders, that's a big segment for us, is working with the youth and the juniors to get them into the sport and competing at a good level, and they're doing well. We saw some awesome racing yesterday, and then today all the UCI categories are fantastic. So we're just working on building the support systems and the opportunities for these athletes.
We've heard a couple riders mention the Mud Fund as in their post-race interviews. A lot of them talking about getting ready to go over for that Christmas block of racing after this, going to Worlds. Tell me about that program. What is the point, and where does that money come from, and where does it go?
Yeah, so the Mud Fund is a donation-based fund that supports all of our cyclocross programs from the grassroots level all the way up to elite racing. So any young riders that you see out there in the USA jersey racing in Europe, and then some of our domestic opportunities as well are all funded by the Mud Fund.
Tim, can't stress enough how important this development is at that critical time as junior riders, because not everyone can fund their own way to go race in Europe, to get to the big show. And so that's kind of where the Mud Fund steps in. And I know you've seen a lot of success stories come out of that.
Well, you know, watching a rider like Caleb Swartz just rocket up this run-up, it's getting opportunities for kids to even get to this particular level. I mean, I would put this at a very, very deep end of what cyclocross is. This is the elite side of things, but it's all about the sport itself and the community around cyclocross. So if you've got a way for kids to be a part of it and stay a part of it, you want to kind of nurture them as they find their feet as a physical athlete, but also making sure that they're doing it in a way that's sustainable so that they stay in the sport after 5 or 10 years. You know, you want these riders to be 25 to 35 racing at the world level, but to be able to do that, you have to build the support systems that start with something like the Mud Fund and build all the way up through the national team.
And Meredith, it's not just writing a check. I know you had a chance to go over to Worlds last year. It's more about the support, the overall system that we present to these juniors and U23 riders. It's about coaching, it's about advice, it's about making them comfortable, and a little bit of financial help as well.
The financial part definitely plays a big part of it, but I mean, being able to go over as a coach and having the mentors and having the family support, and you know, it all plays into it. And the Mud Fund really gives these riders an extra boost. But you know, it's all those stuff on the bike as much as it is stuff off the bike and the behind the scenes stuff that allows these riders to keep progressing from year to year and going up through the ranks.
All right, so as Eric Brunner grows his lead up past 10 seconds, Jesse, are you going back over to Europe after this? What's next for you, and will you be there for the World Championships?
Yeah, so we have athletes leaving directly from the national championships to go over to Europe. I'll be leaving on Wednesday to join them as we do some World Cups and some European racing in the next 2 weeks. Then we're doing a training camp in Spain before the last 2 World Cups and the World Championships. So a long stint in Europe coming up for us, and I'm super excited. We have such a great group of young athletes coming up, including the first Junior Women's Cyclocross World Championship. That's huge for the USA, for USA Cycling. and all of our young athletes, especially in the women's field.
Yeah, it's something we've been pushing for a long time, and it's going to be really exciting to watch the Americans this year in the 17-18 field. Jesse, great job. Keep up everything that you've been doing. It has been awesome watching your first year at USA Cycling. I cannot wait to see what's next from the cyclocross crew out there in Colorado Springs making things happen.
Yeah, there's there's so cool to see this development at an international level, but it's also happening here at home. You've got a race full of riders who come from home clubs and home groups, and you've got a rider like Scott Funston who has gone through the Rad Racing program. You've got a rider like Brunner coming through BJC, which is another great junior program from Colorado. So it's about development here in the U.S. with the eye towards elite level riding at the world class level.
Well, Jesse, I see a few riders that need recruiting for the national team now, so we're going to let you go and get out there to preach the gospel to everyone here at Cyclocross Nationals. Jesse Anthony, a cyclocross manager at USA Cycling. Keep up the good work, Jesse. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, well, meanwhile, leaders going through the pit, Brunner and Swartz, both going to go into the Shimano pits. This will be 3, 4, and 5 with Scott Funston up at the front. And then these guys locking in together, too. At 3 laps to go, still a lot of separation to happen. I'm a little surprised at how far apart Eric Brunner has gotten with still so much racing to go. I mean, obviously a strong rider, but there's a lot of talent in this U23 field.
There for sure is, and I think that we would be seeing a different race right now if Caleb hadn't made that mistake and slid out on that off-camera section. But that's part of racing. And again, was he able to come back when you've made a crash like that and you know that you're in a position to potentially take the Stars and Stripes jersey? That messes with your head so much. I mean, it's like, it's one thing to be kind of around 5th, 6th, whatever place, and you make a mistake. But when you're actually contending for the win of a race and you make a mistake, it's so hard. You're just swearing at yourself, like, what did you just do? Why did you do that?
What is wrong with you?
What did you let happen, And so it's, so you got to get back and back into a rhythm and start making your way forward again.
Brad, some of the notes that I just saw, earlier while we were with Jesse is just that these gaps are opening up, but you see still the bike changes have to happen. You still see the fundamentals of riding fast on a course like this. They're still hitting these descents, still hitting the ruts the right way. Even if you might be a little bit behind, you still have to do it perfectly because you never know if that leader is going to have a problem. You got to stay in the game. You got to stay in the fight. We saw it happen over and over again in these earlier races with the younger athletes yesterday. And you don't want that to happen, but you got to stay close. You never know.
Yeah, you can't give up. That's the nature of cyclocross. That's the beauty of cyclocross for those who actually make it through with a little bit of luck on their side. It's unfortunate for those who don't, but I mean, that is the nature of bike racing. You never know what can happen. So you could be in second place. You could have a minute gap, and you never know what might happen to the leader, what kind of catastrophic mechanical or puncture that they might have, and they're running half the course. So you have to stay on the gas all the way to the finish.
Yeah, it really could happen anytime. That was Alex Morton dropping down the off-camber section, making it look easy. He's got the end has got a little bit of that compression. Definitely tough to do without going over the bars. But Morton doing really well. Here's Brunner heading into the run-up. So he's already gone through start-finish. He's off of the road now, down, going from 20 miles an hour to about 2 miles an hour. Get a couple pedal strokes into this uphill, pick your bike up over your shoulder. Your bike is light. You've got great sponsors or support, or you paid good money for a light bike, but it feels like 1,000,000 pounds on your shoulder right now because you got to get back up this stupid hill one more time.
and this is the part of the race where you can really see the fatigue setting in. Eric is trying to, stay on the bike as long as he possibly can into the bottom of the run-up. That's his tactics. Some other riders will, as soon as you start to lose momentum, that's when you got to be off your bike and running, and he's just trying to massage that for as long as he can. And now we're seeing Caleb Swartz making the big chase up this run up and up and over and then back on the bike and trying to keep charging ahead to close that gap to Eric.
Swartz, the reigning collegiate national champion for varsity cyclocross, and Eric Brunner, the reigning collegiate club national champion.
Yeah. So Eric also claiming a Stars and Stripes jersey earlier this week for CU Boulder in the collegiate club races.
No reason you can't do both. Race your bike and go to school. Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter all day. I am at Brad Soner. You can find Meredith at MM_Cyclist, and the famous Tim Jansois is at Tim Johnson CX.
Yeah, this throwback idea, I mean, it's great. It's not Thursday, but it's fine. I'll go with it. Here goes Brunner into the pits one more time. Here's Swartz coming down that fast ascent, rutted left-hand turn into a rutted right. It's going to be filled with the people in the beer tent. I think they're spreading out a little bit, getting ready for what will be the two marquee events of the day with the Elite Women and Elite Men coming up next. But Brunner, he's got some great power. Still the muddiest section on course, just next to the pits.
This part's definitely getting worse because that's all runoff from the power washers in the pits. So you can actually see from the aerial shots, there's kind of a division in the course where it drains to one side of the course. So like half of the infield now has about 4 inches of standing water in it, and the other half is pretty dry, not terrible.
And you don't necessarily know what's under all that water either. But, you know, as we were seeing Eric go through past the pits, he didn't go into the pits, but as he was going past, his coach and team manager, Grant Hollicky, was yelling over the tape, telling him, oh, here comes Funston, signaling to his support crew in the pit that he's going to be coming in for a bike change. Hard to tell yet what exactly is happening. Is it a puncture, or is it a gear issue?
That was a bit of a panicked yell there. You got to be able to communicate with your pit crew before you get to the pit, you know, just in case you need a little bit of extra attention, if it's a shoe that needs to be replaced or whatever. But Funston immediately back on a fresh bike. He's all set. He's back up to speed again. But tense moments there.
And then you also have to be able to communicate with your pit crew what is going on. Do you need more pressure? Do you need less pressure? Was it a gearing issue? You know, so that they know what to do with your bike. Normally they just grab your bike, take it straight to the pits and clean it. But if it's a mechanical issue, they need to know what to fix so that the next time your bike is ready.
Just in case you need to go back and get that next bike. That was Team Seattle behind Funston there. That was Rad Racing, decades of cyclocross support for young riders in the Pacific Northwest. Awesome to see that. I even caught a glimpse of Jim Brown at the start of the run-up. So this is coming full circle here, watching this crew get together. There he is. Jim Brown, hold fast right on the right-hand side, watching his kids climb this unbelievably steep climb. Tough run-ups here, but excellent position. You know, second place, you got to stay on it. You got to keep going. You never know what's going to turn out, but Brunner's got a lot of control on this course. He's got a very sizable gap here. He's already into the S-turns at the Orchard, so this is that long climb. Looking pretty good, moving around. This is so fun, even, you know, when it was muddy and wet, but now the sun's coming out. Things are definitely looking up for him right now.
Yeah, these might be the best weather conditions that we've had the entire time this week since Cyclocross Nationals rolled into town last weekend and started setting up here. Finally, the sun's starting to peek out here in Lakewood.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, Friday we actually had a full sunny day. I don't think it rained at all when I was here. And then on Saturday it rained a lot of the day. And then today it seems to be clear. So it's kind of just been this off on weather system since we've been here.
Well, it wouldn't be Cyclocross Nationals without some good cyclocross weather.
And that's what everybody wants, right? That's what everybody's hoping for.
Until you have to ride in it at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then all of a sudden nobody wants cyclocross weather.
So let's take a look at this shot. This is Brunner going down. He's finishing that long descent, and now he's going to pop right into the tough descent that we're going to get a shot of this rutted action here. This is where it's really tough. Off camera, sliding left and right, back and forth.
Did a nice job staying in the rut there on the way down.
Yo, he did really well, dropping it right down into that crowded section. The noise down there is so great to feel. Although it might be a little distracting when you're trying to stay in that rut. That just seems like the place you need to be. Great riding right now from Brunner. Look at those shadows on the course for the first time. Here we are.
Wow. This is a great overhead view that we're getting right now. You can see where all those ruts are out on the course. You know, some sections are worse than others, and we've seen even on the flat sections some of those ruts, unfortunately, earlier put Nick Carter right into the tape. It bounced them. He got bounced right out of a rut that, you know, you probably didn't even realize was there. And so you've always got to be heads up. This course can change from lap to lap, especially now that the sun is coming out. Things are going to kind of start to soften up a little bit, and you know, what was a rideable line before, or what might have been the right line before, could easily change coming into these last couple laps.
And Swartz back up to speed late in the race. These guys are going to be doing really tough laps. I mean, the amount of elevation, if you do, I think it's going to be, what, 8 laps total? 7 laps total? I mean, that's a lot of elevation throughout the entire thing. So it's really tough to be able to stand up and accelerate out of a corner this late into a race. And Swartz doing a really good job up and over that flyover.
Even the flyovers are going to be hard at this point.
Yeah, people like to cross those things up when they jump back down, but not when you're this blown. I mean, you've been riding full gas for 43 minutes already. You got a little bit more to go, trying to stay away from the bears here on the side of the course. Picking up your bike, that's Seamus O'Connor Walker, donkey label out of Iowa City, Iowa, home of one of our World Cups that we've had here in the U.S. Such an awesome scene, way to kick off the season. Back in hot September, big difference from there to here at Nationals. Here we are in Lakewood, freezing in the sunshine, covered in mud. Swartz going back across. Yeah, he's got some lonely time out there trying to follow Brunner, but he's doing a great job. Back off the bike into the run-up.
He's got a lot of time alone right now to think about, you know, the mistake he made earlier and not making that same mistake. Right now, he's just got to keep riding a smart race, keep riding a smooth race, and no more mistakes. And then he probably has, you know, this locked up again, unless anything catastrophic happens in this last lap, a little over a lap. We'll see when to go here pretty soon. You know, we actually saw him regroup and get himself back together, and has been able to stay solidly in second since that mistake.
There we go, third place Alex Morton right there. So he's still in third. He's a ways back now from the front runner, Eric Bruner, but still holding strong at third. He's got Caleb Swartz ahead of him, but these gaps are really opening up right now. So this entire very talented class of under 23 riders being blown apart by Brunner at the front.
All right, Brunner heading out for the final lap of racing here. He's got one more go-round, Fort Steilacoom Park, and then he'll have this U23 National Championship locked up. So Brunner goes through the line first. You'll see Caleb Swartz next through, and then Alex Morton sitting in third, but it's all about the gap for these guys. Funston on the way in. Sorry, I forgot about Funston.
It's all about right now riding smart, staying in control, not trying to ride outside of your limit right now. You know, all these chasers, all these gaps right now are probably not going to change much. I don't think anyone's necessarily going to be closing the gap down. So right now it's just maintaining your position out on course to stay on the podium for the top 3 riders.
So this is Funston in third, Alex Morton in fourth out on course right now.
Yep.
And there goes Brunner up the run-up. Going right up the middle. There's no good line of this one.
Take your choice. There really isn't. It's just about finding the best footholds for each step that you take and getting up and over the top, trying to catch a little bit of breath before you have to get back on and drop down this really technical descent. Find that rut at the bottom to get through that safely. That's a descent and a turn where we've seen a few people going into the fencing.
I love how you have to give the elevation gain back immediately on that little run-up into the descent. It's like, couldn't we have just turned left at the bottom of this hill? But it's not about to make it an easy bike race.
Yeah, that's where the organizers really wanted to turn the screws for the riders out there this week. And yeah, Eric Bruner now making his way across the top of the course.
Nice to see the crowd starting to build. Looks like real estate is getting a little sparse up there.
Yep. Each race that goes by today, we see a few more people out there on course.
There we go. Some more back markers here. 136 looks like that is Sebastian Fremont, another donkey labor guy out of Minnesota. 146 there. That's Patrick Frank out of UVM. So we've got a ton of racers. We had 45 racers here in the under 23 category.
Just saw about halfway through. That was 26 and 27 on course. Doing our best to show as many riders as we can here today. We got cameras all over the place, but they all are kind of focused on specific parts of the course. So sometimes it's tough to cover the outside the top 10 stuff like that. But when we see an opportunity, we do try and get that out.
Yeah, it's challenging when, in a race like this that's kind of just totally blown up, and there's no more pack racing. It started pretty tight at the beginning of the race. You get a chance to see everybody, but then once things really start to spread out, it's kind of hard to know exactly where to put that camera, because you want to make sure that the leader, hasn't made any mistakes and you haven't seen anything exciting there. But then you've also got these, races going on behind that, whether it's for, other podium places or just, a lot of riders out here maybe finishing their, racing their first national championship, and so top 10, top 15, even top 20 is, something that's important to them.
Bruner flying into the bottom of this run-up. That was a great shot from the handheld camera there, about halfway up the climb as he gets up to the top. He sets his bike down nice and gently. I was kind of ribbing some riders yesterday for slamming their bikes down when they got to the top of that run-up, which is easy to do when you're that fatigued.
Yeah, or you're sitting here in the broadcast booth.
Oh, well, I've never made a mistake from riding in the booth. So.
Look at that run. Swartz going for that leg turnover. I mean, his speed uphill, so impressive. He's obviously been thinking about these run-ups for a long time, preparing for a race like this and doing a great job making that look quick.
He's got a really wide stance, too. You see he kind of spreads his legs out a little more, give himself a little more stable foundation on the way
He
up.
reminds me of Anthony Clark going up those run-ups yesterday.
Oh, he was flying up there yesterday. No, it's a great technique, though, because a lot of people think of running in cyclocross like running a 10K where you take these long strides, but it's not like that. The longest run on this course takes about 30 seconds at most. So all you have to do is be able to sprint just a little bit, get back on your bike and keep pedaling, and that's really the biggest thing. How do you keep riding your bike after you finish up a run?
It's an interesting more narrative. It's a special type of running. It's kind of like toe first. You got to dig in, get your knees high. It's very different, I would guess.
So actually, that's speaking of toes first. So what we haven't really talked about is how the riders set up their shoes. So on a course like this, where you have a really muddy run-up, where you have to have a good foothold, all these riders are going to have spikes in the toes of their shoes to help them, just really grab on and not slide out or slip out as they're going up these run-ups. I've even been in races before where, racing on ice, and people will put like screws in the bottom of the studs of their shoes, to just get every single kind of advantage and traction that they can on those slippery courses.
There's a whole list of public and secret techniques that are used to make courses like this actually work for you. But yeah, ice and snow, those are conditions that we may be dealing with at the World Championships in Switzerland. A rider like this, Eric Bruner, riding his way into a jersey and onto the World Championships team. He's going to be racing in Dubendorf, Switzerland, February 1st and 2nd at the World Championships, and it'll be awesome to watch a rider like that who won a jersey like this here in Lakewood, representing our country in Switzerland.
Getting some questions on Twitter about the course. No stairs and no barriers. That's not an oversight. They didn't take them out because the course was so difficult. It was never planned to have stairs or barriers. The course doesn't need them. I think the course is fine without it. It's difficult enough. There's enough features. There's enough mounting and remounting that I think it's made a pretty good course here.
Oh, you're right, Brad. It's like if you've got barriers, they're there to force you off your bike. But what if you're already forced off your bike every other place on this course? I mean, never mind on the other categories race earlier this week. Swartz going right to left halfway down that descent, taking a little bit of a new line. I don't know if he did that on purpose or if he just had to react to being in the wrong rut.
Swartz riding like a man possessed here, trying to make up this gap on the final lap of racing, completely disregarding his personal safety on the way down.
Yeah, there he is. He's shot
holding
there.
back now.
He's 30+ seconds back. I don't know. We'll get another gap as soon as we can there.
Right on 30 seconds here for Eric Bruner ahead of Caleb Swartz, and you know that is a massive gap to try to bring back with just half a lap to go. You know, so right now these riders are just trying to just settling in, thinking about what they have to do to maintain their position, make sure they get through the last half of this lap making no mistakes.
Calder Wood on the way up the run-up as we go back to Brunner on the front, cleaning the sand pit one more time. Makes it look so easy.
It's just got one hard section left, one little technical section, but these guys have made this next section look so easy. I don't, you know, there's no questions, there's no anticipation really about him not getting through this section cleanly. Just one more hard run up before you drop into this off camber, and then it's smooth sailing around the last few turns before he comes onto the pavement to claim his second Stars and Stripes jersey of the week.
I think this one might have a little more weight than the collegiate jersey.
Hey, they're both proud moments.
Although it is pretty cool, collegiate racing. I think collegiate cyclocross especially has a pretty cool thing going on here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm wrestling with whether or not I want to bring this up this late in the race, but there was a time when I went for the Collegiate National Championships and I didn't get it. Whoa. And I was under 23 national champion previous to that, and you know, I really miss it. Unfortunately for me, I was beaten by another rider. Adam Meyerson, you're welcome. It's one of those regrets that I wish I had it. So Brunner gonna have both. He's doing it right.
This is just like when I failed public speaking in college. I can tell you've let it go at this All right, just under 55 minutes for Eric Brunner as he comes onto the pavement. Bruner will get his second national championship here as the Blue Stages racing rider solos to the line, and he can't believe it. Hands in the air. Way to go, Eric Bruner, your U23 Men's national champion.
Ecstatic with that ride. Everything went correctly. Everything went the way that you wish for. The hug at the finish line.
It's Max Chance.
Max Chance. You've got all kinds of effort that goes into making a race like that work for you. You got a great competitor in Caleb Swartz coming in second position, pushing you the entire way through. Just so much goes into it. You know that everyone at home, everyone watching, friends, family, whoever it is, they all want to see a rider like this come across the line on the podium. But to win, it's even more special.
And Swartz had a great ride today as well for the silver medal. There's a man from Madison, Wisconsin for the Linear Sport Trek team. Hits the line for a silver today at Cyclocross Nationals. This will be Scott Funston on the way in for the Hold Fast project. He's got a bronze medal coming his way.
And finishing really strong. You get the hometown crowd like this, you know you got to get across that line as fast as you can, showing it, showing the effort, showing the fun, just going for the whip out there one at a time. There's a lot of people behind every single one of this, all the way to the other side. Just stoked. Out of Maple Valley, Washington.
You know, Tim, I don't know many other sports where riders are excited to get third place as they are here, but cyclocross is such a personal sport. It's so much about your battle out there on course, and I love seeing these riders celebrate third place like it's a win, but for so many riders, it is.
It definitely is. There's so much going into it. You got your friends, family, support staff, whatever, your parents. I mean, God, to be out there going for the win is the coolest thing ever.
Eric Bruner recovering after his great ride on the front today. This will be Alex Morton on the way in next for fourth place with the Cannondale Cyclocross World Team. And even wiping off the jersey for Cannondale CX World. So some high fives from Morton as he comes in to lock up fourth place. And as he comes across the line, let's go down and grab a word with our winner. Dave Toll has Eric Bruner.
Hey, thank you, Brad. Yeah, as Alex finishes right behind us, I've got the winner right in front of me. The sun is out. I don't know there's a feeling better in the world than winning the national championship. A strong field. Talk to me about your feelings coming across the line.
I'm just beyond words right now. This is definitely one of the best days of my life.
Yeah, so you had the collegiate win earlier in the week, really on a roll right now. This speaks to, you grew up right next to Valmont Bike Park in Boulder, where nationals were held a few years ago. It really does speak to a body of work. As you see these younger juniors out here racing, you ready to make this next step and go to Europe now?
Yeah, I'm really pumped to go to Europe, and it's so cool to see all these BJC kids that I coach out here with me.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So talk me through that last lap then. You take some inventory as you come through at 1 to go and realize that this is in pretty good shape, but did you ride conservatively at all?
I was going all out on the last lap, but at the same time I just had to focus and keep it all together. I knew I had a big gap, so I just had to ride smooth and bring it into the line.
Yeah, so talk to me about the jersey, the national championship, the dream, the process. I mean, you've gone through a lot to get here and win this one. So much work. Now, talk to me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really my whole cycling career has led up to this point. I'm incredibly happy.
I think everybody in Boulder is going to be awfully happy for you. There you go. Mr. Bruner, our national champion. Back to you, Brad.
Thanks, Dave, and congratulations to Eric as we're taking a look at his race from about an hour ago now since they started and took to the line. Good-looking group at the front early on. It was that 4-5 rider group before Bruner started dispatching them one by one.
Yeah, I mean, Lane Mara came out of the gates just absolutely on fire. He took charge, and all these top 4 runners were neck and neck for a while. Eventually, the course mistakes started to separate things, and then all of a sudden, it was down to Eric Bruner and Caleb Swartz going neck and neck at the front of this race.
The tactical decisions for Bruner to pit. Swartz skips it, and it paid off because then Bruner started gapping him slowly but surely. It was only a few seconds at first, but Bruner continued to put time into Caleb Swartz.
And he was solid on the downhills. You see him ripping around these rutted descents once again, holding off Scott Funston here. And Brunner really looked like he was in control. You know, he was solid on the flats. He was solid on the run-ups, putting in some real consistent lap times, able to make it to the final stretch here, Brad.
And you heard Brunner call this one of the best days of his life. And if he keeps riding like this, he's going to have a whole lot more days like this as Eric Brunner wins the U23 Men's National Championship. That means we're down to our final 2 races of the day, the Elite Women and Elite Men. Coming up, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got live racing with the Elite Women from Lakewood, Washington.
I outride insecurities.
I outride self-doubt.
I outride
negativity.
Homework. Family problems.
Some problems you just can't run away from. I outride anxiety, but you can outride them.
Mood swings. Worry. Laziness.
Fear. What will you outride?
Find out how to bring an outride program to a school near you.
I found bike racing when I was 16. It started with going to races and hanging out in the tent with Team S&M. At some point you get to the big category. It's going to take a lot of work and I want to win. The dream is to be the best. I've come a long way. I've got goals. I've had a lot of support. I want to deliver.
Who's that?
All right, riders in the grid getting ready for our elite women's race as we get ready to watch Katie Compton try to defend for her 16th consecutive national championship. She has won every year for the last 16 years here. And Meredith, it has been incredible to watch her race, dominant every single year. How do you avoid crashes, getting sick, any problem like that?
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, you know, I think over the last couple of years, we've started to think, okay, this is not going to be Katie's year, and she keeps coming back. And, you know, last year, I would say more than any year before, we thought, nah, you know, and she just proved us wrong yet again.
Well, it went back to Providence, Rhode Island, then Kansas City. You remember Bend, Oregon in 2009. I don't think you could forget that one. Again in 2010 for a muddy one before she moved over to Rabobank in 2011 when we went up to Madison for 2 years. Trek finally signed her in 2012 to the Trek Cyclocross Collective. Then she continued the winning ways on to Boulder, then the infamous Heritage Tree year in Austin, Texas before we headed to Asheville, North Carolina. She got one in Hartford back in 2016. And then Reno in 17, and last year, 2018.2 in Louisville, Kentucky, where Katie Compton was awesome. Meredith, consistency is something you don't see a lot in this sport.
You know, Chris Case from Velo News recently did an article talking to the various riders who finished on the podium to her over the years. And of course, the biggest question is, what is it about Katie that makes her so unstoppable, unbeatable? And it's the whole package. She's got everything. She's got the experience, she's got the skill, she's got the fitness, the power, you know, and she's just such a calm rider, and she just races her race, and it just has turned out in her favor for the last 15 years.
All right, let's talk about the front row here. One rider noticeably absent here, a late scratch from Ellen Noble, announcing just a couple days ago that she would not make the trip to Lakewood after being diagnosed with the flu. So Noble is a scratch today, but Katie Keogh is in the grid and ready to go for the Cannondale Cyclocross World.com team, second to line up today, ranked second in this race out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. So Keogh will be the rider looking to upset Katie Compton as Compton goes for number 16. Guys, riders are in the grid. Looks like they are inside the 1 minute warning, and we are ready to go with Elite Racing. They've got the 30-second warning in the grid, and I can't wait to see this battle.
This, for me, is one of the races that I've been waiting for. I think of any race that we've had this weekend, this to me is one of the most wide open races because we haven't seen Katie Compton and Katie Keogh here in the U.S. racing. So we've seen a lot of the other riders going, you know, head to head, but now this is the first time in a long time where we've seen the entire American group of top women racers in the same race.
Is this the year that Katie Compton finally gets beat? We've got an incredible field here to try to do it, but they've got 50 minutes before we're going to know who the new national champion is, or defending national champion.
Looks like Rebecca Farringer leading off the front straight there with, looks like Beth Ann Orton right there next to her. So leading into the run-up, you've got two very powerful, strong riders, lots of national championships between them. Rebecca Farringer, one of the riders who's had the most success this season, putting together a string of victories in UCI races across the country. She and her teammate Carrie Warner are making that squad just absolutely explode onto the scene this year. And right now she's leading the national championships. This kind of a course I think is suited to her power, but I think that the technical nature of it is going to be a big challenge for her to make it down these tough descents and off-campers as fast as someone like Clara Honsinger or Katie Compton.
Well, somebody else we haven't mentioned yet who's on the front of this race right now, Courtney McFadden. Yep. So she is out of Bellevue, Washington, or Bellingham, Washington. So I was chatting with her yesterday, and I was like, Courtney, tell me what you think. What do you think of this course? And she's like, it's great. I love it. She goes, but the one advantage I have is that I know this soil. I know this terrain. I know this kind of the texture of this, you know, better than anybody else. We see her taking charge right now. And, you know, Courtney also did the BC bike race earlier this year. So she's got the skills, too. And so it's just going to, you know, she's got to be able to put it all together in a race like today.
McFadden ranked 5th coming into this one behind Compton, Keogh, Hunsinger, Faringer, then McFadden. Ellen Noble was ranked 6th. That'll move Sunny Gilbert up to 6th into her spot. 2nd place last year for Gilbert. You know, one thing about Sunny Gilbert, she has a quiet season and then seems to have a great nationals. That was how it was last year, and maybe the same case again this year.
Yeah, I mean, and she has a running background, so you know, the Louisville course suited her very well. She now actually lives in Colorado, so I've actually raced against her a few times this season, and she is such a power. All right, there is that the move? Is that the move that we saw last year between her and Ellen? Could it be?
A master class in
double the
right
speed,
there.
going right around McFadden like she was standing still. Katie Compton, high line, no rut whatsoever, total off-camber commitment to that traction that her tires had. She rockets around McFadden, back on the front, in control. You get a replay of this action. McFadden on the right, here comes Compton, foot out. Wow, all the way through in the drops, just rocking that rut.
If I was Courtney McFadden, I would be so disappointed right now. You're like, I have to do this for another 47 minutes.
Right. You know, and it's interesting, Katie's style. So right now we're seeing some people just either choose to get off the bike and run, or just getting pushed off the bike and having to run. But there's so much chaos happening in this right now. It's oftentimes just safer to run, because that way you know you'll get through it. And it's actually, you're often able to pass riders when you're running than when you are on the bike.
Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter. Sorry, Tim, Brad Sonner, Meredith Miller, and Tim Johnson. Let us know where you're watching from. I love seeing where people are watching. We're getting great tweets from all over the country and all over the world. So send us a picture of your setup. Let us know where you're watching for and who you're cheering from, as we see Becca Faringer making her way up and over the flyover, and then back up to the 2 leaders with Courtney McFadden trying to chase down Katie Compton here.
And then number 17.
And one of the riders that we're not seeing is Katie Keogh, seeing how she came out of that off-camber section onto the flats. See if we can get a look at what the top 5 and top 10 looks like. But Compton leading the charge into the first run-up. She's always been a strong runner. I think McFadden, however, has got the motivation to go right around her.
Look, Courtney McFadden knows exactly how Katie Compton has won her last 15 national championships, and it's by getting to the front early and powering away. So McFadden is trying to get out in front of it. That's what you have to do. Not slip. Get in front of Katie Compton.
Exactly. The struggle is real at the top of that climb. And, you know, I think coming into so many of these national championships, people think, okay, who's racing for second? And I think finally in the last few years, the mentality has shifted, and it's like, we can't just focus on Katie. We have to ride our own race. We have to take charge, because Brad, you're right. That's how Katie's done it. She's gone to the front. She's taken command of the race early and been able to hold on that and just open that up. And so right now the other riders can't let her ride away. They just have to kind of forget sort of the prestige and who she is and just ride the race.
So Faringer and Hunsinger now making it back up. That's Faringer and the Kona Maxxis jersey in 3rd, and then Hunsinger in the orange jersey in 4th. So they have made contact with that lead group of 4. We'll call it 4 up front.
Brad, I'm going to say that it's going to be an Andrew Strohmeyer situation. The 4th place rider right there in orange, Clara Hunsinger, one of the riders showing up in the podium at the World Cup in the U.S. in September. She has got a great chance of being that rider watching these top 3. You've got someone like Courtney McFadden obviously riding at 105% out there. She makes a small mistake on a run-up. Is that going to be too much? You've got a rider like Rebecca Faringer, who's racing out of her skin to be with a 15-time national champ. All of these things taken as a whole, is Clara Hunsinger in orange going to be able to take advantage of a mistake of those riders next to her?
It's almost like these 3 need to gang up on Katie Compton here if they want a shot at beating Compton this year. You can't really box her in. It's not like you can throw gloves or anything like that. But
right, but you know, I mean, the way that you race her is just taking control of the race, not letting her have control of the race. And you know, and these riders right now that we're talking about haven't seen Katie much this season, except for the World Cups at the beginning of the season. Becca Faringer has had a strong season. She ended up winning the overall Pro CX series, so you know, she's no stranger to being at the front of a race, winning a lot of races. And so these riders right now just have to think about riding their own race, staying within within themselves, and hopefully at some point having the opportunity to take over the lead.
And you mentioned the Pro CX, the domestic cyclocross calendar here in the United States. Nationals is always weird with Katie Compton because she doesn't race in the U.S. a whole lot. Most of her season is based in Europe, so we don't see the matchup with Katie Compton against the America's best domestic riders until they all come back together for nationals. So this is a cool time of the cyclocross season.
And they're all together now down that descent. The front group before, Compton leading the way into that rutted section. Look at the crowd ready to take over any of the overspillage of the riders. Hopefully they're going to stay within the tape right now, but Compton leading the way, in control, in the drops as per usual. I'm impressed by the way Faringer made it down that descent right on the wheel of the best rider of the U.S. that we've ever had. There's Katie Keogh. Looks like she's still in the top 10 off the back of this group though, but one of our pre-race favorites. She's got a little bit of time to make up to get back up to these 4.
See the quick glance over for Katie Compton, spotting the turn a little bit, spotting the pit, making sure that she knows what's ahead of her. It's just one of those little things that makes Compton one of the greats.
Yep, she knows every little bit. You know, just those little things we see Becca going to the front again, not wanting to let Katie lead this. I mean, everybody else is saying, okay, Katie, we respect who you are. We know what you've done, but we're not going to let you intimidate us, and we're going to ride our race. We're going to ride this just like we have the rest of the season when you weren't here, you know, and just because you're here now doesn't mean we're going to just let you take control.
And that's a position that you get into. Like, she has so much respect out there by virtue of what she's done, but at the same time, you're right, you have to treat it like just another racer out there. If I want to be in front in this corner, I'm going to go ahead and do that. If it makes her feel uncomfortable because of that, then so be it. But Faringer doing a great job starting the sand, hopping off a little bit early. Katie Compton staying on the bike, same with Honsinger and McFadden. So Faringer, she's in control of the pace because she's first. So for her, it was better to run. Now she's going to have to deal with a Compton who's going to be able to maybe make a move after that sand pit.
Pretty impressive for Katie Compton to stay on the bike too. When you have traffic in front of you, it's easy to think like, oh, I'm coming up on the back of this rider, I'll just dismount now. The Compton stayed calm, modulated her speed a little bit, I think, to stay on the bike, but still behind Farron.
And it's hard to modulate your speed in the sand because you kind of need one speed to get through it. So if you have to slow down just a little bit and you lose too much momentum, that means you're off the bike and running too. But again, all 3 riders behind Faringer were able to stay on the bike right out. But Becca actually made a smart choice. If she felt herself starting to lose momentum, she knew she needed to get off. She was in control in that section, so you know she needed to ride her line.
Clara Honsinger in 3rd in orange. I can't help but look and keep an eye on that jersey because she seems so methodical. The speed that they're traveling right now doesn't seem like it's too much for her. The skills that she's showing looks like she's in control, as opposed to someone like McFadden, who really looked like she was just going to throw everything she could. You see the aggressiveness of Faringer at the front. It's just a different way of doing it. Let's see if she can hold the wheel of Compton. But they're coming back down towards the finish line here. These are the last couple turns before making their way back on. I want to give a shout out to Bentonville, Arkansas. We've got a whole crew at the hauler watching this race. They're building up momentum for the World Championships in 2022 in Fayetteville, just down the road. So awesome to see lap number 1 here at Lakewood wrap up, Brad. We've got Faringer on the front, Katie Compton in 2nd, and Honsinger in 3rd.
Well, looks like this might be the 3 riders of the day. Courtney McFadden, the early leader, the first one to give Compton a run for her money, dropping back down to 4th place now. How about Becca Faringer taking it to Katie Compton today? This is how you beat Compton. You cannot be afraid of her. You cannot yield to Katie Compton, and Becca Faringer is putting it all in the middle. This is all or nothing for Becca today.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of unknown territory a little bit for Katie Compton. She's not used to being in this position, so Becca is doing exactly what she needs to do by putting Katie on the back foot. Katie is kind of like, you know, she comes in the national championships, and even though in the last couple years we're like, is this her year? She was able to take charge pretty early on in the race, so this is a really unusual position for her to be in, to have to be in the chase group.
Here's Katie Keogh coming through the line well back off of the leaders, so Katie Keogh on a rough day out there today for the Cannondale Cyclocross World Team.
You know, and talking about Katie Keogh, she's following in the footsteps of you know, her mentor and former coach Katie Compton by deciding to go over to Europe and spend the entire season in Europe. That's a first for her, but her and her husband husband, Luke Keogh, really wanted to make that next step, and to do that, they had to go base themselves in Europe.
All right, Faringer and Hansinger now in front of Compton and even gapping her a little bit on the run-up here. Does Compton need to be worried yet, Meredith?
I don't think she needs to be worried just yet, but she's got to make sure she maintains contact. And, you know, is this an issue of bad legs, bad allergies, bad asthma? We know that Katie's had a lot of health issues, so that was another big question. And are these run-ups going to affect her health?
Tim, this looks like it's getting bigger.
Yes, she has to worry. Absolutely, she has to worry. She's got Faringer putting on the gas at the front, but it's Hansinger in the middle that I think is the issue. But Katie Compton is not the person who gets dropped on a run-up and has to charge even harder to make that gap up. She leads from the front. She wins these races from the front. You're absolutely right. This is a very unusual position for her to be in. Those two riders at the front really putting the pressure on her right now.
Yeah, huge opportunity for Faringer and Hansinger here. This is like we were talking about earlier, Tim, with teammates working together. These two might as well be teammates. I think if you're up at the front here, Faringer and Hansinger, make a deal to get rid of Katie Compton first, and then we'll start racing. Here we go down as Faringer leads the way.
We've got people watching this descent through their fingers as these riders go down this descent in these ruts, the mud. It is so tough. That crowd located right there, they know it, they can feel it. They've seen riders fly over the barricades, bikes in the air, hitting trees, stuck on wooden posts. They know how tough these descents are, and these riders at the front absolutely killing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Becca Faringer is just not looking back. I don't think she's even taken a glance over her shoulder so far. She doesn't want to, you know, of course, as she makes this little turn after the pits, she'll see a little bit of the carnage that's happening behind her. She'll see that she's, you know, opened that gap a little bit to Clara Hansinger, and with Katie Compton a little bit farther back, and so she knows now's the time to put the pressure on. Keep putting the pressure on.
Keogh working her way down the descent as we go back to the leaders through the mud that has formed from the runoff on the pit.
There's Amanda Nauman going down. You saw Sammy Reynolds. We've got number 28 there. That is Stephanie Taplin out of Tacoma, another local rider. This is tough to see. Trek Collective rider running across the start-finish line.
Might be Aaron Feldhausen with 31.
What is it about? We've seen a lot of riders running through the start-finish stretch today. I'm curious what it is that's taking the riders out just before this that's causing them to run all the way back to the pits. It's a long run from this point.
There we go into the run-up. So Faringer and Hansinger now. This is Clara's big out, initiation into elite riding. You've got the choice of being under 23, racing at World Cups, and now at the front of the elite race with Rebecca Faringer up the run-up. Very solid runners, both of them. Newcomer to the front of this race, and Rebecca Faringer, she has literally hit the ground at almost every single big UCI race around the country as she's learned the skills needed to be at the front. But she's showing that she has studied hard, and she's ready to maybe even win this race right now.
First time in 7 years that Katie Compton has not led the race after 15 minutes. We're at 14:49 right now, and Faringer and Hansinger are going to stay away. There is Compton in third as she continues to try to close down this gap slowly but surely. Now again, Compton not panicking here. I don't think she feels like she needs to make the catch this lap. She knows it's a long race. She knows she's got plenty of time. But there is definitely an element of worry for Katie Compton. Right?
Yeah, I think she is probably, you're right, she's probably worried at this point. And I think, you know, she's having to manage her asthma and all the different health issues that she's had. And we've all said it, she was not expecting this race to start so fast. And so she's just having to manage. But at the same time, we've seen her come from behind in so many races to take the win. So can she overcome any health issues she might be having today, or assuming she's having any breathing issues, who knows? But right now, Rebecca Faringer and Clara Hansinger are taking control of this race. And I want to say, you know, Clara Hansinger, she's the defending U20, or I guess the former U23 national champion from last year in Louisville. She went over to the World Championships, got to race as U23, and then this summer she actually came out to the Colorado Classic. and raced on the road. And I was able to announce that race with you, Brad, and we got to watch her race. And you know, she's an aggressive rider. We saw her in the front group quite a lot at the Colorado Classic, and I think that, you know, that was a plan to continue to help her grow as a cyclist, give some, you know, put some endurance into her legs and some speed coming into the cross season.
Looking at the matchups here, you've got Honsinger and Fahringer. This is a tough one because Rebecca Fahringer, 31 years of age, she's racing as a 26th ranked rider on the UCI, 4th ranked rider here today. But you know what? When she goes up against Claire Honsinger, she has only been able to beat her once, losing 7 times. So that is the young rider who has shown that she can go ahead and finish in front of Fahringer. Is that going to be the way that it plays out right now? Right now, they are closely matched, locked bars right now at the front of this field. And you've got Portland going nuts for Honsinger in orange there. Katie Compton still in 3rd, trying to get back up there, but it's a lot of daylight back to 4th from there. But look at that, switching back and forth, left and right in those ruts. You've got a lot of skills under those tires.
Just great riding up front for these two.
I mean, if Clara Honsinger could pull off a national champion win today, as a first-year elite rider, that's really impressive. I mean, obviously no one else has won besides Katie in the last 15 years, but I would say that's a pretty rare thing for anybody to be able to pull off as a new rider in the next age group up.
Now, once you graduate to the next class, it takes a pretty significant step up to the next level. These riders working through it. That was the lap traffic.
Look at that crowd.
Yeah, nice
in
crowd.
And out. Beer garden right there. Flyovers. This is cyclocross in the best way possible. Up close, in the sun, covered in mud. We've got a course that is just testing these riders every single corner they make into the sand. Honsinger leading for the first time through here. So now that they've separated, she's now in control. Fahringer holding the wheel, trying to make it through, following Honsinger's line. Got a lot of skill there. Fahringer just coming a little bit unglued, a little bit, dabbing at the end. You know, Honsinger being kind of taught some of the ways of the sport of cyclocross from Eric Tonkin, a longtime pro cyclocross racer. He's got an entire community of people coming together, banding together to watch Claire Honsinger develop. Now they're watching her at the front of this race. They must be going absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I mean, Claire Honsinger is just showing, you know, true class today by not being afraid. She is not intimidated by these riders, you know, as a new elite rider. And, you know, going back to that sand pit, she had seen the previous lap that Becca Fahringer was not able to make it through the sand cleanly. So it was a really smart decision for her if she felt like she was you know, a stronger rider through that to take the lead. And if she feels like she's, you know, in charge, this is where she wants to be at the front of the race, you know, not having to follow any wheels, choosing her lines wisely, not worrying about having other traffic around her.
Looking at Honsinger, you know, second place at Pan Am's behind Magali Rochette, who's also another of those very, you know, high skill level, big engine, really close second place there. But, you know, going back to the World Cup weekend and just seeing what she was able to do against the world's best right out of the gates. You know, you've got your preseason stuff, like you mentioned, Meredith, with the Cascade Classic, getting ready to, you know, have a debut at that level, and to be able to land on the podium, I mean, it signified incredible things to come, and we're watching that unfold right now.
Well, Katie Compton, all by herself, back in 3rd position. She may need to start worrying about the race back to 4th rather than the race up to 1 and 2, because looks like this gap is growing. At 20 minutes in, we will get an official time gap as they roll through here. But Katie Compton not even on the pavement yet. Oh, that's her off to the left, up at the very top of the picture. I'm going to guess that's at least 10 seconds, probably a little more.
Yeah, I mean, right now with this overhead shot, we can't even see her in the picture. And again, it looks big on the road, and it's going to feel big to her too. I mean, closing a gap of that distance is really, really hard to do. I mean, the other riders either have to make a mistake, or she's just going to have to find, you know, a second win to bring her back in contention for the top step today.
15 seconds for Katie Compton.
and speaking of Katie, I want to mention that she actually is one of the first riders we've seen who is the defending national champion, not wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey, even though that USA Cycling allowed the riders, any defending national champion was allowed to wear their Stars and Stripes in their defending race to show everybody who is the current or the defending national champion. She's choosing not to do that. She's wearing a kit and a bike. Her Trek bike actually has a special paint job that they did for her. It's the topographical map of Pikes Peak. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, Katie, a auto racing enthusiast, along with Mark Legg. They like to get out and turn some laps on the track. So Pikes Peak, a special place for them. She rides there, and obviously the big car race up there as well.
And back to the action, Brad. We've got a gap right now. So Fahringer is spun off a little bit. I saw Honsinger do 2 or 3 pedal strokes farther into the run-up, putting Fahringer under pressure, and that is going to be the moment where Fahringer just has a little bit too much. She's over her limit. She's trying to hold the wheel of Honsinger. She has to hop off the bike across that off-camber, but that pressure into the run-up, starting that climb, sprinting up there is what put Honsinger on the back foot. Fahringer on the back foot.
Here's Courtney McFadden ascending to the top of the run-up.
Up into the sunshine.
Don't go towards the light.
Yeah, and here's Katie Compton making her way across this tough section, this pro line that we didn't see in any of the other races until today.
And they're going to get 5 laps in here today, so this is the second of 5 laps.
And after we saw Becca make that little bit of a mistake there, it's such a hard place to be on. You're already on the back wheel of the leader of the race, and then you make a mistake, and you're like, you get so frustrated with yourself for you've done it right, you've done it clean, all the other laps and pre-rides, everything else, and then one little mistake, and you can't let the race get away from you now.
All right, so now Fahringer trying to come back from that mistake as Clara Honsinger tries to take advantage of it up on the front for Team S&M in the orange and blue jersey. But Fahringer's still in striking distance here, although that is going to be a blow. You'll have to burn some matches to get over that one.
Yeah, it's really hard. And, can she come back from that? Can she shake it off? Can she get back, into a good headspace, and she's got her pit crew probably giving her instructions, telling her just calm down, you don't have to try to get it back all at once. So just ride smooth, ride safe, and slowly but surely try to close that gap.
Here comes Compton through now, still staying calm. Very clean on the jersey. She hasn't gone down and hasn't been riding through a whole lot of mud, but you can see this is where we just saw Honsinger leading the way through ahead of Rebecca Fahringer. So I think this might be even more than 15 seconds at this point. They're saying it's 30 seconds over race radio now. So Katie Compton is in trouble today. 24 minutes in. Is this the year that Katie Compton finally gets beat in Lakewood, Washington? All right, I want to go down to Dave Toll on course, who's been gathering some interviews and a little bit of atmosphere here in Lakewood. Dave, looks like Fort Steilacoom is rocking out there.
I hate to correct you, Brad. It's not a little bit of atmosphere. It's a tremendous amount of atmosphere. It is unbelievable. I've been to some races in Belgium and Holland, and this absolutely compares. It is absolutely bananas down here. When Katie Compton made that pass for second, listen to this. They are absolutely roaring right now. This is American cyclocross at its very best. Brad, Tim, Meredith, you guys need to get down here. It's nuts.
We're a little busy here.
Spot, but please, come on, Dave. Save us a spot.
You can save some beverages for us down there and make sure they don't run out of fake snow for the snow machine that they got running down in the Christmas Village at the bottom of this run-up. A huge party happening at Fort Steilacoom Park today. The Pacific Northwest has always been a cyclocross hotbed, but it's keeping cyclocross weird. I would say that PNW has been pretty successful at that here.
Oh, for sure. There's decades of experience behind every one of these riders, whether they were a part of it themselves or not. You learn by osmosis when you're surrounded by people who've been a part of the sport for so long. So watching Honsinger, she is a product of the region. She is yet another one of our riders who comes in from another sport and finds her feet in cycling and just runs with it.
Katie Compton wiping her eyes there. Not sure if that was mud. You know, she always has battled with allergies. She's had a lot of problems with allergies in her career. I talked about how amazing it was that she avoided illness or injury or any sort of mechanical problem for 15 years here. But maybe that's finally catching up to her, because this is not the Katie Compton that we're used to seeing. This is not the Katie Compton that rode for most of the year. So something is wrong with Compton today. It's probably an illness, maybe battling some allergies out there. We don't like to guess, but...
Right. I think in that last shot that we just saw of her on that kind of false flat grade up through the orchard, you know, you could really see her kind of gasping for breath, really trying to get as much oxygen in as she could. And, you know, to me, that's a telltale sign of where she kind of is struggling right now. I mean, otherwise, she's like one of the most cool, calm, and collected and composed riders out there. And when you kind of see that, like, big breath, that tells me that, you know, she's starting to struggle.
The flat sections are where Katie Compton should be making up time, but instead she's losing time on the flat section. So that tells us that this is a different Katie Compton than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and Clara Honsinger just absolutely taking control of this race, not afraid. She's just ripping these descents. I mean, look at that gap now. I don't know. There, Becca finally coming into the shot down there. I think that gap is getting a little bit bigger. You know, Becca really having to keep the pressure on the pedals to try to close that gap. But I mean, where do you do that right now? Down on the flatter sections of this course is where you have to do it. If you're unmatched in the technical sections, then you have to play to your strength. And you know, this is where I think Becca really needs to try to bring back time to Clara.
Well, Honsinger definitely has the power to do it. You talked about her riding on the road, racing at the Colorado Classic earlier this year. So we know that she's used to long days in the saddle. We know that she can do long, sustained power efforts, as we see Compton flying by on the downhill.
Struggling or not, she's still so amazing to watch on the. I mean, she's got to be the the most skilled, most technically sound rider out here. She has so much experience, and I mean, the times that I've ridden, well, of course, raced cross against her, but like had the opportunity to ride mountain bikes or whatever with her, and just seeing the sheer speed that she can take through technical sections, it's so impressive to me.
The 15-time national champion trying to make it 16 today, but Clara Honsinger is trying to make it 1 with her first elite national championship.
Yeah, and there was no struggle whatsoever for Clara getting through that sand pit that time. I mean, having seen Becca before struggling just a little bit, I think that this is going to be another place where Clara can add time on Becca.
Well, a product of the Cross Crusade, you saw some of those people on the right-hand side, the fans going totally nuts for Clara when she went by. The Cross Crusade has got thousands of riders at events throughout the fall and winter, and it's like this breeding ground for all the fun and most exciting and best community aspects part of cyclocross. But at the same time, it also has someone who stands tall above the rest, skills-wise, physicality, like all the things that go into making an international cyclocross superstar. We're seeing them come together with Clara Honsinger right here.
Yeah, I mean, the support kind of, this isn't far from being a hometown race for her. I mean, we're not talking a very far geographical distance between, her home in Oregon and here in Lakewood. And so the fan support that she's going to have out there is just going to motivate her so much, and it's going to push her until, she has given everything that she possibly can to hold on to this lead that she has right now.
Well, this would be huge for the new graduate from U23 ranks up to the elite field to upset Katie Compton. Just doing a little bit of math, if Clara Honsinger wins today, in order for her to do what Katie Compton did, 15 consecutive wins, that would mean that she has to win until 2034. Honsinger would have to keep winning national championships.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Wow.
So this will be the start of the 15-year run for Honsinger if she wants to unseat Katie Compton as the winningest American cyclocross rider ever.
If we're looking at a futures market, I'm in. I'll buy some.
Right,
I'm down. I want to see.
I got some options to trade here.
I believe We've got Katie Keough right there, many-time podium finisher at the national championships. Looks like she's coming around after a bit of a slow start. She's definitely making up ground against a rider like McFadden and Compton right there. So, you know, if she keeps it on, she could find herself back on the podium, although I believe she'll be hard-pressed to get up to someone like Honsinger, who really looks like she's riding away with it. But, you know, at least she's got third and fourth right in front of her.
All right, here is Compton onto the pavement with nobody in front of her. I don't even think she can see who she's chasing anymore. In fact, I think she probably needs to be more worried about what I think is Courtney McFadden right behind her.
Yep, that is Courtney McFadden coming on strong, you know, slowly making her way back into a battle for that final podium position, assuming that, you know, Farringer and Honsinger stay off the front. McFadden and Compton are going to have this battle for third place here. It'll be interesting to see if, you know, when Courtney, if she does catch Katie here, if she just goes to the front or if she makes Katie do a little bit of the work.
Judging by momentum and the way things are going, she's going to go right by it. And I think this does bring up another point. You know, we're talking about Compton being in the position of a favored rider once again, you know, having more than 15 years of being at the front of this race. But the other riders are winning this race, and that's the thing. Clara Honsinger is winning the national championship. She's not, Katie Compton is not losing it. Clara Honsinger is winning it. Farringer is winning second place. You know, that's really important to mention. I want to give a shout out to some of our more eagle-eyed viewers out on the internet who really do understand how all of that works. And it's like, you've got someone who's a legend in the sport, you're racing against them, yet they are human. They are just another racer out there. Clara Honsinger flying across this course right now, making it look simple.
All right, let's go down to Dave Toll on course. He's got Clara Honsinger coming his way.
Well, Brad, it's already just a fever pitch right now. Honsinger making her way behind me. I have never seen anything like this in American cyclocross. Again, the scene is amazing. This crowd is clearly pulling for Honsinger. We're looking now at what's going to be Farringer coming through. And again, they're cheering for everybody here. In classic Northwest spirit, it is on. So back to you guys, but I tell you what, out on the course, I've never seen it. It's not like another comparable to a cross race. It's like a Nirvana concert.
Appropriate reference for the Pacific Northwest. Thank you very much, Dave. Clara Honsinger, definitely the crowd favorite out here today. The hometown hero, hometown rider. And Meredith, that gives you an extra few watts riding on as close to your home course as you're going to get for a national championship.
Yes, it does. I mean, there is nothing like having fans out there cheering for you. I mean, when you are suffering, there is nothing better than hearing people yell your name and knowing that you have fans on every single different section of this course. It's so motivating. It gives you that last little bit of that last 1-2% to dig just a little bit harder when you're really, really suffering.
There's McFadden going down that same descent, ripping around there. As you mentioned, BC Bike Race, one of the races she did this summer. She has gone around Katie Compton, so she is now in third position, going around the champ right there. So getting back onto the podium spot. McFadden looking really solid here, just over 33 minutes into the race. She is moving forward. Compton is moving backwards.
And McFadden didn't just do the BC Bike Race. She actually was second at BC Bike Race, and she was second to none other than Katarina Nash.
We've got Caitlin Bernstein there going up. We've got Sammy Runnels here from Squid. Two Northern California riders.
We saw Sonny Gilbert up there as well, second place last year. As we go a little bit further back, Bernstein, Gilbert, Runnels are 7, 8, and 9. Then Caroline Nolan in 10th, Raylan Noose in 11th, Sarah Sturm, who we saw won the single speed race yesterday, in 12th, Crystal Anthony in 13th, Stephanie Taplin in 14th, and Carla Williams in 15th, also in that single speed race yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the riders who did the single speed race yesterday and who are back out here racing the elite race today. I mean, it was not easy yesterday, so to be able to turn it around and do it 2 days back to back, that's impressive.
Look at the focus for Clara Honsinger right now. She knows she's in a real good place here, Tim.
Yeah, some of the things that I noticed with her earlier this year is that even if she was at the front of a World Cup, she didn't look like she was under that much pressure. She truly has a depth of ability that is not being even approached yet. Here she is on the front. and just moving right along. Faringer really locked in. I mean, that's some focus right there. Faringer learning how all of these races come together, an entire season of chasing these different wins. She's won 10 times this year in different UCI races, so she's putting together an amazing race. You cannot give that enough attention. Faringer doing a great job, riding a very strong second place. When you talk about momentum, she's holding steady against the best rider right now in America.
This is a critical time for Rebecca Faringer right now because it is still within striking distance. Everything's going to have to go right for her to catch up to Clara Hunsinger, but with a lap and a half to go, it's like right on the line. So Faringer has to start coming back now if she wants a shot at winning this national championship.
This is the difference between being the leader and the chaser. You know, I mean, Faringer right now is having to ride completely and totally on the rivet. She's having to think about where can I take some chances, where can I take some risk, whereas Hunsinger on the front end of this race just has to ride smart and stay in control. But those chasers are going to have to throw it all out there, and you know, they have to be willing to lose the race in order to win it.
McFadden looking really good here. She is solid on that climb. She's got some great skills on the technical sections. She's still going up while Faringer is going down. You got to take this moment, take this rest while you can.
This is the only part of the course where you get any sort of break. You get about maybe 10 seconds of just kind of coasting down this descent into the next really technical section. So you've got to take the chance to breathe and recollect yourself while you can.
Back to McFadden, working her way through for the Pivot Maxis presented by Stan's No Tubes team. McFadden, another local rider, Bellingham, Washington, her home.
Yeah, so I mean, she's another rider who's going to have a lot of fans out there, and I can guarantee you they're cheering so loud for her. They are helping motivate her to just keep pushing, moving her way. She's into a podium position right now, so I think she's going to need all the support that she can get out there to help her maintain that, if not even move into second place.
Through the fastest section of the course here as Hunsinger is back down, skipping the pit this time through. As she continues to grow her lead over Rebecca Faringer. We're going to get one last time check when they come through the line, and if it's not back under 10 seconds, that's going to be it for Faringer to try to catch Hunsinger here, as long as Hunsinger doesn't have any problems, which is always a possibility in the sport of cyclocross. Don't forget, you can find us on Twitter at Brad Soner, at MM Cyclist, and at Tim Johnson CX. Let us know where you're watching from, and let us know who you're cheering for up here at the front.
And more biting comments, feel free not to tag us, but we'll find it anyways out there. There's a lot of stuff going on here throughout the race. If we're not talking about your rider, let us know. We want to find them. We've got number 19 there. That is Amanda Nauman, Southern California, on the front of two Northern Californians, followed here by the Rock Lobster rider. Number 10 there, Caroline Nolan. So another Northern California, followed by Sarah Sturm, our single speed champion. So she is coming off of a big race yesterday, still riding top 10 like that, or sorry, inside the top 12 at least. So great ride by all those riders. We got 57 here. That is our rider, Laura Jedelo from Seattle, Washington, another local. Chasing Hunsinger here, number 3. Those two steep climbs. You know, she's going to be getting the bell here soon, guys.
Can see those fans up there just giving her every ounce of motivation they have. They're just channeling all their energy to Clara to stay at the front, to keep this lead. Once she comes down off this off-camber section, she is going to only have a few more turns until she's going to see one lap to go.
All right, so Hunsinger clears the descent one more time for Team S&M as she makes her way back towards the pit one more time. And then onto the pavement where she will see one to go on the counter. She has successfully dispatched Rebecca Faringer. We're going to try and pick her up next as Faringer comes through. And then Katie Compton slipping even further back. You can see now behind Courtney McFadden as they go through the sand pit.
Yeah, Courtney McFadden has, put a gap into Katie Compton right here. So this is going to be a tight battle for third place. You know, Katie is not going to give up, and she keeps closing this down a little bit. So I think this could potentially just kind of yo-yo over this last lap for that final podium spot in third position.
There's a real medal up for grabs here, and Katie Compton is not going to let it go easily. As you say, you got McFadden on the run-up.
McFadden gets to the top to the cheers of the crowd. And then the course taking its toll on some shoes. I think the boa strap getting a little loose there.
Yep, we've had a few shoe issues this week, and you know, Brad, we're sitting here right by the finish line, and we can hear as the riders are coming through. The crowd is getting noisy out there. Rebecca Faringer coming through in second place with just 1 lap to go.
All right, so Faringer heading out, and now comes McFadden in third. Compton down to fourth.
Yeah, so we miss Claire Honsinger coming across the line. Inside of 1 lap to go for our leader right now. She is ripping this course apart, riding from the front, putting together a perfect race up and down on this course. Faringer in second, already gone through. Watching Compton back onto the pavement. Not a familiar scene, seeing her in in a position behind, but those two riders at the front really going for it. It looks like she has gone around McFadden, so maybe McFadden had a problem on that descent because that happened pretty quick. Katie Compton now putting the power back down, trying to keep that gap going, and Honsinger dropping down into the off-camber section after the run-up. She's an entire section of the course ahead. She's got this off-camber section pretty dialed. And she's going to be rolling into the next descent, into the beer garden, back into the warm embrace of the home crowd.
You know, we're used to watching a dominant performance in the Women's Cyclocross National Championships, but it's nice to see a new face on the front. I personally welcome our new cyclocross overlord, Clara Honsinger here.
It's it's great to see. I think Clara is. I mean, watching her over in Europe for the first time last year, being there at the Hoogerheide World Cup, she was on the podium as a U23 rider in the Hoogerheide World Cup. She finished 10th in the U23 race at the World Championships. So, I mean, she's come back even stronger from her performance last year. So, what she's bringing to the cyclocross this season this year is another step up. And so, I'm really excited to see what she's going to take over to Europe when she goes for the Christmas break and then into Worlds.
Oh, we all are. I mean, there's so much energy and excitement for this generation of riders who are out there just learning these skills in different ways, picking it up, doing it at the front of a race like the National Championships, and Faringer making it around this left-hand turn to a fist pump of a fan on the side. Impressed with how she did that. Definitely rowdy descents here in Lakewood. But, you know, going back to Clara Honsinger, you're right. There is just so much promise with a rider with that ability level, already riding so well at such a young age.
20 seconds the gap from Honsinger back to Faringer, and then a minute the gap from Faringer back to Courtney McFadden and Katie Compton.
Wow, that's it's really impressive. I mean, again, these riders just came into this race. They put aside the fact that they were racing against a 15-time national champion. They didn't let that get in their head. They wanted to go to the front of this race, take control, and put Katie on the back foot, and this is what has unfolded since the first lap.
Across the top of the course.
Another time down this descent, staying high, no rut needed, letting it rip.
So fun to watch.
Solid,
Katie Compton.
solid descending. Wow.
Little Katie Keogh running right into the light here at the top of this run-up. Riding in 5th place right now after coming back from a European season. And, you know, here we see Clara Honsinger making her way up this run-up, this last little steep bit right up at the top.
And the last time for her, that's it for her. She's going to see the finish line next time she comes down here. So huge move for her. Those fans up close and personal watching a changing of the guards at the front. Stars and Stripes going in a different direction this time. Faringer grabbing onto that barrier, pulling herself up. Really, really incredible ride for her. This is a huge move. You know, she has shown that she's willing to put in the work, the learnings, the skills, the training, everything. Putting it together for a second position. Clara Honsinger still dead focused. Look at that.
I don't think we've seen her facial expression change once this entire race. She has just got so much focus, and she stays, you know, in control, and she never tells her story by her facial expressions.
Guys, when Clara Honsinger was born, when Katie Compton won her first national championship, Clara Honsinger, 8 years old. 23 years old today. 15 years ago, she was 8 when Katie Compton started winning her 15 national championships.
It's amazing. And, you know, I'm sure Clara has been watching Katie Compton and looking up to Katie Compton for so long. I mean, she was one of those riders at the World Championships last year who was sitting around the dinner table talking to Katie and, you know, and just soaking it all in. She's just like a sponge. And, you know, now we've seen her take all those things that Katie had to pass down and, you know, and put it out there on the course today.
And this is the end of that big climb. She is cruising across the top, getting ready to drop down into the fast downhill section for the last time. She's got that massive lead right now, and she has got a good look at the jersey.
And this is where she can take a deep breath right now and start to, you know, she has one more technical section to get through, but this is where Clara is probably thinking, oh my gosh, what have I just done? You know, she's got to stay focused a few more minutes, not let anything happen, get through this next section carefully, and then I think she's in the clear.
You would have to be superhuman to not let that slip into your mind at this point.
I know, you've got to have a mind of steel if you weren't starting to think about that already.
So there is Farringer sitting in second place on course, coming down in a cross now.
Right down that descent. Solid, fast, in control, in the ruts. Crowd has started to move towards the finish line. They want to see this happen. It is a coronation of a different type here. You got a jersey that you pull on, zip it up, and you are an entirely different type of rider, especially here in the U.S., especially when you're racing with Katie Compton. Rebecca Farringer looking really good on that descent. Spending a couple days unlocking how to ride this course, how to make it, how to go fast without making mistakes. That has been the name of the game in every single race we've seen throughout this entire week, guys.
You know, I think we really have to give a big shout out to Becca. She was I think she was the first rider today to really decide that, okay, I am going to take control of this race. I don't care that Katie Compton's here and that this is usually, you know, her game. I'm going to play her game and play it against her today and put her on the back foot like she's done to everybody else for so many years.
You know, even though Katie Compton will get the throne this year, 15 consecutive national championships, it'll be a long time, at least 15 years before we see that done again here in the United States. She truly is Katie effing Compton. She earned that name.
Yes, she did. And I think, you know, as much as she will be bummed, disappointed to not have won the race again this year, I think she's going to be so proud of all these younger riders coming up through the ranks now and knowing that she passed on such a legacy to these riders that are, you know, coming up behind her.
And Clara getting out of that sandbox there, back up to speed. She has shown that the sand was not any kind of an issue for her. She was really the strongest through that thing, even back to the early laps when she was in the group. You know, you saw Farringer lead into it and having to hop off. There was Honsinger just kind of hanging in fourth place, no big deal, but you can see the difference. You see that Honsinger was able to get through there with a really solid, stable position. Rebecca Farringer going back and forth, trying to find the right rut to get into, but Honsinger absolutely crushing this course.
There's Honsinger up to the top. Last time she'll have to hit that run up. And guys, it's looking like Honsinger is going to get her full 50 minutes here today. Nice that the officials made sure that we got the full distance for the women today.
All right, Honsinger is down off the off-camber section. I think she is in the clear now. She has one turn. I think maybe we just saw a little glimpse of a smile starting to set in what she is about to accomplish. I mean, we're witnessing history today after 15 years of, you know, back-to-back national championships. From Katie Compton.
The PA announcers here, Scott and Julie Herman, are whipping the crowd into a frenzy, and I think she can hear that out there on course. She can probably hear the announcers getting ready to welcome her back to the pavement to claim her national championship.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to duck out of here for a second because I need to go to the finish line and personally give Clara Hunsinger a huge hug.
But you're going to be in a long line of fans here at the Cyclocross Nationals greeting the new national champion, an upset 15 years in the making as Clara Hunsinger dethrones the great champion Katie Compton, and we have a new elite women's national champion. Welcome Clara Hunsinger to the Stars and Stripes Club.
And Rebecca Faringer coming across in second position, going right, going left, taking it all in. Second place at National, she's happy with it. She is very happy to put together a season like this. Being able to get on the podium, securing a spot in history, forever having that medal around your neck for being so good today here in Lakewood.
And that's not the last we're going to see of Faringer. She'll have plenty more spots to get there, plenty more chances to get the gold medal as Katie Compton makes her way off of the dirt and onto the pavement. The crowd will greet her as well. Katie Compton will always have a place in American cycling fans' hearts. And there are not many riders that get a reception like this at the finish line. An emotional day, an emotional ride, and an emotional finish for Katie Compton as she waves to the crowd with tears flowing after her 15-year national championship run was broken today by Clara Hunsinger.
There's so much to take in and so much to feel when you've got this many races under your belt all over the world, you know, in the spring and the summer and the fall and the winter, and you've just got so many different ways you've ridden a bike and at the highest level, so much pouring out of Katie Compton right now. In fourth position, Courtney McFadden, ecstatic with that race she's had, back and forth, fighting for the lead, fighting with a legend like Compton. She's happy with this position. You know, she is someone from down the street, able to race in front of her friends and family, and really happy with that ride.
Clara Hunsinger recovering after her victory today. Look, even the crowd is high-fiving each other for Hunsinger's victory. That's how much they love Clara Hunsinger. All right, let's go down to Dave Toll, who has Clara. Dave.
Hey, thanks, Brad. Well, how's Clara? I tell you what, I couldn't imagine anyone on planet Earth feels better right now. Clara, the folks coming up and congratulating you, it's like a who's who from your past, isn't it?
They're everyone. They're like the people I raced with down in Southern Oregon, my Portland folks, my Pacific Northwest folks, my family. Everyone's here. It's awesome.
Yeah, so it's a historic day for cyclocross. Everyone at home, you know, the big question for this Nationals was, can Katie Compton win 16? You've answered that now. Talk to me about the significance. It's a heavy moment in a way, isn't it?
It is. It's not a... It's just a progression of cyclocross. It's not quite a changing of the guard or anything. We're all still out here racing together. It's just a little switch up in what it's been the past 2 years.
I've always wondered the impact of that crowd. We were over at the descent and the run-up, and clearly you were the crowd favorite. Did you feel that energy today? I mean, it was nice. They were cheering for everybody, but clearly you were a favorite here today. It doesn't make a difference in your end result.
I think so. Like falling through that tunnel and hearing my name from everyone, it's huge. It's like, oh, it's just fire the ride on.
As you came across the finish line, I watched you put your hands on your helmet, kind of a, is this real moment? Can you talk about that feeling? Is it as out of body as I would think it is?
I don't think I've even come to recognize it yet. Like the entire race, it was just like, I've got to hold it smooth. I've got to hold it smooth. And like, even coming down the finishing stretch, it's like giving high fives, and I got to be careful here, and I just need to make it to this line and savor it.
So, hey, my heart goes out to Becca Faringer, to tell you the truth. I mean, ultimately, it's crazy. As you win your championship, she was so close this year. What kind of encouragement would you give her? She kind of started the fire, lit the fuse today, didn't she?
Yeah, I mean, Becca and I were warming up in the same tent. We're under the Kona banner today. I feel like we're kind of teammates in a way. But in cyclocross, even if you're wearing the same kit or riding the same bike, you're still competing against each other. It took everything I had just to hold her off, and that's such a respectable ride.
You know, Beth Ann Orton, so many riders here with Team S&M through the years. Talk about what it means for your region. The impact here is tremendous.
For me, it's huge. I think the real question is, like, what does everybody here think? How do they feel about this?
All right, hey, you know what? We're going to send it back, but hey, let her hear it, folks. This is your freshly minted national champion. Back to you, Brad. That's Clara Honsinger.
Wow. What a special day for Clara Honsinger, and they already had the big head printed. I love it.
Oh, my gosh. You know, I was just out there trying to get through the scrum of people surrounding Honsinger right now, and it's so emotional. And, you know, as much as I wanted to give Clara a hug for her tremendous ride today, I wanted to be there for Katie, because as much as she knew it was going to happen one day, you know, you're never really wanting to give over that crown.
I really love the way that Clara said it. It's not a changing of the guard, it's a progression. This has been something a long time coming for Clara Honsinger, and if you didn't see it coming, you weren't watching the junior and U23 racing that we had going on here in the United States. As Honsinger had a great ride last year, but this year she got it right. After the tremendous pass by Katie Compton on the first lap on the way down that descent, Honsinger found her legs, linked up with Rebecca Fahringer, and they said goodbye to Katie Compton.
I mean, they absolutely checked out of this race. Once those two were together, they were like, okay, now it's our turn. We've got to take control. We've got to put Katie Compton on the back foot, just like she's done to the rest of us all the other years.
And then, Tim, once they knew that the boss was out of the office, Honsinger and Fahringer went at it at the front.
And incredibly classy, as you say. The way that she describes how this race unfolded for her was just that she was out there doing her best with what she was dealing with a course that was so challenging. Racers like Fahringer, like Compton, chasing her down. All she could do was just to keep focused on the task at hand, trying to win this thing with the support of a hometown crowd.
And Clara absolutely rode a spotless race. I don't think we saw a single mistake from her today. And I mean, and that propelled her to the finish, coming down the straight line, high-fiving all her fans. And again, I can tell you the excitement out there for Clara, it was palpable. I mean, it was like, I got goosebumps. I mean, and I almost got teary-eyed because, you know, it's just the changing of the guard. And even though she doesn't want to recognize that, you know, it's awesome to watch.
She couldn't believe it when she hit the line, and that's going to keep sinking in for at least the next couple days. Clara Honsinger beating out Rebecca Fahringer for the national championship as Katie Compton ends up third for the first time in 15 years this year. Courtney McFadden in fourth. Katie Keogh takes fifth place with Sonny Gilbert in sixth. Sammy Runnels gets a good ride in for seventh place with the Squid team, with Caroline Nolan in eighth, Amanda Nauman in ninth, and Caitlin Bernstein rounding out the top 10. Well, our penultimate race of the day finishing up as we get ready for the last race, the Elite Men, coming up at 2:15 this afternoon. We're going to take a short break, then we'll meet some teams that were racing this week here at Cyclocross Nationals, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock local time for live coverage of the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships Elite Men final race of the day after this.
Gary Warner, he's been on a tear all season long. He's pulling away now. Can he add another win today?
Bike racing is hard, but shipping your bike doesn't have to be. It's why I ship with Bike Flights. It's convenient, reliable, and affordable.
Our elite men's champion, Kerry Warner.
When I'm riding a bike, I can focus more and it helps calm me down.
Once I'm riding and I have the wind blowing in my face, it's just nice. And then when I'm in class, I'm more focused.
The coach, he trained me well. He gave me trust. Without this, I would have never been able to even ride a bike.
At Outride, we have a vision, bringing a cycling program to schools around America. Our Riding for Focus program is in 132 schools nationwide, and we're just getting started. Find out how to bring an Outride program to a school near you.
Thank you very much for joining us on this journey that's been the 2019 USA Cycling National Cross Championships. We've had a blast. I hope you've enjoyed getting to meet some of the athletes and parents, the supporters. The Hudala guys were great. We've had a blast. I hope you have too. And again, as cyclocross really transitions into the modern era, I'm glad you're on board with us. Great. So how much have you watched your scene locally? Has it been growing over the last few years? Has it been static?
Yes, it has. It's been growing. There aren't a whole lot of juniors from where I'm from, but we're watching more and more develop.
Good. You know, that's one of the big conversations here is how do we get more juniors into cycling? What would be your answer to that? What are the barriers that you've seen? I mean, that's a perfect example. Have you known any kids that wanted to do it that couldn't, and why?
I think the best option is just putting them out on the bike, seeing how they like it, and if they love it, put them in a race that's not too hard or technical for them, and just start them up young.
So when did you realize you wanted to be doing this? How did you catch the bug?
Well, me and my family have always ridden on the Katy Trail in Columbia, Missouri, since we were really young. And I was about 11 years old when I attended my first race.
Where was that?
It was in Kansas City, Missouri, and it was the Tour of Kansas City. I did a time trial and a road race. And
caught the fever, caught the bug?
Definitely.
Yeah, right on. Well, St. Louis, Missouri, the home to a lot of great cyclists, including our friend, Rowan Child. Rowan, how's Nationals been treating you?
Pretty good.
What were you expecting when you came out here? A lot of mud, a lot of rain? They certainly hyped that up about the Northwest. What did it meet your expectations?
I was probably expecting more rain than anything because it's like less muddy than I was expecting.
Well, there you go. So I'm guessing that you have not raced yet. It's coming up, or have you?
I will be racing on Saturday, the 11 and 12.
Great. What did you learn about the course doing some recon out here? I'm guessing that you guys had a little window to get out and take a look. What'd you learn?
The course is wide open, easy straightaways, and power sections.
So when you look at all the training and preparation that you've done getting ready, did you get that right?
Yes.
Good, good. So when you come out here, some kids travel, like the Boulder Junior Cycling Crew. They've got almost 40 kids. How many Dogfish kids made it out?
Me and my brother.
Nice, good. Well, I'm glad that we got you guys out here. If you're going to have one teammate, having him as a brother's nice, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, good. So, Rowan, if we can have a crystal ball and look into Saturday's race, if I told you that you did a top 10, are you going to be happy with that, or are we looking for more?
If I ain't first, I'm last.
There you go. I like the attitude. Good luck, Rowan. All right, here in the tent, the compound for Midwest Evo. This is a big program. Any idea how many kids ride, Emma?
I'm not really sure. Maybe about 30 or more.
Yeah, I would say it's one of the larger programs in the country right now. So Emma Balding joining us. Is Indianapolis home, or where do you call home?
Indianapolis.
Perfect. So we've really watched the scene grow there, no doubt, the Major Taylor race. How'd Major Taylor go for you this year?
It went okay. Didn't win, but you can always get better and just get stronger. And I'm really hoping I do well here.
Yeah, good. So, yeah, let's talk about that specifically coming in. What category do you race in?
Junior 15, 16.
And how competitive is it these days when you look around at the field? Do you have danger women that you're well aware of?
Oh, yeah. Like,
You don't have to give their names, but what part of the country are they coming from? A lot of them on that Colorado Boulder Junior Cycling team?
I would say so, yeah. And then a lot of people from Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and stuff.
It makes the racing so much more fun when you've got a very competitive, deep field. Do you feel that's where we're at with your group now?
Definitely, yeah.
Awesome.
I love it a lot.
Yeah, I bet. And so let's talk about how you got into the sport, Emma. Everybody's path is different. What was the first thing that really engaged you with? Was it cyclocross or road, or how did you get into cycle racing?
My dad, he's a triathlete. He's done about 5 Ironmans, and he always wanted me to be really competitive with cycling and stuff like that. So my dad looked at Devo with my friend Katie Smock. She's a national champion for track, and we've both known each other for like 11 years, and we both got into cycling together. And just having someone with you the whole time, I feel like just made...
It makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
When you're low, the sharing the highs, the lows, all of these things. I think almost all of us would relate to our cycling careers. There's 1 or 2 really good friends. So you've got one.
Yeah, definitely.
When we look at trying to get new riders into the sport, I've asked a few kids this question. What have you seen as the deal breaker, the thing that kids, was it equipment? Was it entry fees? Was it travel? What can we do to get more juniors into cyclocross? That's the question.
I think mostly just putting the word out there more.
That it's a blast?
Yeah, that's pretty rocking.
George is out of Louisville, Kentucky, and is been, how many times have you been national champion?
Once.
One time, right. So I'm going to guess that, did you just race? How did it go?
It went good. I think the conditions are getting worse, but I don't know, because it's getting dry and sunny a little bit. I don't know if anything's going to be viable.
Because it's turning into peanut butter?
Well, I think the uphills are not viable, but the downhills are definitely. But I don't know how conditions going to be with everybody racing, with people running a lot of stuff, so I don't know how it's going to go.
As a former national champion, can you define or tell me what this event this weekend, not necessarily just here in Washington, but what this event means to you? You've done it, you've won it before. That's got to feel great, but then you stay hungry, I think.
Yes, I definitely want to win again. Everybody wants to. Once you win, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Once you win one, you want to win everything else.
Once you've had lobster and steak, you want more lobster and steak?
Like you said, I think everybody wants to win a national championship, but once you win one, it's even more. You want it more, and I think I want to win or at least get on the podium.
All right. Well, good luck, George.
Thank you.
Talk to me about the owner of this beautiful steed.
So, Keel Reinen, also from Bainbridge Island, races for Trek Segafredo.
Will Keel be out here?
Keel's going to come out on Saturday for the kids' races. So we started a little junior program. Keel, myself, some of the local businessmen on the island to support some juniors. We've got juniors ages 9 to 15.
Name of the team?
Keel Reinen All-Stars.
Nice, good. And so how are you, about 10 kids?
No. We're like 4 kids. But we had a little training camp over Thanksgiving, and we're out here supporting them today. Heidi's going to be out there working the pits as well. Steve Fisher is our mechanic.
Rad Racing alumni?
Yep. So it's fun.
Good having nationals in your backyard. There's got to be something about, there's a bump, a boost that you get. You're a perfect example of that with these kids. How much do they appreciate having it here?
The kids are super psyched. Yeah. They haven't become old and jaded like I have.
You're going to say we. I think, and I'm with you. Hey, Joe, have an awesome weekend yourself. Enjoy the best.
All right. We'll see you around.
Right on. Hey, that's Joe Holmes. He's going to be out here. We got Logan Owen to look forward to racing Heidi France. So take care. Joe's a busy man. They're all heading over to the start grid as junior racing about to hit out. The Skyhawks never give in. They never relent, and they're back. Dave, how's the team looking?
We're looking good. We had a solid enough day. You know, we missed the podium, but we had 6 guys in the top 14, and they all had a great time. So That's
Awesome.
what Cross Nats is all about. Right?
Hey, I couldn't agree more. Dave, you've been involved with the program now, geez, I'm saying 2 decades.
16 years now.
Yeah.
It's my 16th year. So seen it grow from a club to a full-on varsity sport at the college with all this behind us. So.
Yeah, I mean, the changes have been really impressive. And you know what's great is they've been positive. So often change is not that. What you see now, we've been talking with a lot of junior riders. There's this crazy thing happening with NICA, and this feeds right into what you're doing. I mean, what a godsend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we get so many kids who want to come to Fort Lewis just because NICA, especially with all the great mountain biking we have in Durango, and we have great cross racing in Durango, and
Fort Lewis is a great school.
And it's a great school, great engineering and sciences programs, and great place to go to school. Yeah.
I mean, so many people that move to Durango to go to Fort Lewis end up staying in Durango, a la our boy Troy Wells.
Right. Troy Wells, Todd Wells, Howard Grotz, all those guys are Fort Lewis grads, and they love it.
Yeah, I thought it was almost unfair this year with the high school mountain bike racing in Colorado. They had the state finals in Durango. And talk about the greatest marketing opportunity ever for Fort Lewis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Fort Lewis definitely made.
How many kids did you get your hook in?
We had 175 kids take tours of campus.
Wow. And so this is the economic impact that we talk about, right? Where the powers that be at Fort Lewis have got to look at cycling as something that's a part of the ecosystem.
Oh, for sure. And it's in our community, and the college really needs to tie itself into what the community does. And I think there's more bikes than dogs in Durango.
Wow. Yeah, that says a lot. It really does. I mean, and you look at it, it's this cycle that we've been talking about, right? In that, the Wells are the perfect example. So you've got Todd and Troy. They're part of that community. It won't be that long until I hope I'm still alive. I think I will be when Cooper Wells is enrolling at Fort Lewis.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, me too. He was our...
the program will get another boost.
Yeah, he was out there. He raced every one of our cyclocross races this year in the B category, and
he's 5 or 6.
He's 5, and he would get Todd out there. Todd doesn't like cold and wet, and Cooper would get him out there when it was cold and wet because Cooper was like, "It's good cross conditions today, Dad."
Isn't this what it's all about, Dave? I mean, I know you've been fostering this welcoming environment for many years, and it seems like, everyone's talking about in cycling. We've had, it's been a tough couple of years with road events being canceled, but the core, getting dads and kids and moms and brothers and sisters and friends out on bikes, that's never going to change.
No, definitely. And like you said, with NICO, the way it's going, so many parents are so more in tune to bringing their kids up to be cyclists instead of basketball players or softball players or whatever it is, right?
Isn't it awesome? Everything cycling's been through, Dave, that we've gotten to the point now where people look at what cycling does for young people is help build life skills. It's cool that way. Cycling really deserves that pat on the back.
Yeah, I think so too.
Great. So do you, Dave. You're the man.
Thank you, Dave.
That's Dave Hagan from Fort Lewis College. There's a lot of great universities and colleges that support cycling, and Fort Lewis was one of the first. We're being joined by defending now, actually 2 times now, right? 3 times. Wow. Adam Meyerson. And Adam is as connected to this event as a racer, as a promoter, as a general fan of cyclocross. What do nationals mean to you? Things have changed a lot in the sport, but nationals seems to remain really significant.
Yeah, and for me as a masters athlete, it means even more than it did to me when I was a pro. It wasn't a thing that I thought I could really win when I was a pro, but as a master, it gives me this huge season goal, and I put all my eggs in this basket. I broke my thumb 4 weeks ago, and I wasn't sure I was going to be able to come. I was supposed to be in a cast for 6 weeks, so it means enough to me that I cut my cast off, and I'm taping it up, and here I am. So it really does. My whole season revolves around this weekend.
I love it. I mean, I really do, and it's yeah, right. So. Yeah, we're getting close. Actually, your race is an hour.
Yeah, 3:15. So I'm gonna go take a look at the course now, and I've been here all week, so I've got a lot of laps in, but I want to see how it's changed with the rain and lots of people racing on it.
With CycleSmart, you spend a lot of time helping other athletes, coaching them, motivating them. I have to ask you then, when you come away, you put a lot of pressure on yourself. It sounds like, well, I'm not going to say you put a lot of pressure on yourself, but it seems like the way things work, that if you're not on that podium, you got to respect the process as well, like as a fan of yours. I would say, I'm proud of you for being here and giving it a go. How much does the result at the end of the day actually matter? This jersey, it's bizarre, isn't it? It matters, but it doesn't, but it does.
Yeah, no, that's right. I jokingly described it as the one ring, so I agree with you. Like, the process is what matters, and I'm the same person if I don't win today. Either way, you know, it's the work that I put in. And
I don't need to tonight, if you don't win, say, oh, man, I bet you Adam's just beating himself up.
But on the other hand, I love this jersey. I love wearing it all year. I love having it as a symbol of all the hard work that I put in and the sacrifices that my family makes and that I make. And I like leading by example for the athletes. You know, I don't care if my athletes win bike races or not. I care that they do the work and get better and become better people as part of that process. But there's something about winning the jersey that I can almost say like it ruins it a little bit. I'm very attached to this jersey in a way that I don't think is very good for me.
You know what, though? I get it. It's that very fine line between healthy and unhealthy in this sport. I mean, you train so hard that you're always almost sick, right? And all of these things that you do don't necessarily make sense, but I think that's the beauty of sport, is that it doesn't make sense. It's passion-based.
Yeah, that's right. And I do want to demonstrate. If I have a talent, it's that I care a lot. It's not that I make a lot of power or things like that. It's that I'm willing to do the work. And even with the sacrifices like family and things like that, like I want to, lead by example. And I want my kid to be able to look up to me, and I want my wife to be proud of me, and I want my athletes to be inspired by the work that I put in. I don't want to ask them to do things I wouldn't be willing to do myself.
Is your son able to recognize what you're doing now? Will he watch at home and be looking for Twitter feeds?
Yeah, he just turned 4, and he's done a bunch of races. He comes to the cross races now, and he likes riding his bike. The guys at Trek sent him a 12-inch bike that he's been riding around, so that's been great. When I win, he wants to know if I won cheese, because we have a Ice Weasels, our Night Weasels race at home where you win a roll of cheese. And now he associates winning with cheese, and so he wants to know not how I did, but if I brought home any cheese for him.
That's classic. That really is. Well, it wouldn't be Cyclocross Nationals if you didn't run into an old friend. I feel like Heidi Franz joining us from the world of road racing, but you're jumping into the cyclocross pool a little bit this year. How's it been going, Heidi?
Yeah, I've been dabbling a little bit in the dirt, which has been fun.
Had you race cross before?
Yeah, so I did a season with Jessica Cutler's Northwest Women's Cyclocross Project, which is the under-23 junior team. So I kind of had a mentorship role on that team for a year, the 2017-2018 cross season. So
I know that you've got some great friends out here in the Northwest, Keel Ryan and Joe Holmes. So Tête de la Course Training is Joe Holmes' group, but the Keel Ryan and All-Stars sound like a blast. Who are they?
So the Keel Ryan All-Stars at the moment is a small group of juniors that we've kind of put together from Bainbridge Island. We're all from Bainbridge Island, and we're just trying to help foster the growth of junior development on Bainbridge. There's always been cyclists from Bainbridge. Obviously, Keel and I come from the same place, and we're both, obviously there's something that draws cyclists to Bainbridge, but we just need the start of something that's going to tie these people together. So one thing we're trying to do is just work with the juniors a little bit, and Nationals at Home was a perfect opportunity to do that.
What's your favorite thing about being around the kids? This is a great group. Obviously, they're motivated kids. You're not out here doing cyclocross if you're a couch potato, right? So you kind of get the best of these young folks already. What's your favorite thing about hanging out with them? Do you learn anything?
Absolutely. I mean, I learn... it's good to be a role model, good practice. Got to show up wearing long pants and warm layers, so they're like, oh, okay.
There's an element of, like, being the life of the party is a big demand. We were talking about your rally team and the team introduction and stuff. There's a certain amount that's asked of cyclists that maybe wasn't what you signed up for, and learning how to manage that. It can be tricky, right?
Yeah, it can be tricky, but, as long as you just learn to have the fun, just see the fun in all of it, and keep an open mind, be open to learning more yourself as new challenges come up. It's totally worth it.
Good life lesson. You both live in Colorado Springs, I believe, which is a wonderful community, but dry, rocky, I would say. Nothing like what you probably have just seen. Have you had a chance to get out and pre-ride the course? I'll check in with both of you on that, starting with you, Alexis.
Yeah, we got like 7 laps in total, so yeah.
That's a fair amount of time out on the course. What did you learn? That's a good place to start.
You would want to take the middle line for the downhill a lot, yeah.
Okay, so rather than get fancy with it, try to choose one side, it sounds like you got pretty conservative choices out there.
Yeah. For the run-ups, take whichever side you mount off on. Take the left side, so yeah.
So how much I love it. This is the kind of details and intel that we need. What do you love the most about coming to Nationals, Peter?
I pretty much like getting these kids out here. I mean, racing being racing, but it's really just a vehicle for the experience for these kids, right? I mean, they get to travel cross country, the preparation, learn how to pack, learn how to act on the road, right? I mean, there's so much hardship in racing, and then throw in like hours and late flights and driving in hotels, and the experience for these kids is just absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, I look at these kids, and I mean, dare I say I live vicariously through them, right? I mean, people have hobbies. This is my hobby, right? The satisfaction of seeing these kids learn and grow physically, mentally, as, just young adults is just phenomenal.
One of the best things about cross that we've highlighted this week here is the range of characters, the full spectrum, and we've had a chance to really try to celebrate that. We didn't meet everybody, and there's no doubt that many stones were unturned, but I'm glad you were along with us to meet a lot of the riders and the folks that make the sport happen. For everybody at USA Cycling, I want to say thanks for joining us. It's been an awesome ride.
Hello, cyclocross friends, and welcome to the U.S. Cyclocross National Championships in Lakewood, Washington. Our friends at USA Cycling and MFG have put together a doozy of a track, and we are chomping at the bit to see the elites toe the line. But before we do, we have some business to take care of, and that business is the Cyclocross National Championships Heat Check Power Rankings, brought to you by the USA Cycling Foundation Mud Fund. We took our sophisticated heat check algorithm that has been honed to perfection over the past 16 weeks of racing and applied it to the elite men and elite women to determine who is coming in hot to the championships. Now, don't get confused, cyclocross armchair prognosticators. The algorithm is not a fortune-telling machine. We are not predicting who is going to win. We're just reporting on who is performing at their best coming into today's races and how they stack up against the competition. And we're doing this based not only on math, but also science. For the CX Heat Check Power Rankings, we count down the top 11 elite women and elite men. For this special U.S. Cyclocross Nationals edition, we're going to get things started with the men. In the 11th spot is Brannon, with an A, not an O, Fix. First year in the elites for the Alpha Bicycles upstart, Fix spent time in the front group at Pan Am's before finishing 8th and had a strong showing at the recent Ruts and Guts UCI C2 race. In 10th is Travis Liverman, the privateer's privateer. Liverman had top 5 finishes at Go Cross, Charm City, DCCX, NoHo, Supercross, and Hendersonville. He even raced right up to Nationals, taking 2 wins at the NCCX Series finale last week. In 9th place is Tobin Ortenblad. McTubbin took a while to find his groove, but found it late season at Really Rad, where he notched a 2nd and 3rd place finish before sweeping the Verge Northampton International Cyclocross. In 8th place is Grant Elwood. A huge 5th place finish at Pan Am's, along with 4th place finishes at the US Open and 5th place at Fayette Cross and Cincy, earn Elwood a spot in the heat check. Sliding into 7th, it's Jamie Driscoll, the Dangler. This guy is always around the front, or just off it, dangling off it, if you will. Driscoll earned a bronze at Pan Am's and a pair of 2nd places at last week's Resolution Cup. In 6th place is Drew Dillman, a sweep of Major Taylor, 3rd and 4th at Ruts and Guts, and a top 10 at Pan Am's. Yeah, boy, Dizzle is coming in hot. Which brings us to our top 5. And this is where things get a little spicy, and even a little dicey. Let us start with the 5th spot and Lance Hayden. He's kept the flow throughout the season, grabbing wins at US Open and Ruts and Guts a few weeks back. This Sunday could be the ultimate salad day for Hayden.
Iceberg. Lettuce right there. And you are the king of the world.
The top 4 is where the algorithm really starts to earn its keep. For something called the heat check, you want riders that are hot. And these 4 racers haven't raced for several weeks. But it's okay, because the heat check isn't a flash in the pan, but more like Mount Wingate in New South Wales, Australia, which has housed an underground fire that has burned for the past 6,000 years. 6,000 years! That makes a few weeks off from racing seem like child's play. Cha-cha. With the rationalizations out of the way, this is where the rubber meets the dirt. And in 4th place is the champ, Stephen Hyde. wins at the Silver Goose and DCCX, and second and third at Supercross, gets Hyde in the conversation. The fact that he is a 3-time and current national champ means he can't be counted out. In third place is Gage Hecht. The Pan Am U23 champ has been second at Fay across the U.S. Open, Cincy, and the Silver Goose. Another year of opting out of the U23 race for a chance at elite glory, Hecht looks to improve on last year's bronze medal finish at Cyclocross Nationals. And we are down to 2. And if you've been following the heat check all season long, you know that the 2 remaining names on this list are Curtis White and Kerry Werner. So who's coming into Cyclocross Nationals hotter? Is it Curtis White, who won 10 races this season and is primed to win that elusive national championship after finishing second last year? Or is it Kerry, don't call him Kenny, Werner, who won 8 races, including the Pan American Championships? It's a tough call. Werner and White have gone head-to-head 20 times in the past year. 10 of those times, Werner has come out ahead, which means, logic aficionados, White has also come out ahead 10 times. It's a virtual dead heat. But the algorithm hates ties. With a Pan Am jersey in hand and a top spot on the Pro CX calendar point standings, the number 1 spot goes to Kerry Werner. Curtis White slots into second. Sunday will certainly tell who gets bragging rights as national champion. But more importantly, it will tell who wins the ultimate prize of CX Heat Check supremacy. While you take a look at the top 11 and consider how we've gotten this far without the people in the next hotel room over not calling the manager about the man screaming about cyclocross at 2 a.m. on the other side of the wall, we will move on to the women. In 11th place is Carla Williams. Dr. Williams goes from the ER to the dirt without missing a beat, battling it out not in the scrub zone at the back, but the scrub zone in the front. In 10th is Sammy Runnels. The Squid Squad racer picked up a silver medal in the College National Championship race and brings that heat to the Elite Championship start line. In 9th place is Crystal Anthony. Podiums at Really Rad and Ruts and Guts, Anthony will put her mountain bike skills to good use on the slimy Lakewood descents. And slotting in at 8th is Carolyn Nolan. A sweep at Northampton, time in the Victoria Series Leaders jersey, and a win on day 1 at NCCX has Nolan peaking just in time for CX Nats. Which brings us to 7th place, and it's Raylan Nuss. A slew of second place finishes at Major Taylor and NCCX, and a third at Ruts and Guts has the Cyclocross Cager in the 7th spot. In 6th place, it's Sunny Gilbert. After a start grid crash derailed her season before it got started at Go Cross, Sunny G has reset and started to move back up the results board. Last year's CX Nats runner-up has had her eye on the CX Nats top step all season, and she's coming into form right now. And we are at our top 5. And in 5th is Courtney McFadden. The home state favorite is coming off of podiums at Supercross and Resolution and riding a wave of Pacific Northwest support straight into Nationals. So here we are at number 4. Now let me pause for a moment to let you grab your torch and your pitchfork before I tell you that in this spot is Katie Compton. 4th? Are you out of your KDF mind?
Katie!
She's won 15 championships in a row, but the heat check is agnostic and a slave to North America. Compton has shown good form in Europe, and we're not going to bet against her for winning her 16th. But in heat check land, she's 4th. In 3rd on the CX Nats Heat Check Power Rankings is Katie Keogh. The Katies have found themselves racing head-to-head in many of their European campaigns, sharing joint cheers from the Belgian fans. Back on U.S. soil, and Keogh is ready. While you ponder that, we're going to move to our top 2. And this is where things, once again, are getting dicey. 2 names remain, and they were the 2 most consistent U.S. racers all season. The hottest of the heat check elite, Clara Hansinger and Becca Fahringer. Fahringer, on her best season to date, 10 wins for the season, puts her atop the Pro CX calendar standings, and more importantly, a 2-race edge in the Kenny versus Becky Kona Maxi Shimano head-to-head battle. Hansinger is always a good pick for the win. 4 UCI wins, a 2nd place finish at the Pan Am Champs. The smiling assassin is poised and ready to replace her U23 National Championship jersey with an Elite Champs kit. So who is it? Who reigns supreme in heat check land? Is it Becca or Clara? Clara or Becca? What saith the power rankings algorithm? Well, what it says is Becca Fahringer is in the top spot, which means Hansinger is 2nd. So there it is, the top 22 riders coming into the national championships. You're tuned in to see who's going to win. Now you know who's coming in hot. This is Bill Scheiken for USA Cycling, the USA Cycling Foundation Mud Fund, and the Wide Angle Podium. Let's get back to the broadcast.
We're going to be the youngest team on circuit. A ton of excitement over these guys and how they're going to gel.
We're going to be teaching them how to race with the pros, with the big boys.
This is the future of the sport. These are the guys that are going to the Tour de France.
Everyone's untested and unproven, and so we can go into a race and get all dead last, or we can just win the whole thing. No one knows.
We are a pro team. We're ready to dominate.
It's going to be a really exciting year.
All right, welcome back. Lakewood, Washington, home of the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships as we resume our racing here for the final race of the day with the elite men coming up at 2:15 for their scheduled start. As we go back and look at the racing earlier today, Andrew Strohmeyer winning the junior men's 17 to 18 race, junior women's 17-18 race taken by Madigan Monroe, U23 Women taken by Katie Klaus, and Eric Brunner winning the U23 Men, and of course a great win from Clara Hunsinger winning the elite women's race. But now it's time for the elite men.
Look at just some of the names that are getting ready to contend for the national championship here in Lakewood, Washington for the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. We are about to start slotting the men into the grid as they get ready for a 2:15 local time start here in Lakewood, and it is going to be a good one for the final race of the day. Before we get to that, I want to look ahead to 2020 as we get ready to move the show of Cyclocross Nationals from Washington to Illinois. We're headed to DuPage County next year for Cyclocross Nationals 2020, just outside of Chicago in Cantigny Park. I'm being joined by Justin Roach here in the booth with the DuPage Sports Commission and LOC co-chair. What drove you to want to promote a cyclocross national championship in your hometown? Are you nuts, sir?
Well, you know, it's obviously a great sport and a huge championship for cycling in general. We've got a lot of great local partners who really came and brought this opportunity to us and said that they were interested. And we built a really great team to pull the event together and have a great team at Cantigny Park who is just looking forward to bringing the event to the area and welcoming you guys.
So, Justin, tell me about the park. A lot of history there in Cantigny Park. Well, I know two things. We're racing around tanks, and there's some pretty cool buildings on the grounds.
Absolutely. You know, that's our trademark at this point is how many cyclocross courses out there have real tanks. We've got about 11, 12 different tanks featured within the grounds. The grounds itself is the estate of Robert McCormick, who is a longtime publisher of the Chicago Tribune. Just a lot of great history and culture. There's the First Division Museum, which Colonel McCormick served in. There's the mansion on site. And just a lot of great things for people to see and do around the course when in between competition.
And we're going to be racing right by those tanks there. Tim, you were giddy with excitement watching that video.
I feel like it's going to be hard to keep down, but it also gives me an idea that we need to start looking for who we're going to give a nickname associated with a tank in today's race, or even next year to lead into the end of the season and the national championships at this park. It's going to be great.
And Meredith, as someone who knows a little something about a strong cyclocross scene, I know you're excited to get to the Chicago cross scene for nationals.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. The roots of my cycling career started just a little bit away in Madison, Wisconsin, so in the Midwest, not far, from Chicago. So I'm really excited to bring cycling back to that area. I know that you guys have a really strong cyclocross scene there already, so I think this is just going to keep building the momentum there. So I'm really excited to see what you guys can do in the Midwest next year.
Yeah, what's great about DuPage County is that we're so centrally located. Whether you're flying in from O'Hare or Midway Airport or driving in from any direction, it's easy to get to. We've got great tourism infrastructure from our 115 hotels in different qualities and price ranges to all the different restaurants and things to see and do in the area. It's just going to be a really great destination, I think.
And cross is such an awesome sport to bring to new spectators and new fans, and I know we're going to have a ton of them at Cantigny Park next year. We're watching the end of our U10 race that was out on course earlier. We're going to be doing this next year as well. So, Justin, I hope you're ready for this level of cuteness to come to DuPage County.
Well, the toughness is what I'm most surprised by all the racers here. I saw a kid about this age take a wipeout on the start-finish line, get back up and continue through the race. So it's a lot of toughness out there.
Justin, last question. Tell us about the process of bringing nationals to town. How do you get through one from the idea to getting through all the permitting, convincing the city and the parks to let you race to finally hosting? When did this process start for you?
Sure. We really started this process maybe about a year and a half ago. We had USA Cycling out at Cantigny Park and kind of toured it and looked at the infrastructure. The good news is we have plenty of parking, a lot of good infrastructure to support the race. And so just working closely with our local partners, like you mentioned, the city of Wheaton, as well as Cantigny Park, and all of our different partners in the cyclocross community who want to see this come to the Chicago region. So it's just been a long process, and we got a lot of work left to do, but we're certainly looking forward to it.
Oh, I can't wait, and I know you guys got a great team working on it out there in Chicago. That's Justin Roach with the DuPage Sports Commission and LOC co-chair of Chicago 2020 for CX Nats. Justin, get back to work, man.
Thank you. Will do.
See you next year.
All right, well, taking a look at some of the riders on the front row as we see the defending champion, Stephen Hyde, in the Stars and Stripes jersey here. Guys, this race is wide open. A lot of these races, we had a favorite going in, but there is a long list of contenders. Let's start with Stephen Hyde, Meredith.
Well, Stephen coming in as the 3-time defending national champion. So, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Stephen yet this season. So I would say he's a little bit of an unknown where he's at right now. But, I mean, he's a guy that you never, ever, ever count out. He's a fighter, and, you know, he's come a long way. Here we see him winning his 3rd national championship, and so I'm excited to see what he brings today.
Tim, there's a handful of riders that can challenge the defending champ here. Let's talk about some of the riders that might be able to give Stephen Hyde a run for his money. I want to start with Curtis White.
Well, Curtis is a great guy to name right now just because of his recent successes. This entire year, he's been consistently either at the top or fighting for that top step with Kerry Warner, nemesis for the year. But Curtis White, his time may come today where he's able to defeat Stephen Hyde. This is last year's shots from Louisville. A tough second place for him, but he was in the fight the entire time. Great runner, strong technically. I definitely have him as one of my favorites.
Meredith, Curtis White had a great year, but I don't know if anyone had a better year than Kerry Warner, who's going to be looking for his national championship. It would be a perfect cap to the season for Kerry Warner if he could pull it off here this week.
I would say that Kerry Warner has had his most consistent season yet. I mean, he came out as the top, the overall winner of the Pro CX series, so that just shows he was consistent throughout the entire season with a lot of wins for him. And again, as Tim, you mentioned, Kerry and Curtis just going back and forth all season long. I think in the end, Kerry came out on top with a few more wins than Curtis.
Yeah, and I think that Kerry Warner's technique here, he's known as a very skillful rider, as a mountain biker, as a background. So I think he's really going to enjoy the downhills, the descents, and the technical nature of the ruddy, muddy sections here on course. So I actually think that going into this course throughout the week, Kerry Warner would have been a big favorite. Now that it's dried out, gotten a little bit faster, I think it kind of fits back into Curtis White.
And then 4th-ranked rider on the call-ups. 4th-ranked rider to come to the line today will be maybe the dark horse pick. Gage Hecht going to give it a run today. The young man out of Parker, Colorado. Meredith Hecht could be one to watch today. He could be a surprise at CX Nats.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I'd say he'd be a surprise because he's always at the front of the race. And, you know, the interesting thing about Gage is he's actually still a U23 rider, but he's decided, so he's the U23 Pan American champion, but he's decided, as he did last year, to race as an elite because he's there and he knows he's capable of potentially taking a win in the elite field.
Well, these will be conditions that Hecht is used to, not afraid to race in the mud here.
No, and I think Gage Hecht is really looking forward to kind of proving that point of being an elite rider instead of going under 23. So let's see what happens.
All right, well, with that, we are just about 3 minutes away from our race start. The riders getting their final instructions down in the grid as we look at live pictures from the start line with the tire check happening. It's a little different from the heat check. There's not much algorithm that goes into this, but there is Gage Hecht in his Donnelly Volo kit out of Boulder, Colorado, looking to upset the defending champ, Stephen Hyde, today.
Whether that's a nervous yawn or let's get ready to rumble yawn, he's got the mud tires ready to go. Kerry Warner, just to his right, I think this is the year that he thinks he's best prepared, most motivation he's got. He just watched his teammate Rebecca Farnger have an incredible ride in 2nd position. He wants to up that by 1. Let's see what he's got for tires on today. He might be going aggressive or light tread. It's kind of an intermediate. That's a mud tire right there. So very light pressures out there today, trying to figure out how it's going to work in the mud.
Mud tires seem pretty popular. Curtis White making the same choice for the Cannondale Cyclocross World.com team as these guys getting rid of the jackets. You see Stephen Hyde getting the last drink of water as he wears the Stars and Stripes jersey. Nice to see Hyde decided to go with the Stars and Stripes in defense here. First year that the defending champ has been allowed to wear the jersey at Nationals. I like it. Call it a target on their back.
That's right. And next we see Lance Hayden coming out of San Luis Obispo, California. He is another rider that has had a big, big season. So I expect him to be at the pointy end of the race today, too.
Over to Drew Dillman up next out of Louisville, Kentucky, who has been quietly consistent this season.
And he's a ripper in the mud, so look for him to be really technically adept, just like this guy. Cody Kaiser, front row start, known for his bike skills and handling. And this guy, big motor Tobin Ortenblad, Did you hear something about him feeling pretty good about this race?
Yeah,
Is that right?
I was actually texting with him last night, and he said he has a good feeling about today. So, you know, he's a rider again. You know, a couple years ago he was really dominating. This year, this year we haven't seen him at the front as much, but over the last couple of weeks, I think he's put the work in, and so he's feeling good about today.
All right, they are clearing media and staff off of the course, which means it's time to go racing in Lakewood. Final race of the day at the 2019 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, the Elite Men in the grid. And they're off as they begin an hour of racing to determine the new or defending national champion as Stephen Hyde gets boxed out just a little bit. Here comes Curtis White charging up to the front. Cody Kaiser having a good start as well in the red jersey. Some riders starting to swarm up the left-hand side of the picture, right-hand side of the screen. Here comes Drew Dillman. Warner bumping elbows, rubbing shoulders with riders trying to find a clean line as Hayden and Hecht get in there in the Donnelly Avolo kits in the red.
Great start for Curtis White, leading out of that grass for the first time. He looks really solid. Gage Hecht just on his wheel, number 4 right there in the white helmet, red jersey. He had an excellent start as well. Missing from that front, Kerry Warner bumped back into 5th. Now going around on the left-hand side, Stephen Hyde back into about 8th position. Look at that mess right there. It must have been a crash causing that split. I think I didn't see Jamie Driscoll just yet, and he's another one of our riders who's been on the podium many times. I see him buried about 12th position so far. Elwood right there coming by the camera. Got some of the other, we got Logan Owen, we didn't mention him in the pre-run, local rider, many-time national champion, world championship medalist in cyclocross, getting a chance to race in his home area back from racing the World Tour on the road.
Yeah, Logan Owen is an interesting rider to talk about. You know, he races in the World Tour level for EF Education for Pro Cycling. And he's just coming off a little bit of a training camp where they were in Bentonville and then out in California. So, you know, he's got, being a local rider and coming from a cross background, you know, he's got a lot to, I wouldn't expect, or I wouldn't doubt that we'll see him also in the front end of the race today.
Yeah, so they're making their way up this off-camera section just at the top. Warner going out of the picture, Hyde going out of the picture. They're going to drop down into this first descent. I saw a very clean first descent for many of those riders. No big mix-ups, no big kind of crashes, causing trouble. It's like Kaiser first, White second. There goes Warner. I
think that was Hecht first.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
There's Kaiser.
There he
Great
is.
Elwood coming through.
Foot out on the inside of Lance Haydet. So yeah, Hecht actually opening up a gap on White there. There goes Owen, slipping and sliding.
You know, I think we've seen in the race.
Oh, there's our first one.
Yep,
I think
first
that's Ben
casualty.
Frederick.
No, I think that is his teammate.
I saw the jersey
Josh
and the beard.
Doreen. Yeah, Josh actually is from Colorado, so he is a rider that has been winning a lot of the men's elite races back in Boulder.
Carl Decker coming through here, one of our local longtime riders from the Pacific Northwest. Here we go at the replay of that action. Coming down the corner, looks like getting that front wheel cut up in the rut. Very, very famous. I think we just saw our newest meme being created here in Lakewood.
He's lucky the bike stopped tumbling so he could get to it on the way down. See a long line of riders already spread out here. 3 minutes in, and you're pretty far down if you're at the back of this race.
I mean, Gage Hecht has gone straight to the front, stringing this field out, because I think as we've seen throughout the other races, I mean, the race unfolds at the front really fast. I mean, it's those front runners who know that they've got to be at the front and take control early on, and those end up being the ones that, it's not been a race where we've seen other riders really come from behind back to the front group. Once that separation happens at the front, it's pretty much stayed that way for the rest of the race.
Gage Hecht is going all in here early on as a big group of chasers behind him try to bring down that tiny deficit that Hecht has opened up here. You saw Stephen Hyde a little further back, but Hecht gives himself a nice lead coming up to the top of the run-up. Then it will go Warner, followed by White, and then Hyde.
I talked to Lane Marr, who was racing in the earlier junior race, and what he said was that he went out way too fast, blew up, couldn't come back on his own effort, sorry, in the under-23 race, and paid the price. So we're going to see if that is something that Gage Hecht is going to get himself into trouble for. Is this going to be too fast for him, opening up a gap on a guy like Warner or White or Hyde right behind him?
Yeah, Gage Heck, even though he's young and he's still a U23 rider racing in the elite races, he's been racing bikes for a long time. So I think he understands he knows exactly what he's capable of and kind of what the effort is that he can put out at the front of a race. But, you know, I think he knows that eventually this race may settle down, but this first lap is so important to just establish yourself and start to establish those gaps back to the rest of the field where all the carnage is happening.
Yeah, if you're going to have a bad lap, you don't want it to be the first one. Any lap but the first lap to have a bad lap.
Right. So, you know, he's just really kind of setting his mark on this race. You know, he's looking at all the lines. He's gotten out there to pre-ride, but, you know, it's different when you're going at race pace. It's different when there's other riders around you. So, you know, he's just taking the opportunity right now to see the lines clear, you know, take the lines just how he wants to. And then, again, being at the front of the race, he doesn't have to worry about anyone else going down in front of him.
That mix just changed up right behind him. It looks like Warner went around White, so now he's trying to chase down Hecht. Big descent, high speed, fastest part of the entire course. There's Warner with a little bit of a gap. Nice to see Hyde tucked in there in 4th position. You're going to be going into this big descent coming up. See how they do that. These guys are absolute rocket ships when it comes to descending in mud and in the ruts. Here we go, here's Hecht, making his way around, pretty solid. Look for Warner jumping over the hole. White almost going down, bucking Bronco all the way down, foot out. Barely able to hold it up, but there's the difference when you've got somebody confident enough to launch over the hole versus riding into it.
That takes some guts.
Yeah. You know, yesterday after the single speed races were over, Gage and I actually got a chance to go out with little Finn and do some course preview, and Gage was out there just ripping it. So, I mean, I could tell from pre-riding with him yesterday that he was feeling really good and really confident about the course today.
Well, 42 degrees. It finally warmed up a little bit, 6 degrees centigrade for our international viewers. We were hovering right around 4 or 5 degrees centigrade. It was like 38 degrees Fahrenheit for most of the day today. It just warmed up over the last hour or so. You see a lot of mud out there on the top half of that shot. That's all runoff from the power washers. It's been pretty steadily drizzling here over the last few days, but we haven't had a ton of real heavy rain. The prevailing intel was that the course drains so well because of the sandy soil, and so the water really doesn't stand around, even though it rains a ton up here in the Pacific Northwest. Really good conditions, fast enough, but still mud.
So yeah. The last win for Gage Hecht Pan Am Championships as an under 23, but he did go back over to Europe racing in Cuckside, which is like this part of the course. But that is really about it. Tons of elevation, lots of running, probably a nice feel for him to be able to get some of that in. But looks like Warner and Hecht getting off the front just a little. Going to look for White to close that gap a little. I think Hyde kind of starting to maybe, it's like he's trying to save the legs a little bit. A little high RPM, low power up until this run-up. So Hyde's trying to save a little bit of energy. After watching those last couple races, it seems like you've got to save it because it's just going to get harder throughout the day.
Kerry Warner up there now in the neon jersey with gray sleeves. He's red on his shoulder as he tries to follow Gage Hecht bombing down the descent. They see they've got a gap there.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you just get a glimpse of any sort of gap behind you, that's when you get on the gas, you stomp on those pedals, you try to open that gap just a little bit more, because you don't really want to be racing in a full pack like this. I mean, you know, some of the other national championship, I think back to Reno, and that where it was a little bit more pack racing. So far today, we have not seen that pack mentality, and we're seeing gaps open up just a little bit more as they come onto this finishing straight. So we'll see what Gage Hecht and Kerry Warner decide to do here at the front, if they're going to work together or wait for the others to come back.
Crucial time in the race right now. The split is starting to happen, so White and Hyde have to make a choice whether they're going to try and force themselves across this gap or hope that they can slowly but surely bring it back. Meanwhile, Kerry Warner off to a good start here early on. This is the ride that he needed. This is the ride that Kerry Warner, or the start, I should say, that Kerry Warner has been looking for a couple years now.
A little bit of daylight ahead of Curtis White. Unlike a lot of the races we've seen throughout the year, those two really been going neck and neck every single race, one or two, sometimes a sprint, sometimes a bigger gap, but those two riders A little bit of separation now as we see Dillman come across the line. Logan Owen hammering across that finish straight. Look at that focus, dropping Tobin Ortenblad like he's standing still. That is a tough one, but he's trying to make up some time.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise seeing Logan Owen come across the pavement, just full gas, hammer down. You know, he is a very strong technical rider. He was a 10-time junior and U23 national champion for cyclocross. As you mentioned, he was a podium at Worlds, so he knows exactly what he's doing. He's been away from the sport for a little while. I don't think it would take him too long to just sharpen his skills a little bit, but he certainly has the power and the strength and the fitness to be out here with these guys.
It's pretty cool. Did EF education first, let him come race cross nationals. They didn't let him do a full cross season, but come out and still race a little bit cross. This is something we're seeing a lot more in the sport. Riders trying to balance multiple disciplines. Gage Hecht is another one, running for a Volo on the road and then kind of on loan from a Volo for the Donnelly A Volo program for the cyclocross season.
And they're doing a great job with that program, giving both he and Lance Haydad a chance to race both road and cyclocross. Lance a little bit farther back into the field here. But I like watching this descent because you saw the difference between how Hecht and Warner went down, and then you saw Curtis White having a little bit of a dab, kind of lost his momentum a little bit, but the two riders at the front mastering that right now. Warner looking solid, but I am so impressed by Hecht right now. Did not expect to see him put Warner under pressure on those conditions.
Did not expect to see Hecht this early riding this way. I think we all expected to see him in the mix, but didn't expect to see him setting the tempo and causing the splits, which is exactly what Gage Hecht is doing at the front. Meanwhile, looking a little further back, a little past midway through the field here at 11 minutes in.
Yep, going Salinger there. We've got Molly Cameron, I believe, and number 42. Lots of action in the back of the pack. I mean, this is like everyone's out there hammering, no matter where they are in the group.
And you can see Hayden can see his teammate Gage Hecht as they go by. There's Stephen Hyde behind him with Curtis White right on the wheel. Now, Tim, White and Hyde, both teammates on the Canada Cyclocross World Team. Do they work together in a scenario like this?
Under best circumstances, yes. But again, it's really hard to figure out how you can actually help someone. You know, you've got these short straightaways in this part of the course at least. So you're not really helping someone by tucking right behind them or, you know, kind of showing them the lines. You're really still a little bit every man for themselves. The run-ups, of course, you just have to get up them however you can. So it's really only that front straight where I think that the teammate aspect will really come into play.
Yeah, on the pavement, that's where they could potentially trade poles, you know, okay, your turn, you know, to save a little bit of energy for the other rider. But really, it's just mano a mano out there, especially, you know, if they all come back together and if they start vying for the win, that's when it's, you know, every man for himself at that point.
It looks like Hyde is starting to close the gap here a little bit. He made up a few seconds on the run-up. He's going to bring Curtis White with him. Here comes Lance Hayden in 5th place, the second Donnelly A Volo rider here. So they're occupying 1st and 5th right now.
Yeah, these two riders, super strong. It was really cool to see these two riders come together on the same team this year. You know, in the past, they've been huge competitors. Now they're teammates. As we just mentioned, they'll still be racing against each other if they do come back together. But this year, they are teammates on the same team.
Two sets of teammates up there coming together. Haydad just going out of frame there, number 5. So another young rider. So a little bit of an age range. You've got a 32-year-old Stephen Hyde, defending champ. Kerry Warner not far behind. Those two guys, good friends. Curtis White and Warner, obviously a little bit of competitors more than anything right now. But
well, these guys went head-to-head so many times this season on the Pro CX calendar, domestic racing here.
Yeah,
it's really impressive. Max Chance rolling by there. We saw Max in the latest episode of Wild Ride from CycleStream TV here. He's quickly becoming a celebrity here.
Yeah, he's another rider who does a full road season, and he's actually gone back and forth to China and some of those Asian racing a few times this year. So that kind of travel and that kind of racing really starts to take its toll. So it's great to see that he was able to come home, take a little bit of time off, take a little bit of a break, and then come out and have it. And so far, he's having a great ride today, having started, you know, a few rows back in the start grid for this race. And you know, another thing that's interesting is in the elite women's race and now in the elite men's race, what we're seeing is the young riders going to the front and taking control. You know, we saw that with Clara Hansinger. Becca Faringer might have started that initiative, but Clara then took over one of the youngest riders in the women's elite race, and now Gage Hecht, one of the youngest riders in the men's elite race, really taking control.
This gap is going the wrong way for White and Hyde. Those two up front are now gaining time as Hecht steps on the gas again, and Werner is able to respond. So that's going to widen the gap between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, I saw a little foot out from Hyde going around the corners of the bottom of the descents. They're trying to gain some time, and that puts them at risk of making a mistake. That's what happens when you have a 5-second gap turning into 8, maybe even 10. Curtis White has to get either around Hyde or they both have to get up there, because otherwise there goes their shot at that jersey. Kerry Werner and Gage Hecht right there together is no joke.
I'm a little surprised to see Curtis White so far back here. I mean, if you would have been watching the American cross racing this season, those two guys are pretty much evenly matched. And you would think in the first 15 minutes of racing where we are here, whatever those guys could do up front, you would think that Curtis White would be able to respond here. So I'm a little surprised to see White this far off.
Well, it's tough. You know, this is the national championships. Everyone shows up perfectly ready for it. They've been training. You know, I think Hyde went down to Florida. Curtis White went to LA, get some sunny weather and riding, but it doesn't matter when you have to go up against someone who's incredibly motivated like Gage Hecht, who really wants a shot at getting an elite jersey as an under 23. It's a really special thing for him to try and go and do.
Well, even though we just say it's another bike race, just treat it as another bike race. It's an elevated bike race. You know, it's the national championships, and so you never know what kind of nerves the riders have coming into this race like that, and how they manage those nerves. You know, and the pressure. I mean, you've had such a steady season between Kerry Werner and Curtis White, and all these riders. You know, you've had so much consistency, and so people start to expect that you're just going to be the one at the front.
Into the tape. There goes Gage Hecht.
He can't take it with him.
And now Werner taken down by the ribbon that Gage Hecht had opened up on the course. Absolutely catastrophic for Werner. He thought he was going to go right into the lead because of that mistake from Hecht.
So White goes down, Hecht goes down, tries to ride through the tape, pulls it out onto the course. Kerry Werner rides into the tape and then goes down. Watch Hecht rip this one. He got bucked off of that saddle on the way down. Then he gets into the tape and look at this. He's like, I'm just going to keep going, forget it. But Kerry Werner, I think, tried to brake a little bit. Maybe he locked up his wheels, I think, coming in hot on the wheel of Gage Hecht.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he actually got wrapped up in the tape when he went down. It looks like he slid out, and I think you're right. Maybe he was just grabbing brakes as he was seeing what was unfolding in front of him.
And Werner was majorly affected. He's down to 4th place now. Hyde and White went by him. That's Werner at the back of the picture, dropping down to 4th. So after getting caught up in the tape, some bad luck for Kerry Werner.
I have never seen that happen. A rider shooting out of the course into the crowd. Luckily, everyone moved out of the way. I didn't see any babies left in carriages on the side of the course, but man, that was impressive. Gage Hecht doubling the speed needed for that descent, loses control, shoots into the crowd. Kerry Werner nowhere to go, has to hit the brakes, hits the deck, and now is on the back foot. Hecht at the lead.
That was super good heads-up riding from Gage Hecht, though, to be able to stay upright and think, I'm just going to ride this until the tape breaks. I mean, I'm not saying it was good that he went into the tape, but the way that he handled it afterwards was pretty good.
He's just like, I'm going to break this. This is the best way to get through it. I mean, I've had, course tape get wrapped up in my drill and my handlebars before. I mean, and it's tough. And so he was just like, I'm strong enough to break this tape. I'm just going to ride right out of it.
That was my concern. Keep it out of the drivetrain, right, Tim? I would be afraid if you're going to ride through that thing snaps off, ends up in the cassette. You got a way bigger problem than you started with.
Oh, and that's it's hard to get around, but I gotta say, immediate burst of energy to Stephen Hyde and Curtis White. All of a sudden, they're back in 2nd and 3rd. Hyde looked like he was running a little bit faster, like he knew that Gage Hecht is now alone in the front, and I'm still right here. I don't know what happened to my friend Kerry Werner, but I'm going to still try and get up to Hecht, and that is what's happening. That gap is coming down right now. Hyde cleaning that off-camber section, keep riding. Curtis White right behind him. There goes Werner with Haydet. It looks like Werner's having a hard time. He can't quite get back on terms with that bike. You lose a lot of confidence when you go down like that.
I mean, Carrie's, I'm sure Werner right now is pretty pissed, you know, like at the situation, not necessarily, you know, how it happened, but just the situation. And like, you never want that to take you out of a race, and so he just has to come back from that, recollect himself, and get back into a steady rhythm.
Well, Gage Hecht is going to redouble his efforts up here at the front. Remember, White and Hyde had caught him at one point on the pavement, and now Hecht has stepped on the gas again and said goodbye a second time to these two.
I mean, again, it just goes to show you what being at the front of the race can do. You know, I mean, Gage, like, even when him and Carrie were still together, he was content to be at the front. He didn't care. He wasn't trying to get Carrie to come through necessarily. He wanted to be at the front, and that, you know, situation shows exactly why being at the front pays off.
Staying at the front,
yes.
Staying at the front. Got to keep an eye on what's happening. You never expect to see something like that, but look at Hyde. He looks newly motivated. He's now just kind of chewing down this course, trying to close that gap. Hecht looked like he's starting to kind of loosen up a little bit. He's kind of getting stuffed with the pressure of the pace that he has been doing on the front. Curtis White also looks like he's at his limit. So right now, Hyde, to me, is the favored rider out of those three.
And Hyde getting a little space in between himself and his teammate Curtis White here. So if there was any talk of them working together or waiting for each other, I think that has been answered.
Yeah, Hyde is just, you know, looking forward right now. He is within biting distance of Gage Hecht, so he's not going to let, he's just going to go all in right now. Now is the time to try to bring that gap back when it's really manageable. Hyde making quick work of that run up and closing that gap down just a little bit. Gage back on his bike first, off and running. Here goes Stephen Hyde and Curtis White following right behind him. They're looking forward, and now as they hit this upper section, they're going to have to put the power down a little bit to try to close that gap.
It's going to be really hard to do that. Werner, all of his numbers dangling off the back of his jersey. He looks like he's just been through a tornado. As you see Elwood getting his bike on his shoulder, running very quickly up this climb. But you can see the damage from that crash to Werner. He is really out of sorts. Hopefully his bike's not too bad. He hasn't gone into the pit, so he obviously thinks it's okay. But look at Hyde here, putting a little bit of time into White, still not onto the back of Hecht. This is going to be one of the favored sections for Gage Hecht. Very strong rider, time trial national champion, finishing very strongly in many of the junior and under 23 road events that he's done throughout his career, much like Logan Owen. These guys have a lot in common. But right now, there's only one of them on the front, and that's Gage Hecht.
Yeah, and this is the part of the course in the orchard that I think really plays to Gage's strengths. As you mentioned, he's a time trial national champion, so he certainly has the power. And with the power and the skill to get through this section, this is where he could potentially open up that gap just a little bit if Steven and Curtis aren't on their best form or you know, just sit back and hesitate just a little too long. This is where Gage could open up that gap a little more.
I think Curtis White there in third. You can just see him on the right-hand side of the screen. And White, he's got to kind of settle in a little bit. You saw how maxed out they were after this very, very action-packed first two laps. Hyde looking like he's just cruising down this descent. Gage has got to take a breath when he can. You know, when you're on the front pushing the pace, it's entirely up to you how you do it. But when you're a young rider, you don't really know what those limits might be for you.
Future cyclocross racer enjoying the course out there. We had our U10 race just before these guys got out on course, and I'm sure that rider is going to be a mutter for sure.
So Neil Rogers has tossed a question out for us. He's wondering if Gage Hecht wins the national championships today, he would be the youngest elite men's cyclocross champion since fill in the blank.
Meredith, you need a lawyer. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
I think Neil should know that question, right? Neil, can you find that answer for us?
Well, the internet knows, so maybe that can tell us. The stats team is going to get cracking on that question ASAP. But right now, Hyde dropping Curtis White. He's got some time. He's got some space. He's starting to split back.
Hyde
going to go for a pit.
Yeah, he's going to go in, and White will follow him as well.
Get some fresh bikes for that team. 2 riders from the same squad at the same time, really tough to do that. You got to choreograph it just right. Those gaps that they went in with are still there, but you see Gage Hecht is a couple seconds over Hyde, trying to find tape to tape to tape, trying to find a little bit of traction, approaching the sand section here.
Now, the big question here is, can Gage Hecht maintain this for another 45 minutes? It's an hour-long race out there for the elite men. You can't lose sight of that, because this is very hard to maintain for an hour. It's easy to, well, I'm not going to say easy, but it's easy for Gage Hecht to take the lead.
He's got the power. He's got the power. He's really one of the strongest male American riders that we have. I mean, he has got some depth in those legs.
I mean, and he's got the fitness. Coming off a long road season, I mean, he's got the endurance. So, you know, racing an hour, is that too much for him to maintain this power for an hour of racing when he's got the power in the time trial, he's got the power in the road races. I mean, he's won a stage of the Colorado Classic. I mean, so he's a really talented all-around rider. So I think he has the fitness to go the distance.
They won the opening stage in Vail, had good results at the Redlands Classic earlier this year as well. So no stranger to the podium on the road, but he hasn't really been able to commit full time to racing cross. He raced with the Alpha Bicycle Company team last year before moving to the Donnelly A Volo squad this year, but he's always been trying to strike that balance between road and cross.
Well, that's a great look at that descent that they just came down, so he was able to make it without ending up in the tape one more time. So going to consider that a victory. You can see Warner coming down. He's not going to have a rider go down in front of him. You can see that he's going to hit that as fast as he can, putting a little bit of time into Lance Haydette. But I don't think that Kerry Warner is riding the way that he was the first couple laps. He really looks like something was shaken loose by that big crash.
Once you lose that wheel, once you lose the rabbit that you're chasing, it's a lot harder to maintain that speed as well. So look at these guys spread out all over the pavement here as Gage Hecht, Stephen Hyde, and Curtis White make their way across the line to knock out another lap.
If you want to try this at home, go ahead and let the air out of your tires on your time trial bike and get your arms in the bars. It's basically about the same feeling. You can see the bike kind of squirming around on the pavement because they each have about 20 PSI in those tires, trying to get some traction in that mud.
Those tires are made to race on the worst sections of the course, and they're inflated to do the same as well. Meredith, if you, for folks watching at home, don't try and deflate your time trial wheels, because you're probably using tubes in those wheels, I'm going to guess.
Videos.
If you don't
want to see it,
to not do that. But tell me about the wheels that these guys are riding. Tubular, no tube inside. It's glued on so they can run a lower pressure.
Right. Most of these guys would be riding tubulars so that they can run really low pressure. You're, you know, on a course like this, you want as much traction as you can get, and the lower the tire pressure, the more that you can get and really dig in for that traction.
So Tim's guessing right around 20 PSI for these guys today, you think?
Yeah, about that. You know, that's what Strohmeyer is using 18 on his tires, and you've got a little bit bigger rider. You know, someone like Gage Hecht, he's got a few pounds on Strohmeyer, so he's going to have a higher pressure, but, you know, not too crazy. Hyde, known for really getting risky with his tire pressures. Curtis White, I just saw a photo of him when he was a junior, coming across the finish line, running away from a competitor, trying to get to the finish line. No one ever gives up, especially not a White. The entire family known for being incredible competitors on whatever sport they're competing in.
All right, so on to the descent, where the crowds have gathered to watch Gage Hecht bomb down. That's also the location of the beer garden, which may explain some of the fans.
I was talking to Courtney McFadden after the women's race, and you know, talking to her about what it was like to race in front of a hometown crowd, and she got really emotional, and it was such a special feeling for her. But you know, the fans out here are congregating around the really tough technical sections, and they're loud, they're noisy. You know, we talk a lot about the European spectators and just the sheer number of spectators that go out to watch a cyclocross race, but I still think there's something special about the spectators who come out to watch American racing, because we may not have the numbers, but we sure have the volume and the passion and the enthusiasm. Who are, you know, they're cheering from for all racers from front to back, start to finish.
I didn't see a pinata at Cookside of this year.
No, you did see the confetti cannon in the last like 5 seconds of the race, which is fine. It's a good start. They're trying their best to be like American Cross. We'll let them keep going. But Hecht, you know, he reminds me of a Magnus Sheffield in terms of just how strong of a rider he's got, the power that he's working with. But I think he's being able to put it together. He's got a few more years on Magnus. He knows more of how the bike's going to handle underneath him. And I just see the sheer power that he's got in those legs. And he's really hurting Hyde. I mean, Hyde, he had momentum earlier, but I feel like it's starting to deflate a little bit. White looks a little bit better on his wheel, so it's interesting to see those guys going up and down and where they are in the race.
All right, riders going back to the run-up now. Let's go down to Dave Toll in the crowd on course. Dave.
Yeah, Brad, I can just barely hear you over the receiver. I'm with Jim Brown, cancer survivor, local legend, nationals here in Washington. What's it mean to you? I know you're in Olympia.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. We hosted UCI races here for years. And the fact that we have national championships here is just, it's mind-boggling to all of us. It's amazing.
So it's great, the state of cross that we've been talking about. I mean, this crowd is electric right now. Kerry Warner just flashing by us. There's a kid from Oregon, Lance Hayden, rolling by. Jim, it must do a heart good for you. You put so much into this sport, growing it, to see it kind of in a renaissance period right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I'm still staying involved. I sponsor Scott Funston, and he took 3rd place in the U23 race earlier today. And it's just an amazing community of people to be involved with.
Hey, thanks a lot. That's Jim Brown. Back to you, Brad. I'm with the legend.
Tim, anyone that's raced in the Pacific Northwest knows that name. Jim Brown, a true legend. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, the entire community rallying around Jim and all of his friends and family when he was diagnosed with cancer. And he's as a survivor, you can tell that he's living life to the fullest, and being out here watching these races, it's the coolest thing to be a part of it once again.
All right, so this is Haydet and Warner that we're looking at here, as they have come gapped off the back after Kerry Warner got caught up in that early crash trying to chase Gage Hecht down the tough descent. And then you can see the gap for Hyde and White up to Gage Hecht.
And those two just switched. So now Curtis White has gone around Stephen Hyde on this long climb. I can tell he started to feel a little bit better. So let's see if he can capitalize on that. Maybe Hyde has worked himself out of the picture by going a little bit deeper, thinking that he's going to be close enough to Hecht to get him back. But, you know, this is what happens when you have a gap. It's up to everyone else behind you to go faster than you to close it. But how are they going to do that? How are they going to go faster in sections where you're already almost at the maximum speed?
So there is White up on the front as Hyde has now dropped back into 3rd position on course. And it looks like White is going to set tempo here and try to bring this one back. Now, White has been racing the road as well. Stephen Hyde is pretty much committed full-time to cross, but White is another rider who's kind of been riding half and half, I guess. Probably a little more favoring the cross side of things, I think. Still racing a little bit on the road, maybe 60-40, 70-30, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, anytime these riders can get into some road races or mountain bike races, I think, you know, for me as a rider, I always had to have some other type of racing throughout the season. It just didn't work for me to not race and then come into cross season and think that I could be at the top level. I needed the speed work and the power and stuff from road, and then as much as I could, I was on the mountain bike. Being from a road background, I needed to work on my skills as much as possible, and so the mountain bike helped me do that coming into a cross season.
We're back up to Hecht making it through the pit, not pitting that time through. I don't know that we've seen him pit at all today.
Yeah, I don't think so yet. You know, it looks like the Cannondale guys are some of the first to do that. White still in 2nd place. Hyde, you know, it looked like he was having a little bit of a hard time holding White, but I think that they're basically stuck. You know, it's kind of like this perpetual gap between Hecht.
It's only 5 seconds. I mean, it's not a ton of time.
After 30 minutes, I mean, that's a long time being that close.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with White now leading this charge or this chase behind, I think they've been able to close the gap a little bit. I think there's certain sections of the course where, you know, those guys come back a little bit closer, and then maybe they go up to the top in that orchard, and that's where Gage is able to stretch it out just a little bit more. So I think we might just see that throughout the day, kind of yo-yoing in between until we'll see if these guys can actually make contact with Gage in this last half of the race here.
White really doing a good job. Looks like he figured out that last descent, you know, with the big hole at the top. Looks like he really increased his speed there, but he's also adding some pressure to Hyde, continuing to grow that gap. Here's Haydet and Warner. Definitely a kind of deflated Warner riding in 4th position when he should have been fighting for the lead with this guy, Gage Hecht. Watch White and Hyde off-camera stuff. It looks easy here, but believe me, it's not. Getting a little bit sideways. There's White, BMX background for Hyde. He's a little bit more comfortable in conditions like that. These two riders have to get their act together to get up to Gage Hecht, but as you mentioned, Brad, just 5 seconds already.
You know, I have to think that Kerry Warner is feeling a little bit deflated right now. I don't think this is, I mean, this is not where he intended to be in the race. This is not where he was, you know, from the opening laps of the race. But the fact that he's kind of just riding right here in 5th place makes me think that, you know, he lost something. He lost a little bit of confidence or whatever it was to kind of make this charge back up to those front, to the 2 chasers who are then, you know, with Gage Hecht up in front.
At some point, you push the anger and sadness aside and the rationality sets in that I might not win this one. He's starting to realize that he's a little too far back to come back from this one, but still having a good top 5 ride. These 3, though, still in contention for the gold medal as they see 3 laps to go on the counter, with Hecht just barely holding on, nursing a lead over Curtis White and Stephen Hyde.
Yeah, now we're seeing those Cannondale Cyclocrossworld.com riders, teammates, actually trading turns a little bit more often on the front. So, you know, I think they figured out, all right, I'll take this section. Maybe I'm a little stronger here, so I'll take the big pull here. And Curtis, when, you know, if you need a different section where you're really strong, that's where you're going to take the lead. And together, we're going to try to close this gap. Once we're back together, then we really start racing again.
So they saw 3 laps to go. That'll be 7 laps total for these guys, which means they are doing sub 10-minute laps out here today.
We've seen some big lap times, some long lap times, you know, especially after they added in the pro lines on this course. You know, the amateur racing didn't see the pro lines, so those lap times were a little bit shorter. Now with these pro lines added in, the lap times they're still really fast, and they're probably about the same as most of the amateur races, but it does make it a long lap.
Hecht, I think, put a little more time in. Last time we saw him as he clears that downhill right-hander. Little slide for White at the back. His rear wheel sliding out just a little bit. That's why they run that low tire pressure. But you can't avoid all the slipping, can you, Tim? Best tires in the world, you can pick the perfect pressure. You're still going to be slipping and sliding around out there, Meredith.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard not to on a course like this where you've got so much, you know, different changes in terrain and the surface, you know, so you're slipping and sliding all over this place. And, you know, these riders are just so good at managing their bike and disconnecting from their bike, but still staying on their bike.
Well, the good riders know how to use it to their advantage. You saw Hecht with that little whip at the bottom. Curtis White just did it there as well. If you know what to expect, you can use it to smooth out the line a little bit.
Yeah, those technical skills are really kind of developed over many years of riding and putting yourselves in these kinds of positions. If you've never ridden in mud or seen a course like this, you don't know what to do with it. And Hyde and White a little bit back. Seeing, I thought for a second he might have a rear flat, but he's not changing bike, so that's just how low that pressure is. But yeah, you know, you got to be really technically adept, being able to get back on the power. As soon as you kind of saw Coach Jim Lehman working with Gage Hecht here, trying to help a rider with this incredible depth of talent, and seeing if he's going to be able to put that into use in these races and World Championships, and whether or not it's on the road or cyclocross.
Here comes White coming up to the front here. As Hyde is going to drop in behind him. These guys have been working for the better part of about 30 minutes now to try to close down a 5-second gap to Gage Hecht, and they just haven't been able to do it.
No, and it's crazy to think that these two guys have been riding together, teammates who, you know, most likely have been working together so far, you know, at this point in the race, trying to close that gap to the lone rider. There's just one rider in front of them, and they have not been able to close, you know, anywhere from a 5 to 10 second gap. And it's just it's a testament to the strength of, you know, the young rider Gage Hecht.
All right, so that was 4th and 5th that we saw headed through the pit there. This is 2 and 3 working their way up. I think that's the Lion of Flanders having a beer, maybe.
And Hyde looks like he left open a little bit of a gap there. Tough to get back on the bike. You know, your cleats and pedals are starting to fill up with all that mud and gunk from the last few laps. So not easy getting in and out there. Looks like that's number 52. Is that Andrew Frank, Montana Velo, team of Jeff Proctor. Classic jersey right there. You can't miss that one. But yes, that is Hyde. That is Hyde. White has started to open up that gap a little bit. You can see the tenacity on his face. He knows that unless he gets away from this guy right here, Stephen Hyde, defending champion, that he won't have a chance of getting up to Hecht. So there he goes. He's flown that coop, and he's after this guy.
All right, so Curtis White has pulled the plug, and he is leaving his Cannondale Cyclocross World teammate behind as he tries to make up this, what is now a 10-second gap to Gage Hecht. You see Hecht looking over his right shoulder there. He's looking for the next guys to make their way up here, Meredith.
Yeah, I mean, Gage looks back, and he sees this gap, and he knows, okay, all right, now Curtis White is on his own. So, you know, he knows that he needs, these two teammates are not able to work together anymore, but he can see Curtis starting to charge and come and trying to close that gap. So he knows he needs to stay on the pedals, on top of the pedals, keep the pressure on, and he cannot let up at all.
All right, well, as these guys make their way through the orchard, let's go down to Dave Toll on course. Dave, where are you now?
Well, a little higher up on that run-up. Actually, Brett, I just had Logan Owen go by. I'm right at the point where they go off the bike and begin running. It is heavy right here. I tell you, this crowd, what's amazing here is not only are they enthusiastic, but there is a lot of knowledge out here. Now, you know what? Everyone was worried about getting the Oregon and the Washington folks together. They're doing just fine. No problem at all out here. It has been awesome. Back to you, Brad.
Nice to see cyclocross bridging the divide between Washington and Oregon. It's been a hot competition over the years between the two scenes.
If it's not the beer, it's the cyclocross. It's the catalyst. You know, we're bringing these two very different cultures together. You know, they don't really have that much in common. And the love of cross is strong here in the Pacific Northwest. Gage Hecht, Colorado-based rider, on the front, really putting that power down. It looks like he's got Curtis White really not much to answer for this kind of power. Going around some of these lap riders. One more time, see if he goes into the pit. He's going to keep on course. He's not going into the pit. Still thinks that bike is going to be just fine, but that is going to be more than 10 seconds to White. But it looks like Hyde is now coming off the back completely to Curtis White. So Hecht going back through here. One of the riders with 2 chain rings. I've heard that they still use those in different you know, indigenous cultures across the world. But no, this is really cool to see a rider like Gage Hecht out there hammering on the front.
You know, I think Gage might have felt that gap coming back just a little bit more once Curtis disengaged himself, you know, from Stephen Hyde. He took off and he started to close it down a little bit. I think Gage felt that. He knew that he needed to put the pressure back on just to open it up again, you know, because eventually you kind of just settle in and you start to just maintain that gap. But when that gap gets a little too close for comfort, that's when you know you got to step on the gas again and open it up.
Curtis White, very different technique there, Brad. I'm sorry, he was really kind of steady in the sand, not ripping down to the end like you just see Hyde do or Hecht before him. So I think that White really starting to think, I want a half second here, 1 second here, and that's the way I'm going to get Gage Hecht.
It's going to be tough because Hecht is really railing these features still. He's not quite into safety mode yet. He's still riding very aggressively. He hasn't switched to the conservative leaders mode yet. So Curtis White is going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat here in the next few features to bring this gap back.
Yeah, I don't think Gage is quite comfortable with this gap, you know, right now. I mean, he's able to just settle in, but like I said, he has to manage it. But you know, if it gets Curtis, the last couple times down that has struggled just a little bit, not looking quite as smooth. Stephen Hyde down comfortably.
Yeah, there's a lot of risks that you need to take, and then some that you really don't. And so looking at the way Gage Hecht is riding now, he's trying to establish what the pace is for him, what he needs to do. However, White, on the other hand, has to go faster than normal. He has to go faster than what he's been doing so far. Gage Hecht coming into this finish line straight. He's going to see 2 to go when he gets through.
See the little Bart Simpson feature on coming off of the brake line there on the front. That is Bart Simpson's head guiding Gage Hecht at the front of this
And
race.
he's had that on his bikes for years. It's cool to see that, you know, he still carries on the tradition, or maybe it's a superstition at this point that if he doesn't have Bart with him, it's just not going to be his day.
Well, Gage Hecht is telling these two guys to eat his shorts off the front of this one. I had to do it.
No.
That's great.
No,
great.
yeah, you're good. Yeah.
All right, so White and Hyde go through, and nice shot of Gage Hecht from up above here, all alone.
It's so quiet in that section, of course, Brad. It's so quiet. There are no fans there. There are no cars. You know, there's no other people. You're really alone with the effort that you're under. And for Gage Hecht, I mean, is that a comforting thing, or does that make him nervous about, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to maintain this? I've got, looks like it still says 3 laps to go on the left-hand corner there. So am I going to be able to do this for more than 20 more minutes? It's really the question.
Kerry Warner looks beat up, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, beat up both physically and mentally. I mean, you can just see the look on his face. You know, normally he's at the front of a race and he looks so in control. And you can see the look on somebody's face when they're confident and when they're, you know, feeling good. And you can tell the look on somebody's face when they're a little bit deflated and just like, this is not my day.
I feel for Kerry Warner, I really do. After the season he put together this year, this is going to be a tough nationals for him. But we know he's a fighter, so he'll get right back to training, getting ready for 2020.
I mean, he'll be like most of the riders out here right now. He's going to pack up pretty soon, go over, I would imagine, for the Christmas block. And actually, I think him and his teammate, Becca Farringer, are going over, and they're going to be there for 2.5 months, is what Pekka was saying the other night. So they'll go over for the Christmas block. They'll stay through Worlds. And like last year, they'll actually stay for another handful of races, even past the World Championships. That's a long, long season.
It's a lot of cross races.
Yes, it is.
Here comes White working his way through. Hyde is now giving up even more time to his teammate. Although White's looking pretty good on the way down here, kind of surfing the bike, if you will.
That was a fast descent by Hyde. That was really good. I mean, he is such a strong technical rider. He's got to make use of that skill set when he can. Looks like he's got his sleeves pulled up. It's a lot warmer for these guys racing at this intensity than it is for us, or the spectators along the side of the course, especially when you stand up and sprint out of every corner like Hecht right there. He does look really strong. He looks really good and in control. 2 laps to go, just above, just more than 15 minutes at this pace. So let's see White here. He's not standing up out of the corners. Not quite like Hecht.
So noticing on Stephen Hyde's right arm, he has a white section of fabric. I'm not sure if it's tape or what it is. I want you to take a look next time you see him. It's the first time I've noticed it out there today, but when we get a close-up of Stephen Hyde, he's got something on his right bicep. I'm trying to figure out what it is. 15 seconds for Gage Hecht. Man, he is out of sight now.
Yeah.
You know what we say, out of sight, out of mind in cycling. It's so hard to chase something you can't see.
You know, and when we just saw those last close-up shots of the riders, Gage Hecht, as you mentioned him, he just looks in control. Whereas you look back at Curtis and Steven, and you can just see this look of pain and suffering on their face. I don't see that on Gage's face at all. Some riders have a really good poker face, and as much as they're suffering, they still don't make it look so much like they're suffering. But I think we can really tell that Gage is just feeling confident and in control right now.
Well, really yo-yoing back and forth, White and Hyde. Now looks like it might be the sleeve pulled up over itself on Hyde.
I was going to say it could be his shoulder number, but I think it's too big to be his number.
Yeah, it's definitely not his number. That's far too big. You know, it's something about this gap that we keep talking about. I remember back in Bend 09, Ryan Trebon was chasing me for like 40 minutes of the elite race, and I don't think I ever had a lead barely more than 10 seconds, so it's kind of a similar situation. You can't let up. You got to assume that Curtis White and Stephen Hyde that you just saw are not giving up, and they're waiting for you to make a mistake. Even if you dab once or twice, or you have a real catastrophic crash, that's all that they need to come right back on you. And he's already had a big crash, so he's not out of the woods just yet.
They're going to be able to see Gage Heck just across the orchard there as he starts to work his way back. He's starting to look like he's getting a little deep in the box here, Meredith.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard race. They're almost 48 minutes into this race. Every lap just takes its toll. You know, the fatigue starts to set in for every rider out there. So, you know, really what Gage is thinking about right now, being at the lead of this race, potentially pulling on the Stars and Stripes jersey at the end of the day, is like he just has to ride a smart race, you know, and you know, and you have to keep your wits about you. You can't like let other things start to come into your head. You've got to stay focused, you know, and not lose sight of what's in front of you if you get too concerned about what's happening behind you.
There goes Logan Owen through the picture, and Lance Haydet.
Yeah, there's Haydet looking good. He's got his teammate off the front, and he's still in a position for a top 5. So pretty great day for those two guys.
Let's run through the top 10 here real quick as they get ready to head out for the final lap of racing. We know Gage Heck, Curtis White, Stephen Hyde, 1, 2, and 3. Kerry Warner and Lance Haydet holding on to 4 and 5. Then into 6th place for Grant Elwood, 7th place for Drew Dillman. Logan Owen riding in 8th place. Max Chance up into 9th, and Cody Kaiser rounding out the top 10 right now on course.
That's a solid rundown, solid top 10, and great job for Logan Owen to be, you know, barely in the sport again. You know, seeing a guy get a medal at the Junior World Championships, the rider he loses to is Mathieu van der Poel, who is absolutely destroying road, mountain bike, and cyclocross right now. You know that he's got the pedigree, so it's nice to see him not afraid to dabble back into cyclocross, a place that he called home for so long. So hopefully we'll have him around for a while longer.
Yeah, homecoming in a couple ways for Logan Owen, a Washington resident and a OG cyclocrosser.
Yeah, we were teammates way back when I still think of Logan and Tobin Ortenblad and Yannick Ekman, who's not racing anymore out here with the elites, but those guys were my teammates on Cal Giant.
Yeah.
And to me, they will always be little boys, you know? They call me Mama Bear, and that will be forever, you know, how we kind of relate to each other.
Oh, what a program that was.
That was, I mean, we had a fantastic run. I was recently chatting with Anthony Galino, and he'll soon be coming up on 20 years of when that program started, you know, back from when it was road and cross, you know, so that was a long streak that program had, and, you know, hats off. That was the program that got me started in cross, and so, you know, I owe a lot of my success in my career to Cal Giant and Anthony Galino.
Hyde and White back together here as they make their way through the sand pit.
Really strong running. I definitely see a lot of preparation for Heck getting ready for this course. You know, he's a really strong runner right now. Able to get a good lead into this descent. I just hold my breath every single time he goes down here. Definitely the crowd thinking the same thing, but great shot of Hecht going down there. So that gap, there you go. So it looks like Hyde has gone around Curtis White, and this is another change for this top 3. Foot out on the right-hand side for Hyde. A little bit out of control. Those ruts really must be getting nasty at the bottom of that descent, but it looks like White cannot stay in front of Hyde. Hyde is back in a silver position right now. They're going to see 1 lap to go, so see if he's able to keep it up.
Well, Gage Hecht has put together an incredible race today at 51.5 minutes in. He'll have one more time around Fort Steilacoom Park here in Lakewood, Washington, before he gets his national championship here. Down into the time trial tuck. He's got 3.1 kilometers to go.
I mean, this is impressive. Talk about another rider, you know, who just has had a phenomenal season. He's been really consistent. You know, I mean, he won the U23 Pan American Championships. He's not wearing that jersey now because that's Kerry Warner's jersey to wear now. And so, but to walk away with the Stars and Stripes in the elite men's field, I think that's going to be the highlight of his season.
Mirror image to Clara Hunzinger earlier this afternoon. I mean, this is a pretty impressive day to be a part of. You know, watching these races unfold, seeing these riders pull out some incredible performances ahead of some of the best riders in the world, and one of the best riders in the world by far, Katie Compton. So this is a pretty cool shot here of Curtis White going into the sun.
Wow. He's hurting. You can see the suffering on Curtis White's face now as he tries to hold on to the wheel of his teammate. Stephen Hyde up the road, but meanwhile, Gage Hecht looks better and better every time we see this kid.
I mean, now I'm sure the adrenaline is kicking in, and you know, he's becoming more and more aware of what he is about to accomplish. So really, he just has to keep it together. He can't lose focus. He can't start thinking too far ahead. He's got a lot of technical sections to get through still, so he just has to stay on the bike, keep it clean.
Really smart riding right there, though. He popped off before that off camera and now is now running. It's a shorter distance to run straight up the steep hill rather than continue on the off camera, but it looks like White went around Hyde again. He's outrunning Hyde. I think that's really where he's able to make up some time. Hyde doing a little bit better job on the off camera and technical sections, but they keep changing positions back and forth.
All right, so I think these are chasers.
It's Lance Hayden and Kerry Werner right there, running in 4th and 5th position right now.
Wow, so those guys are well off of the leaders. I'm going to say at least a minute, maybe a minute and a half back to Hayden and Werner. Meanwhile, gap is growing from Hecht back to Hyde and White as he continues to put time in. At last check, this gap had gone to 18 seconds, but I think it might even be bigger than that now.
Yeah, there's still nothing on Gage's face to tell me that, you know, he's worried, that he's out of control. And he just looks so smooth and so solid and in complete control right now. I'd have a hard time believing that, you know, anything could go wrong at this point. But again, it's bike racing, so you never know what could happen.
Certainly looks focused.
Yes.
White, we saw just behind him. Looks like White is going to leave Stephen Hyde behind. So we'll see another gap for them as Hecht gets up and over the flyover. And he is now under 2 kilometers away from the national championship. Taking the jersey off the back of this man, Stephen Hyde, riding in 3rd position.
So these 3 riders, when they go up against each other with Kerry Werner in the mix, this is really one of the first times that Hecht is going to be able to come out on top and do it in such a you know, incredibly strong fashion. Because leading really from tape to tape, that was a bad pun. I'm sorry for making it, but no, it's a great ride for him. White taken off from Hyde. That is going to be a much bigger gap by the top. You see that speed that he's running at. He is hammering that thing. Lots of leg speed, up and down, up and down. Hyde a little bit slower, not able to match that. So that is definitely going to be the part where Hyde says goodbye to Curtis White.
You know, on the last lap, this is the last chance, obviously, that these guys have any chance of, you know, changing their positions at all. You know, Curtis is, here we see Tobin Ortenblad coming up the run-up right here. And he is running in about 14th position right now. But Gage Hecht going back to, oh, look at that look on Curtis's face. He is just working so hard, trying so hard to get across to Gage, to hold that gap to Stephen.
That is game over right there, because that is the last big section of fitness. You have to be able to hammer that climb all the way up the S-turns here. You see Hecht finishing up that section. If you're not in it to win it here, you are out of the picture. Hecht making his last left-hand turn at the top. He's going to start the long descent back into the main area. And White separating even further from Hyde right now, solidifying his 2nd position. But it would take something really special for him to move on up to Hecht, or a mistake from that rider for those things to change right now. But that is a tough race.
I can imagine Don Kellogg at the finish line right now, waiting for his Donnelly Evolo rider to come across the line. And, you know, he's had a national champion in Lance Hayden before when he won the U23 national championships. Yeah, in Hartford.
I love Hecht riding on the drops here on the descent on the way down.
Every second counts.
Yeah,
Take advantage of that free speed. Curtis, I mean, just showing the effort and the emotion and the pain and the suffering and doing everything he possibly can to either, you know, just make it as close to Gage as he can, or to, you know, just get every second that he can away from Stephen.
So interesting stat about Gage Hecht here. For a guy who's 22 years old, Would you think that he has won exactly 2 cross races in the last 12 months, or over his career 142 wins? I mean, that is somebody who's entered a lot of races and has come out on top, so he definitely knows how to win. Impressive, impressive ride by Gage Hecht here today. Comes Hyde, letting it loose one more time.
White comes down alone and comes under the flyover 15-second gap now.
You know, you haven't even really seen Gage. I mean, Gage is able to see the riders as they go through some of these 180s. He's able to just look to his rider, his left, and see where Curtis and Steven are. But, you know, he's not a rider that really looks behind him. I haven't really seen him checking over his shoulder. He feels good about this gap that he's got right now. And so he just has to keep it smooth and stay upright until the finish.
One more time over the flyover here. Nobody in sight, even from the drone shot for Gage Hecht. They're saying 15 seconds on race radio, but I think it might be even a little more than that for Gage up the road here as, yeah, we can't even, well, there is Curtis White coming into view just at the bottom of the picture, but this is it, guys. I think Gage Hecht is gone.
That's a lot of daylight right there. Back through the sand pit one more time. Super solid. He's got great control in the sand, lots of power on the brakes a little bit. Nice, easy turnaround. You see when the back tire makes a skid like that, it means he's already on the power at the exit of the turn, so that means he's doing it right. And here comes Curtis White, still holding that gap over Hyde, but Hyde is on his way back. Every time it goes downhill, Hyde comes back just a little bit. Faster runner in White, but is that going to be enough to keep Hyde away? He wants to get back up to his teammate. But, you know, it is tough to be in the position like we saw Katie Compton watching the race go away, you know, losing that opportunity to win. Steven Hyde kind of in the same position right now, still in third as Katie was, and not able to be up there, knowing what it's like to be this guy going into a potential national championship jersey.
As Hecht worked his way down, White and Hyde over there on the small run-up section. And now he will work his way back down into the infield, past the barns, and onto the pavement to claim his national championship.
Don't think there's anything that can stop him now. There's nothing technical. There's nothing that could take him out of the race at this point.
I think that barn right there, when you see that coming down, you know you're off the last descent. We talked about it with Clara Hansinger as well. I think that's where you start realizing what you've done on a day like today.
Yeah, I mean, even when he crosses the finish line, it's still going to take days for this to set in what he's just accomplished today. And this is what I really love. I love the fans out here sticking their hands out. Love it. Oh, that emotion is so great.
So a 22-year-old elite men's champion as the Donnelly A. Volo rider, Gage Hecht, raises his hands in the air in Lakewood, Washington, your new elite men's cyclocross national champion.
Second position here, Curtis White. Got to be a little bit disappointed, but yet happy that how it went down like this. Steven Hyde wiping the mud off of that jersey.
Brush it off. Brush it off your shoulders.
It'll be in a frame on a wall anytime soon once he gets home. But great defense of his jersey. Unfortunately, only third position for Steven Hyde today.
But to have 3 back-to-back national championships, you know, coming into this race, I mean, hats off to Steven for, you know, for what he's done over these last few years, and now to take that jersey and pass it off to a younger rider like Gage. I mean, it just talks about the, you know, the youth that we have in the sport right now in American cyclocross.
That's probably not the last we've seen of Steven Hyde, though. It's not like we're saying goodbye to Steven Hyde. There's going to be a rematch of these guys.
He's lending it to Gage Hecht. I think that's what's going through his mind. Go ahead and borrow this jersey, but I want another chance to get it back in Chicago next year. Got Kerry Warner here. Disappointment for sure. Still going to be a great professional, great sportsman. You know, he's doing his best out there. Kerry Warner winning over and over again this year. Knew that he was going to be in for a fight with that jersey. Unfortunately, did not go his way at all.
Warner zipping up the jersey as Lance Hedette gives some high fives to the crowd. The second Donnelly A. Volo rider to roll through the line. He'll take 5th place on the day.
I think he was trying to hit everyone with that high five. I think he was trying to make sure he got everyone. Andrew Dillman here. Drew Dillman, Ohio River Valley. showing what it's like to know how to make that bike dance on those descents in that mud.
And I think Logan Owen is going to hold on for 7th place. That was Dillman across the line in 6th. There's Logan Owen in the pink hitting the line for 7th for the EF Education first team. And then I think that's Grant Elwood behind him, the Pivot Maxxis rider.
And Jamie Driscoll, perennial contender, always up for a game. You know, he wants to be up there to fight. Still top 10, definitely not the podium spot he was hoping for.
That'd be Max Chance behind him in blue. And then a good look at Cody Kaiser. All right, let's go down to Dave Toll on course, who has our winner. Dave.
Well, nothing quite like this moment, that's for sure. Gage, you've done a lot on the bike. You've won stages at the Colorado Classic, but this last hour, let's talk about what this means in the big picture of your young career.
Oh, I mean, it's amazing. This is something I've dreamed about since I was 10, 12 racing here. So it's truly amazing. It's really exciting.
Good for you. It's all-out chaos out there at times, and it looks like that moment of, I'm going to say, about 1/3 of the way into the race, you're in the tape. Kerry Werner gets tangled up. Boy, that was a dynamic moment. Talk about keeping your head straight coming out of that.
Oh man, I mean, that lap, I was really kind of just trying to hold on to things. I blew through that tape because there was some leaves that covered the rut, and that kind of freaked me out a little bit, and I shot into the spectators. And then to see Kerry flip over his bike on the right side of me was like, I felt terrible. I hate seeing that happen. So I was kind of messing my head for a lap, but I think I finally kind of got back into the swing of things about a lap later. So,
well, there's no question. I mean, this sport is bananas. As you're now coming into, let's move into the next phase of the race. Then it's so much excitement around you trying to hold off these two. Both Hyde and White have been. I mean, you've had a lot of battles with these guys over the years, and it's so hard to hold them off when they're coming. Talk about the last lap and your position at 1 to go.
I mean, the gap was growing at that point, and I saw Curtis may have been closing it down just a hair at the beginning, and I knew, like, going up to the top of that hill, up into the Archers, that was going to be the end of the race, really. I mean, you had to run up a few run-ups, but there wasn't really much place to make up time outside of that. So it was just laying down every bit of gas that I could going up to there and then just making it down safe.
You've raced in Europe. Compare that crowd out there today to what you had, what you've seen, I should say, in the last couple of years in Europe. It was nuts over there on the run-up and the descent.
It was deafening. It was amazing. It's something that's special to the national championships that you don't get in every race, but it was so cool. I was loving that. It's so much energy up there.
Yeah, if that doesn't make you fall in love with cross, what will? So, hey, when we look at then the finale coming in, is there a moment when you finally get to say, oh my goodness, this one was special? You've got a lot of national championships, rode a ton of cyclocross, but how does this one compare to them all?
It's incredible. I mean, I haven't won a national title in I think this is almost 4 years now since I haven't won, or since my last cross title. So it's super exciting to get it, especially in the elites. And I was still questioning if I had it until the bottom of that last descent, because that was where I went through the tape, and I was like, okay, I just got to keep everything together up there. And then once I hit the road straight away, all the emotions were starting to come clear.
Well, as they say, this one is done and dusted. Gage Hecht, your national champion. Brad, Tim, and Meredith, I'll throw it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave Toll with CycleStream.tv with our winner, Gage Hecht, there, as the rest of our elite men's field finishes up here. The crowd's still cheering them on. Another cool part about American cross racing, American bike racing.
Yeah, they stay out here to the bitter end. They'll be out there until every rider comes through, cheering them on to the finish.
Well, guys, we talked about how that crash with Kerry Werner affected Kerry Werner. We didn't even think about how it affected Gage Hecht mentally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can imagine on that last lap, that's probably what he was thinking about, and that's the worst place to be.
And no, I was just going to say that's a real sign of his sportsmanship, that he was concerned about his competitor.
A good day all around as Gage Hecht takes the win with Curtis White in second. His teammate Stephen Hyde in third as Cannondale Cyclocross World goes 2 and 3. Kerry Werner in fourth place for the Kona Maxxis Shimano team. Lance Hayden takes fifth. Drew Dillman, great ride for sixth place today with the SDG Muscle Monster team. Logan Owen coming out of cross retirement with the EF Education first squad to take seventh. Grant Elwood in eighth. And then
then Max Chance and Jamie Driscoll in 9 and 10. Well, guys, it was an incredible race in the elite men. It was so wide open before this one started. There was no clear favorite heading into the day, but very quickly, Gage Hecht established himself as the big man on campus.
Really fast start here on the grass, heading into the first run-up and descent, but Gage Hecht already at the front. See some of the riders mixing it up in the back, including we've got the or not rider going up and over the bars, but at the front, definitely Hecht in control. Werner matching him stride for stride. Those two riders working together in front of the Cannondale Cyclocross World duo of Stephen Hyde and Curtis White.
Well, they had that split, and then it was on to the run-up, but Meredith, what goes up must come down, and that's what caused the problem for Kerry Werner out there.
Yeah, I mean, here we see it right here. You know, as Gage mentioned, there were just some leaves covering up a rut that he couldn't see, and it just threw him off into the tape, into the crowd, and there was no way to get through that but to just keep charging ahead and break through the tape.
That dropped Werner from second down to fifth as Hecht continued to push forward on the front. Meanwhile, Hyde and White were linked up together about 5-10 seconds back behind Gage Hecht for a long time out there today, but they just could not close down the gap to the man out of Parker, Colorado.
So close and never making a contact with this rider. He was able to hit each of his marks, all these ruts, all these descents, doing them just right every single time, while these two riders trading blows back and forth over and over again before finally Gage Hecht coming across the line, winning his first elite national championship in cyclocross as an under-23 rider, but that's just a side note. But incredible ride for him. Curtis White coming across the line in second with Hyde in third.
Well, Gage Hecht gets added to the list of great winners here in Tacoma. Just outside of Tacoma in Lakewood, our junior men's 17-18 winner, Andrew Strohmeyer, with Maddie Monroe winning our junior women's 17-18 race, Katie Klaus and Eric Brunner, and then, of course, Clara Honsinger winning our elite women's race, and then Gage Hecht wrapping up the elite men's race. Well, guys, a huge day, not only for the elites, but for all American cross racers. I am so thrilled with how this week went in Lakewood. Cyclocross is doing great here in the United States.
Yeah, from all the collegiate races, all the masters races, then we got to bring the little juniors onto the TV to the live stream yesterday. We saw some amazing races with those little kids from all the way from 11 to 16, and then jumped into the elite races today. And all around, it was great racing.
And Tim, two new winners in the elite races with Claire Honsinger and Gage
And really,
Hecht.
you know, in the women's race, it was just something that Katie Compton, 15-time national champion, to be able to be in the fight with the rider taking that jersey off of your back, and Claire Honsinger was really a special moment to see. And Stephen Hyde giving it up to Gage Hecht with a good battle. And, you know, I think that this is just one of those times where the best rider wins, and we're going to see a lot of those two riders in the future.
All right, well, that's going to do it for the coverage of this year's edition of the Cyclocross National Championships. For everyone at USA Cycling and CycleStream, our production partner here at Cyclocross National Championships, for our directors Chris Lincoln and Leah Sturgis, my name is Brad Soner with Meredith Miller and Tim Johnson in the booth, Dave Toll out in the field. For everybody here in Lakewood, Washington, thanks for watching, and we can't wait to see you in Chicago next year, Cantigny Park for Cross Nats 2020. We'll see you there.